Final call, Brangus Class 2. Final call, Brangus Class 2. First call, Brangus Class 3. First call, Brangus Class 3. Second call, Beefmaster Class 2. Second call, Beefmaster Class 2.
Good morning. Judging in our West Ring today, we have Ashley Wagner. She comes from Manhattan, Kansas, where her and her husband Jake started Wagner Cattle Company, a multi-breed, national-level show cattle operation. For 6 years previous this, the Wagners managed Beatty Livestock in Colorado, raising nationally competitive Angus, Simmental cattle. Ashley was a member of the champion livestock judging teams at Redland Community College and Oklahoma State University, including being named the 2014 High Individual in Louisville. Ashley served as the assistant coach at OSU for 3 years, garnering her master's in ag communication, which launched her into her own marketing business 7 years ago. Ashley has judged shows across the country, including the National Western Stock Show, American Royal, Houston Livestock Show, and various junior nationals, alongside countless state fairs and jackpot shows. Austin Rodeo, please help me in welcoming Ashley Wagner to the show.
Second call, Brangus Class 3. Second call, Brangus Class 3.
On the east side, today we have Scott Warning. Scott Warning grew up near Emory, South Dakota. Along with his parents and his wife Ashley, they operate Warning Cattle Company, W/C, in the hills of the James River Valley. Scott's a graduate of South Dakota State University, where he was a member of the livestock judging team and was the high individual on the national champion meats animal evaluation team. Scott and his family run a 400 cow Simmental, Angus, and Sim Angus cows, and 2024 will mark their 43rd annual sale in February. The WC marketed approximately 200 bulls and 140 registered females this past year. Scott and his family enjoy spending time together exhibiting steers, heifers, and pigs throughout the year. Scott has had the opportunity to judge cattle in 21 states, including the American Royal, North American, and the National Western. Rodeo Austin, please welcome Scott Weirning to the East Ring.
Final call, Beefmaster Class 2. Final call, Beefmaster Class 2. First call, Beefmaster Class 3. First call, Beefmaster Class 3. Final call on Brangus Class 3. Final call, Brangus Class 3. First call, Brangus Class 4. First call, Brangus Class 4.
Good morning, guys. Over here, as we begin into your Brangus show, before I go any further, just like to say thank you to Rodeo Austin. Thank you to you guys for having me down here. You know, I've been looking forward to this for a long time, not only to see the incredible cattle that we're going to see today and on Saturday, but to work with your guys' kids. And we start off awesome, guys. And I'll be the first to tell you, I know this heifer is not wanting to cooperate for this young lady out here today, but she hit the ring, she hit me hard, and she really never left that first spot. She's a little more moderate in terms of type and kind than the heifer directly behind her, but you want to talk about one that is built for the long haul in terms of feet and legs. This one is awesome in terms of the angles to her build, the angle to her shoulder and her knee, the way she gets out and goes and just travels out of that hip and hind leg is phenomenal. I love the youthfulness. I love the freshness. I think she's really, really appropriate in terms of condition for this stage in the game. She's youthful. She's attractive up there through her front end. Really the only thing that I want to hit on her is she's not wanting to be a show cow for this young lady today. Outside of that, guys, I really, really like that one. Young lady standing here in second, you've got one that probably has just a touch more punch just a touch more power. When you get in from behind her, you take her down to the surface, she probably has just a touch more foot and bone as well. She's overwhelmingly well balanced. She's one that I love in terms of the length to her spine, the length to her hip. She's not nearly as attractive just in terms of her head and her neck and the way that sits onto her shoulder as the heifer we just talked about. My main thing that I'd like to tweak on this girl, she just doesn't get out and go with the flexibility of the heifer we just talked about. She wants to get shorter and rounder in terms of her hip. She never grabs the surface and drives off of those rear two like I see in the heifer that I just talked about and used to win this class. That's still an incredibly high quality one to be standing down in second. There's a close decision between 2 and 3 for me, guys. Let's go ahead and spin around, guys. The heifer that I leave in third is probably not wow factor in any one area. I think she's just a good, solid female. She's well balanced. She's attractive. She's youthful. She's good in terms of her condition. She probably just doesn't have the extras to run any higher with 1 and 2, but just a good, solid female. The gentleman that's coming out next in fourth has got one that is super high performing. She's long-bodied. She's extended. She probably has as much length and extension and just WDA of anything out here. I guess for me, that one is awfully long and awfully extended and awfully big. I maybe want to tone her down for me personally, just ever so slightly. I maybe want to give her just a touch more real depth of body in comparison to the extra frame that she has. Young lady coming out next, you do a phenomenal job of getting that one stuck. You're an awfully, awfully good showman, and you probably show that heifer better than what she is. She's a good heifer that's got some rib, that's got some dimension. To me, from a balance perspective, she falls out. She's deeper in through her chest. She's harsher there in through her forerib. You set the cattle into motion. She's too tight and restricted in the way she goes out of that hip and hind leg. A big, stout, powerful, big-legged heifer that's coming out next. This gentleman has, again, one of those that for me is probably just a little bit plainer in terms of her look, a little bit coarser in terms of her general build. I'd like to give her just a touch more femininity. The gentleman that's going to come out next, standing here right in front of me in the cowboy hat, man, that heifer can give you some look from the side. She's incredibly long-bodied. That one is so stout, and she's so powerful when you get in from behind her to the point where she's maybe just got a little bit too much muscle. And I say that because when you get her out and you set her in motion, again, she's not flexible enough. She's not fluid enough in the way she gets out and goes in terms of her skeleton. I got to loosen her up out of that hip and hind leg. The next two cattle are good, just broody females, good-bodied. They have some structure. They have some, just character to them in terms of maternal characteristics. But unfortunately out here, when the class is this deep, the cattle are this good, they're just quite a bit plainer in terms of their general look and build, guys. Let's congratulate all those kids.
Second call, Beefmaster, Class 3. Second call, Beefmaster, Class 3.
Good morning. Great to be here. Really excited to come down to Austin for a few days and get out of the cold weather. We've had a pretty good winter up there, but it's actually gonna get about as bad as it's gotten here while I'm down here. So I thank the crew back home. But really looking forward to today, and great class of Beefmaster heifers here. Really deep to start us off, and I like how we started the day with a prayer and the national anthem, and just really refreshing to come to Texas and feel what it's all about down here. So what a class to start. And the heifer that wins, no doubt, it's pretty easy to tell. She's way, way different than the rest of them. You either probably got to start with her or put her about 5th or 6th. But I think it's a good difference. She's got some extra look to her. I love that one's feet and legs. She's popping a big stifle. You know, we don't maybe talk a lot of muscle in breeding heifers, but when it fits them, and still like some muscle in my females. I like that about her, but she's got a good look. I like her at the ground. Really nice one, unique one there to win. It gets a little more challenging. I thought just 3 really functional heifers right in behind her. The heifer comes in second there. Great angles, great feet and legs. Still got some density and body capacity to her. Just maybe didn't quite have the extra intangibles we found in our class winner. The dark red heifer going to be third. Huge bone, huge feet on this female. Just maybe wasn't quite as neat, out from a rear 3/4 view as them first 2. Maybe didn't quite just balance up as nice as them first 2, but I thought very, very stout heifer there in third. Young man's going to be fourth. Here's a heifer. I just love a lot of things about her. That one, you can put just a little more mass, a little more muscle on her. I think she gets quite a bit more competitive with them first 3. Young lady's heifer that comes next, again, kind of go ahead and bring her out, 40.99 there. Again, a lot like the heifer there in fourth. Great structure, great pattern and balance. Just like to widen her out to make her more competitive. We get into the red and white heifers there that come next. Kind of compare them up. They're stouties, big centered, bold made females. Just maybe like to balance them up, make them more feminine. Just balance them from the side out through their front 1/3 and out through their hip. Oh, there we go. And we get the young lady's heifer comes right behind them. The dark red heifer there, feminine, sound, like that about her. Just didn't have quite as much muscle. Got into the next pair of heifers. Again, big body type of females, nice feet and legs on them. Again, just didn't want to quite pattern and balance up from a show ring standpoint. The next 2 do have a little more muscle and stoutness to them. Again, you just like to just make them a little neater right out through their front 1/3, out through their hip. And we round out with a pair of really nice younger heifers. Just need to stouten them up. Maturity just wasn't on their side today, but great class. Let's go ahead and put our hands together. Congratulate that great first class of Beefmasters.
Final call, Beefmaster Class 3. Final call, Beefmaster Class 3. First call, Beefmaster Class 4. First call, Beefmaster Class 4. Second call, Brangus Class 2. Second call, Brangus Class 2.
I'm going to have to get caught up.
I'm sorry. Second call, Brangus Class 4. Second call, Brangus Class 4.
As we get into this second class of these Brangus cattle, guys, it's really a decision between 2 and 3 and 4 for me. Young lady's got a heifer here at the front of the line that pretty handedly wins this one. To me, this female is right in terms of condition. She's ultra, ultra feminine and long and extended in terms of the way her neck is built onto her shoulder. But then from there back, she explodes it into so much rib shape and true dimension, a huge pin set, and she's got the big paws, guys. She's got big feet and legs underneath her, and she handles it all adequately enough in terms of structure. She could maybe be just a touch looser in the way she swivels out of her hip, for me personally, but when you're packing that much punch and that much power and to still look like she does from the side and balance like she does and be so genuine in terms of her condition, I think is awfully impressive. Like I said, it's a discussion between 2 and 3 for me, and the gentleman that's going to stand in second as you compare to the heifer that's down here in third. To me, this one's better in terms of her hip structure. She's better in terms of the composure to her hind leg and the way she's built right at the surface. Is she the prettiest headed one? No. You can maybe take a little bit of chest off of that one, and I'd certainly like to change her just in terms of the angle to her shoulder up front, and that's where I think the differences between those two cattle are. The gentleman down here in third, that one probably is prettier headed and just maybe a touch more feminine. With that, she's quite a bit narrower out through her pin set, and you study her from behind. She hasn't stayed nearly as square and true from her hip to her hock all the way down to the ground as you get in from behind her. She's better. Go ahead, bud. You can spin around. She's better in terms of the angle to her shoulder, no doubt, than the heifer that we just talked about. But she, on the opposite end of the spectrum, needs tweaked in terms of her hip structure. She wants to get a little ducked in the way she goes off of those rear two. And like I talked, she's got some dimension up high, but she narrows out through her pin set. She isn't skated nearly as square and true all the way down to the ground, wants to pull those hocks from behind. Young lady, you've got a heifer that I think has got some really good pieces. She is ultra broody. She is opened up. Guys, for me, she's carrying too much condition on her, especially for this stage in the game. I think if you peeled some of the fat off of that one, she'd clean up in and through her chest floor. Her top line would stay in her. Her tail head wouldn't be so sky high off of her pin set. I just got to lean that one up ever so slightly. And nothing to take away from the young lady that's going to be fifth, guys. That is an ultra broody, ultra sound structured one. And I think that she certainly is going to make an awesome breeding piece for this young lady. Out here today, she becomes the flattest bodied one. She's probably the narrowest when you get in from behind her. She's just the most generic in terms of her build in a class where there's this much quality and this much depth. Still a tremendous brood cow prospect, guys. Let's congratulate those kids.
On the west side, on the Brangus, we're going to catch up from Class 1. Winner in Class 1, entry 1141, Olivia Adams from Alvin FFA. Her Brangus heifer was born 5/28/23. Second in Class 1 was entry 5650, Lily Liao from Waller County 4-H. Her heifer was born 5/25/23. And third in Class 1 was Maddie Johnston from Alvin County 4-H. Her heifer was a June 2nd of 2023. In our East Ring, Class 1 Beef Masters, entry 7873, Addison Poe, Erath County 4-H. Her Beefmaster heifer was born on 5/11/2023. Second in Class 1 was entry 7883, Savannah Skaggs in Erath County 4-H. Her Beefmaster heifer was born on 5/1/2023. And third in Class 1 of the Beefmasters, entry 848, George Shackelford from Columbia FFA. His Beefmaster heifer was born on 6/9/2023.
Call. First call, Brangus, Class 7. First call, Brangus, Class 7. Second call, Beefmaster, Class 4. Second call, Beefmaster, Class 4.
Class 2 on the West Ring and the Brangus Show. First went to entry number 7335, Mackenzie Tiemann from Brenham FFA. Her Brangus heifer was born on 3/26/23. Second in class went to Cody Davis from Sheldon FFA. His entry number was 1812, and his Brangus heifer was born on 3/20/2023. And third in the class is Ross Donahoe from McLean County 4-H. His Brangus heifer was born on 3/19/23. Let's give them exhibitors a big round of applause.
Another nice class, and I think it becomes a pair up here at the top end, mainly just because I think there's a huge difference in terms of just condition in these cattle, guys. The heifer that I'm going to go ahead and start with, to me, is more appropriate in that regard for what I like. She's fresher, she's more genuine, and for a heifer calf at this stage, she should be. To me, that one is ultra long. She's ultra well balanced. She's really, really good in terms of her hip structure. And like I said, from the side, this one just patterns and has so much femininity, and yet still is one that when you get on the 3/4 of that female, she's got genuine power up high, and she's big out through her pin set. She comes down to the surface, and she's awfully, awfully good in terms of the shape and size to her foot, and utilizes it really well. The heifer that comes here in second is moderate, and she's ultra broody, and she's ultra deep-bodied, and I love those things. When you get the cattle out and you set them in motion, that one probably has just as much flex and give and just good angles in terms of her spine as anything out here. That one's plenty chubby for me, guys. I just like to clean her up just in terms of her condition for this stage in the game. I think if we do that, she becomes a little bit more feminine, she becomes a little bit more well-balanced, and she just proportions better all the way through. Like I said, those are the differences I see in those two cattle. I think they're both awfully, awfully good. I think they're both awfully good structured. I just like the extra femininity, the extra structure, or the extra, condition, lack of condition, I should say, on the heifer that wins. We've got a big, stout, powerful female that comes out next, and she's long, and she certainly has as much performance as anything out here, guys. I like that one from her hip forward, and I think she does a lot of cool things, especially on the standstill. Again, for me, that one's got to be tweaked in the way she goes out of that hip and hind leg. You're good, bud. You can go ahead and go. You're good. She just doesn't get out and flex and use that hip like she needs to. She needs more set to her hock. She needs to be more comfortable in the way she plants and pushes off of those rear two. A really nice heifer coming out next. Again, one of those that just covers a lot of the basics in terms of body, in terms of balance, but maybe just doesn't do it to the same degree as the cattle that precede her in terms of look. That one for me, I got to change her in terms of the way she gets out and goes, again, out of that hip and hind leg. She gets really choppy in the way she strides. She just doesn't ever get comfortable in planting and pushing and using that hip and hind leg like she needs to. A really interesting heifer that comes out next. Young lady's got one that's got some look and there's some things that I like about her. She's got plenty of shape and expression when you get in from behind her. To me, this one's quite a bit just more moderate in terms of her type and kind, and that isn't what gets her down in this class today. To me, that one just falls out from a balance perspective in terms of her chest floor to her forerib to her flank line ratio. You take her to the surface, she's quite a bit frailer in terms of her foot and her bone for the extra power and punch that she has up high. She too is maybe carrying just a little bit more from a condition standpoint. You set the cattle into motion. I don't know if she's one that just drives off of that left hind leg like she needs to. Another really nice heifer turning the corner. Young lady's got one that, again, is super broody and has a lot of maternal character, but one that out here just doesn't have the extra look, the extra power to really run in a class where there's this much depth, guys. Nice class of them. Let's give them a round of applause.
Second call, Brangus, Class 7. Second call, Brangus, Class 7. Final call, Beefmaster, Class 4. Final call, Beefmaster, Class 4.
Well, a big, deep class here in our second class of Beefmasters. Kind of unlike our first class, this class does not have as much variation. There is more heifers in this class that are built more similar, are just cut from more of a similar cloth. and I think that's fairly evident out here. But really a nice front end of this class. The black heifer just really balances up nice for me. A nice combination of muscle and stoutness and femininity. Gives you a great look from the side, yet still I think she's fresh and nice in her condition. She's just got a really nice balance of muscle and femininity and cow-making ability. We get into a pair of heifers here in second and third. No doubt a really feminine, attractive heifer here in second. Heifer that perhaps is a little nicer out through her head and just how she's built there just from a femininity standpoint. Love the look that she has. Not quite as much just true muscle and width that I thought we had in our class winner, but really, really nice one there. The one in third, again, very, very similar, I think, to our heifer there in second. Just didn't quite have the extras just from a balance standpoint, but I like her length of body. I like her soundness. Very, very nice female that just covers a lot of bases there. Young man's got the moderate heifer here, the drive in fourth. That one's got a big barrel in her. She's big top. She's big-ended. Just didn't quite have that extra extension we found in 1 through 3, but I like that one's squareness of build. I like that cow potential that she has. Just looks like one you'd like to have a whole bunch of. Young man's heifer here in fifth. Here, I love this heifer from her fore-rib back. I think she's got a great hip. She's big-footed. She's heavy bone. Just wasn't quite as ladylike and feminine out through that front 1/3 that we found in them first four. Get into a pair about about four. These next 4 or 5. Big, stout, heavy bone, big-footed females. All females. I'd like to just freshen up from a condition standpoint. Like to take just a little fat off of them. They're maybe just pushing plenty out through their tail head down into their udder. But boy, I like their soundness. I like their bone and foot. We get into them next 5 heifers. Heifers that are a lot like them heifers right there in front of them. Just didn't have that extra stoutness, width, and shape and stifle. Then we round out the class again with about 5 of them. You'd like to freshen up them next couple in the trio that rounds out. Just like to add just a little more stoutness, muscle, and feature to get them more competitive. Go ahead and show your appreciation at a good deep class, highly competitive second class of Beefmasters.
Results on Class 3, Brangus Heifers. First place went to 2933, Caleb Horner from Taylor County 4-H. His Brangus heifer was born of 2/10/2023. Give him a big hand. Second in class was 7475, Brody Wetstein from Huckabee FFA. His Brangus heifer was born 2/18/2023. And third was entry 5825, Carson Miller from Concordia Lutheran FFA. His Brangus heifer was born on 2/5/2023. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Results on the east side in the second class of Beefmasters. First goes to 8308, Vicente Garza from Ellenberg Vela FFA. His Beefmaster heifer was born 3/1/2023. Second in the class, 4469, Bridger Etheridge from Nacogdoches County 4-H. His Beefmaster heifer was born on 3/20/2023. And third in class 2 was 2563, Brent Britton from Carson County 4-H. His Beefmaster heifer was born on 3/3/2023. Let's give him a big hand.
Probably as deep a class of these Brangus cattle that have come in the ring this morning, guys. And that's why it took me a little bit longer to get them sorted through, because even though I think it's awfully close between 1 and 2 here, guys, I think there's just as much quality in 3, 4, and 5, and 6 and on down the line, and I wanted to make sure that I had them sorted like I needed to. I really like this heifer that wins, guys. I think that in terms of condition for what I like, she's spot on for where these cattle and these calves need to be. She is so long and she's so extended and she's so well balanced, and she gets out and goes exactly like she needs to in terms of her feet, the way she drives, the way she plants, the way she gets out and goes. She's not as deep-bodied as the heifer that stands directly behind her. She maybe doesn't have quite as much just genuine pin width when you get in from behind her. A lot of that is because she's not as far along in terms of condition as the heifer that stands directly behind her. I think that one's awfully good, guys. And that's nothing to take away from this heifer that stands in second. Young lady, you do a phenomenal job of getting her shown. She is ultra deep-bodied. She is ultra bold-sprung. She's probably as good and square and genuine and true from her pins to her hocks all the way down to the ground. I love her in terms of the extra flex and the extra set that she has there at the surface. She's not nearly as unique in terms of the way that neck sits on the top side of her shoulder as we compare her to that heifer, and she's got just a little bit more condition on her. For me, it's just a personal preference thing. We feed a lot of these things, not necessarily Brangus, but we feed a lot of cattle, we show a lot of cattle, and for heifer calves, I just like to have them just a little bit leaner, and that's really what gets her down into the second hole. That's really an exceptionally high quality, sound structured, ultra broody one to be standing there in second. Young lady has one, and young lady, again, you do an awesome job of showing, and I think it's probably to the advantage of the heifer because you probably show her better than what she is. That one's got some things that I think are super cool in terms of neck attachment, in terms of roundness of rib, and in terms of real, genuine power and punch when you get in on top of her and you study her from behind. That one doesn't piece together quite like the top 2 cattle in terms of her balance, and she just wants to struggle a little bit more when you ask the cattle to get out and go in terms of the way she goes out of that hip and hind leg. The heifer that's going to come out next is big, and she's long. She's big and long, and I love her from her hip bone forward in terms of length and extension, freshness in terms of condition, look. That one, again, has got to be changed in terms of the way her hip and tail head is built into her. She wants to swivel and just get a little tighter in the way she goes there. She's not built with the same flexibility and stability in terms of her hock and her pastern right there off of those rear 2. A really nice heifer young lady has, and again, one of those that's got a ton of quality to her. She is really powerful, and she is really genuine in terms of shape and expression, roundness of rib. She's carrying just a little bit more shoulder. She wants to open up at the base of that shoulder in through her chest floor. She's not nearly as long and extended from that shoulder forward, and again, one of those that maybe just doesn't handle herself quite like I'd like to see her when you set the cattle into motion. Gentleman down here in 6th. Buddy, you've got one that I think has got some cool pieces. I think that one is big-footed, and I think she is big-legged, and she is ultra deep-bodied, and she's got some things that I think are awfully going to be fun to play with. When you talk about breeding that one, today out here, she's maybe just a little bit more moderate in terms of her size, and because of that, she's given up just some of the length, the extension, the extra look to some of these other cattle. She wants to get a little bit plainer in terms of her hip shape and wants to duck those pins and not stay nearly as powerful and genuine and stout when you get in from behind her. A long extended heifer that's certainly round ribbed, and she is packed with muscle, guys. With that, to me, she's just quite a bit shallower in terms of her forerib and center body, and she needs to be changed off either end of her build. She's a little more upright in the angle to her shoulder, a little bit more upright in the way her hip and hind leg is constructed. Young lady that's going to end this class. A long, extended, sound structured one, similar to a lot of the cattle we've seen today. She's got the basics in terms of a good brood cow, just maybe not the extras in terms of power, in terms of foot and bone, in terms of look to go any higher when the quality is this deep. Let's congratulate all those kids, guys.
First call, Brangus, Class 8. First call, Brangus, Class 8. First call, Beefmaster, Class 7. First call, Beefmaster, Class 7.
Over in the Beefmaster side, not as many, not as big of a classes as we had in them first two, but really, really stout quality here all the way down the line in these 5 cattle. But a lot of differences, but found some cattle I really like. No doubt, these first two are way, way different. We got the kind of the big, long, high weight per day of age type of female we're going to start with. Young lady does a great job of sticking this one. Heavy bone, big-footed heifer that I just maybe preferred just her length and extension and just her looseness that she had in comparison to our heifer in second. But again, heifers that are way, way different. We'll talk about this heifer in second now. Just one that is no doubt just a little more compact. She is nicer top, she's nicer hip, and she's probably better in her forerib and flank. For me, this one just gets a little shorter constructed. I'd like to freshen her up and maybe just take a little bit of that condition out through her underline there. I think if you freshen her up down low, maybe take a little bit of that away, that heifer gets really, really competitive for me. The red and white heifer coming in third, a lot like our heifer here in second, just maybe just a little coarser type and kind, got just a little more shoulder to her. I'd like to just tone her down right there. Just doesn't quite balance up and prop up from the side like that heifer there did in second. Dark red heifer that coming next. Heifer I like just the soundness and structure that she has. Heifer that can really get out and move. Just didn't quite have the extra show heifer intangibles. Wasn't quite as square off both ends. Wasn't quite as neat from a pattern and just on a profile standpoint as them first few. Heifer that rounds out the class, long-sided. Heifer that's got some performance to her. Just like to see more muscle, stoutness, and density to go along with the rest of her body. Great third class there. Let's put our hands together for them.
On our east side of the ring in Beefmaster Heifers Class 3, first place went to 2565. Emily Britton from Carson County 4-H, showing a 2.5-2023 heifer. Second in the class went to entry 846, Cameron Shackelford from Columbia FFA. Her Beefmaster heifer was born in February 28 of 2023. And third in Class 3 went to 7133, Forrest Hubbard, Friendswood FFA. His Beefmaster heifer was born on February 17th of 2023.
Second call, Brangus, Class 8. Second call, Brangus, Class 8. First call, Brangus, Class 9. First call, Brangus, Class 9. Second call, Beefmaster, Class 7. Second call, Beefmaster, Class 7.
Results from Class 4 in the Brangus Heifer Division. First went to 7714, Colton War from Brazos FFA. His Brangus heifer was born January 23 of 23. Second in Class 4 was 4504, Kinzel Van Vickel from Anahuac FFA. Brangus heifer was born January 22nd of 2023. And third goes to 2324, Molly Pack from Springtown FFA. Her Brangus heifer was born on January 2nd of 2023. Currently in West Side Arena, we're picking our calf champion for Brangus Heifers.
An awesome division of these cattle guys and an awesome way to start out the show this morning. If you will, let's give all these kids a big round of applause. I'll be honest with you guys, coming down and getting to judge through your American cattle is probably what I've been the most excited about, because I think some of these cattle are some of the best that you can build and make, and it's so fun to come and look at them and judge them and see good ones. And you know when you come down here, you're going to see flat out good ones. And I'm really impressed with my lineup, and really I think they all match together well. The young lady that comes out of Class 1, we talked earlier. I know that heifer does not want to cooperate with her guys, but that's good cattle. She is feminine, she is sound structured, she is good bodied. There's only potential in future in that heifer calf. And when she decides that she wants to be a show cow, that one is going to be tough, tough, tough. We get to the heifer out of the second class, and I talked to her earlier, guys, just unique. Unique in terms of her ability to be so good necked and so good chested and so feminine, and yet explode out into such a good forerib and a good center body. She's genuinely powerful. She's stout when you get in from behind her. She's right in terms of condition, and then you take her down to the surface, guys. She has got big feet and she has got big legs, and there's just so many things about that one, not only from a show heifer standpoint, but from a breeding them and making them, that get me really excited. The heifer that comes out of Class 3, I think she has the advantage in that class, specifically like I talked earlier, because of condition. She's in the right rig, she's in the right condition, she's super well balanced, she's big-footed, she's genuine. Does she have probably just the enamoring pieces and parts of either heifers on either side of her? No, but I think that one's an awfully, awfully good female. We get back to the heifer that wins Class 4, guys, and like I just talked her, just really, really good in terms of the way all of her pieces and parts fit together. She's genuine in terms of her condition. She's good in the angle to her shoulder, probably even better than the heifer that comes out of Class 2, and just in terms of the angle to her shoulder and knee, the way she goes out of that shoulder and the way she plays out through her front end. She's one that I think, as you compare her back, maybe just, again, not as unique as another heifer out here, but man, it's really hard to put a big hole in this one, and this young man does such a good job showing her, and the team behind this one have got her in the right condition and the right rig, guys. There's one out here that I really, really like. There's another one that I think falls into a logical reserve. Young lady out of Class 2, you're going to be our champion in this division today. Young man out of Class 4 will be reserved. Let's congratulate them.
Second call, Brangus, Class 10. Second call, Brangus, Class 10. You want a final on? Final call, Beefmaster, Class 7. Final call, Beefmaster, Class 7.
On the West Ring, we've just concluded our heifer calf champion on the Brangus side. Your heifer calf champion comes out of Class 2, Maisie Tiemann from Brenham FFA. Your reserve heifer calf champion goes to Colton War out of Class 4 from Brazos FFA. Let's give them exhibitors a big round of applause on their heifer calf champions.
Final call, Brangus, Class 10. Final call, Brangus, Class 10.
A little bit more challenging class to work through, guys. I think that there's a ton of differences in these cattle, and a lot of ways you can go depending on where you put your priorities, what you're willing to accept, and what you're willing to not. I guess for me, the gentleman that has the heifer that wins, to me, I'd certainly like to change that one in terms of the angle to her shoulder and the way she opens up at the base of her shoulder. But if you want to talk about putting all of the pieces and parts together today, I think that one does that the best. She's extremely unique in terms of her neck attachment, the way that neck sits onto that shoulder, and a large part of that is because she is just a little bit straighter in her shoulder. She's super long backed. She's super good in terms of her hip structure, and for the amount of punch and the amount of power and just genuine dimension she has up high, she comes down and she facilitates it good enough in terms of her structure. I'd certainly like to just give her a little bit more softness in terms of her forerib and maybe just softness in terms of the center portion of her body. And like I said, she's maybe, bud, you can go ahead and go. You're good. She's maybe not just perfect in terms of the way that skeleton hinges. I don't know if there's necessarily one out here that combines all of the things that she does and is good enough structured to beat her. Young man, you do an awesome job showing. You do an awesome job showing, and you show that heifer to probably better than what she is, and that's why you're second today. I like good showmen. She is a heifer that, for me, in terms of structure, in terms of look, in terms of feminine and maternal quality, she probably has as much as anything out here. You compare her to what we just saw, you compare her to some of the other cattle, she's a little bit flatter. She's maybe not nearly as punchy and powerful as some of these other cattle. That's a good female, and that's a good cow, and you're a really good showman. Young man that's going to stand here in third. That one's big, and she's stout, and she's burly, and again, has got some really, really cool pieces. Unfortunately, all those pieces and parts are just kind of pieces today. They don't all fit together. She wants to get a little slack in terms of her top line. She doesn't compose herself in terms of her back and her balance like she needs to. She's carrying a little bit more condition, and because of that, she's pushing a little bit more chest, throws her off from a balance perspective. I'd like to pick her up in terms of her tail head and her pin set. Young lady that comes here in fourth, a really long, well-balanced, feminine, attractive one that, again, just for me, if you want to talk about changing them and making cattle better, she needs more genuine rib shape. She needs to be punchier. She needs to be stouter. I'd like to see her bigger at the ground as well. Buddy, down here in fifth, I think that there's some things about this one that are awfully, awfully good. She's just carrying too much condition for me. And I think that if you peeled some of that fat off of her, it would let her get out and go better because she reads right in terms of her angles. She reads right in terms of her hock, the way she's built at the ground. She's just a little chubby. And because of that, she struggles off of either end of her build. Because of that, she falls out from a balance perspective today, guys. Let's congratulate all those kids.
First call, Brangus, Class 13. First call, Brangus, Class 13. First call, Beefmaster, Class 8. First call, Beefmaster, Class 8.
On the Beefmaster side, another great class. I think the last one of this division, and really found some cattle in this class I like. The red heifer is going to start. Just one that hits me as ultra complete. She's stout and square at the ground. She's round-bodied. She balances up nice. Heifer that, I think just as far as having that amount of stoutness, still being feminine and cowy, she hits me really hard. Heifer that, maybe's got just, plenty of condition on her, but I don't think it's overly excess at this point, but still probably fresher than our black heifer we have in second. This one, young man, when he gets her stopped and said, I love a lot of things about her. I love her big bone, her feet. I love her extra length. She looks like just a really high weight per day of age female. I didn't think she was quite as nice right behind her shoulder and blade as the red heifer. I didn't think she was quite as nice out through her hip and out through her hock and stifle as that heifer was that starts the class. But really like that one there in second. Heifer in third, a lot like our black heifer there in second. Long heifer, looks like she's got some performance and growth. I like that about her. Wasn't quite as neat right there at the point of her shoulder. You'd maybe like to just lay her back in comparison to our two class winners, but I like her soundness. I like her length of body. I like that high growth look that she has. The red and white heifer coming next. Again, here's a stouty, big-ended, stout, wide constructed. Just didn't have them extras as far as up through her front 1/3, how her shoulders laid in her. Not quite as neat and smooth down her top. But that's a heifer. You like that length and stoutness that she has. Young lady's heifer coming in fifth. One that's ultra attractive. You like her from the side. This one just got a little straight hock for me. I'd like to just give her more angle right to her hock. I'd like to give that one more muscle and shape and dimension to just go along with that size and scale that she has. Along with the black heifer next, heifer that's, you just like to give her more balance and muscle and symmetry to make her balance up. We get them next four heifers are all very, very similar. Them red heifers that just didn't quite want to balance up from a show heifer standpoint. You'd like to change them there right at their shoulder. You'd like to maybe give them just a little more flank and density and dimension to go with them heifers that win the class. Then we starting with that black and white heifer. Them next three heifers are heifers that are a little stouter. Heifers that just got the extra dimension and stoutness and bone and muscle. This maybe didn't have the pattern and the symmetry from the side. We get into that white heifer. Here's a really stout, functional female. Just like to see more just lower 1/3 in density and body shape to go with the rest of the red and white heifer there. Stout, big-ended heifer. Just like to tone her down in a couple areas. Young ladies heifers that round out the class. Just a little bit lower weight per day of age. Didn't quite have that extra stoutness and performance that we found in a lot of these other cattle. But again, got into a really big class, really high quality. Let's congratulate those exhibitors.
Back over here on the Brangus side, guys, I'm going to leave them standing just the way they are. So, young man who hit the cowboy hat, you're going to be our class winner today, bud. A class that really, guys, you can mix them and jumble them any way you want. a lot of differences, a lot of give and take. The guy, young man, excuse me, up here at the front of the line, I think on the standstill, that one balances the best. I think she's probably just the most acceptable in terms of her structure of these cattle. She's not perfect in the angle to her shoulder and her knee, and she just, for me, needs to get out and flex and set down better, but I think she's the most acceptable in terms of the way she puts all of her pieces and parts together. I'd maybe like to peel some condition off of that one, but the one heifer in this class that's maybe a little bit better from a condition standpoint has things that I probably want to change more. The heifer that's going to stand in second, she is big and she is stout and she is powerful, guys, and she probably has as much foot and bone underneath her as anything we've seen all day. Unfortunately, this one falls into too many pieces from the side for me. She's deeper in through her chest, shallower in through her forerib. Not only does that throw her off from a balance perspective, but her top line and the way her hip and tail head is constructed into her, and the way that hip and hind leg is built just needs to be changed. And like I said, there's a lot of things that are cool about her, I like about her. It just comes in a lot of pieces that maybe just don't come together like they need to today. She too needs to be tweaked in the way she goes in terms of her structure. Young lady that stands here in third, I really, really like some things about your heifer. And in terms of condition, she's probably more my speed, just as we compare the three cattle, to the point where maybe she needs just a little bit more on her in that regard. She's one that's long-bodied. She's long and extended through her front end. You're good, hon.
Second call, Brangus, class 13. Second call, Brangus.
She's long and extended through her front end. She's one that, too, when you get a cattle out and you set them in motion, she's too tight in terms of her hip. She doesn't utilize her hock like she needs to, just too stiff in the way she goes off of those rear, too. A nice class of them, guys. Let's give them a hand.
Second call, Brangus, class 13. Second call, Brangus, class 13. Second call, Beefmaster, class 8. Second call, Beefmaster, class 8.
On the west side of our arena, we're going to catch up here. Class 7, Brangus Heifers. Entry, first place goes to entry 7327. Dawson Moran from Brenham FFA. His Brangus Heifer was born November 4th of 2022. Second place went to Jake Kasner from Falls County 4-H. His Brangus Heifer was born in December 21st of 2022. And third goes to Diego De Luna from United FFA. His Brangus Heifer was born 11/21 of 2022. Class 8 that just finished on the Brangus side, stand in order. First goes to entry 2023, Carter Hughes from San Jacinto County. His Brangus Heifer was born in October 4th of 2022. Second in the class goes to 6848, Cash Morrison from Sweeney FFA. His Brangus Heifer was born of October 3rd of 2022. And third place goes to entry 2757, Blaine Season Good from Wilson County 4-H. His Brangus Heifer was born 9/19 of 2022. Okay, where we at? Yep, Sophia Garza, Jake Shackle. Is that Dietzy or Dietzy?
I'd say
Dietzy. On our east side of the ring, Class 4. Winner of Class 4 goes to 8305, Sophia Garza from Elaineburg Vela FFA. Her Beefmaster Heifer was born on January 23rd of 2023. Second goes to entry 849, Jake Shackleford from Columbia FFA. His Beefmaster Heifer was also born on January 21st of 2023. And third place goes to 5045, Brody Diaz from Belleville FFA. His Beefmaster Heifer was born January 25th of 2023.
Well, on the Beefmaster side, our first division, and boy, what a way to start here. I know we've got a lot more coming, but boy, found some cattle in this division you really, really like, and it was some big classes. Three of these classes were absolutely huge and deep, and just there's a lot of variation, a lot of different size and types and age differences, and even in some of them classes. But boy, you get them out here, and yeah, they're all just a little different. They all got their intangibles, but we'll talk about them just a little bit. Youngest heifer out of that first class, no doubt, she is the unique one in the drive. Just as far as her attractiveness, her build, her pattern, her symmetry. But that one's more than a pretty face. You get right in behind her. She's got some outward turn and shape. She's got some muscle to her. No doubt she is the attractive, kind of really pretty one in the drive that we've, there really wasn't one like her in this division, just as far as how she's built. But don't think that they have to be that pretty for me. This one just happens to be that way. I don't mind some front on my cattle, our Simmental cattle that the commercial bulls we sell. I like them just to have some skin and have some doability to them, and I don't mind that at all. This one just happens to be pretty, and I like her. The black one that won the second class, boy, just a smooth-made heifer that's got some muscle, got some shape to her, and one that just doesn't have any big flaws in her. One that's a nice combination of femininity and stoutness. Get the red baldy heifer that comes next. Here's the big outline, high weight per day of age female in the drive, long-bodied. That class wasn't quite as big, but there was a lot of quality in there. That one maybe just doesn't have quite the extras we found in them first two black heifers, but boy, if you want them with just a little more size and scale and performance, that's the one you're going to tie to in this division. The red heifer that won that last class, I thought in that class, just really complete. She's square, she's feminine, she's got some muscle and shape. Heifer that, maybe's got just, maybe want to freshen her up just a touch, but I don't think it's over the top. I think she's probably right there for today, but one that, again, you like the completeness. Does she have quite the extras that we find in them first two class winners? Maybe not, but that one is very, very complete and very, very high quality. So to me, it does come down to these first two class winners. Heifers, I think, are just do things just to a little higher level than our two red heifers right behind them. Heifers that I think you can go back either way. I think they each got their advantages. I think the heifer that wins the second class is perhaps a little nicer right in the middle and out through her loin and her spine on the move. I think the heifer that wins the first class is perhaps set just a little neater right at her shoulder and out through her knee and front 1/3. So I think there's some give and take there. Let's go ahead and put your hands together. I'll show you the two I like.
Final call, Beefmaster, Class 8. Final call, Beefmaster, Class 8. First call, Beefmaster, Class 9. First call, Beefmaster, Class 9. First call, Brangus, Class 14. First call, Brangus, Class 14.
Probably as close a pair of cattle, in my opinion, guys, as I've seen all day. Both of them are really, really good. Both of them have got things that I love, things that I want to change, and they're just different, and that's okay. We talk a lot about judging shows and people judging shows, and it's good to have cattle that are different and bring things to the table, because everybody has different things that they like and things that they are willing to accept and willing to not accept, and it's one of those things that if they all look the same, then what would be the point of coming in and bringing them to a show? I think both of them are good. I think that it's really nitpicky things that split them. Young lady at the front of the line, you're going to stay at the front of the line. To me, today, that one is better just in terms of her center body cavity. She's better in terms of the way her hip is built into her and her top line is built into her. Even though she doesn't sit nearly as high off the top side of her neck, I think she's actually thinner on the top side of her neck than the heifer that stands directly behind her. She comes down to the surface and she's got just a little bit more foot and just a little bit more bone. She's plenty heavy in terms of her condition for me, guys, and that's probably the one thing that I'd like to change about her. And I think if you did that, she more closely follows the heifer in second, just in terms of look and femininity and attractiveness and presentation through her front end. I think on the standstill, she just pieces together all of her parts a little bit better today. And then when you set the cattle into motion, even though they both need tweaked, I think she actually plays out through her shoulder and drives and goes off of her shoulder better. And I think she's just a little bit softer at the ground. Excuse me. The heifer here in second, guys. Young lady, you do a phenomenal job of getting this one shown. And there's some really cool pieces to this one in terms of length and extension through her front end, how clean she is through her chest floor, the way that neck sits on the top side of her shoulder. I love all of those things. She's a little bit crestier there over the top side of her neck, and maybe that just detracts a little bit away from her femininity. As you transition from there back, she's quite a bit harsher right there in terms of her forerib, and I know that's because she's fresher in terms of her condition, guys. I know that. But I do wish that she was just a little bit more genuine and opened up in terms of her forerib and center body shape. And for one that's that pretty and that long and that extended, I maybe wish that she just set down more comfortably off of either end of her build as we compare back to the heifer that we just talked about, in terms of the way she just goes off of either end, her shoulder, the way she goes out of her hip. That's being awfully, awfully critical on an incredibly good female to be standing in second. Young lady that stands here in third, you've got a good heifer, hun, okay? She's good-bodied. She's moderate. She's going to be a really, really, really good brood cow and a really good breeding piece for you. You just ran into two really, really good ones in this class, okay? That's still an extremely good heifer. Be very proud of her, all right? Let's give all those kids a round of applause.
In our east side of the ring, we're going to catch you up with the Beefmaster. The heifer calf champion on the east side of the ring goes to entry 7873, Addison Poe from Erath County 4-H. And our reserve champion goes to entry 8308, Vicente Garza from Edinburgh Villa FFA. Give those exhibitors a round of applause.
Second call, Beefmaster, Class 9. Second call, Beefmaster, Class 9. Second call, Brangus, Class 14. Second call, Brangus, Class 14.
On our west side, on our Brangus Heifers Class 10, first goes to 8217, Gretchen Merton from Washington County 4-H with her Brangus Heifer. She's a June 28, 2022. Second place goes to Casey Shiflett from Navarro County 4-H. Her Brangus Heifer was born in May 14th of 2022. And third goes to Magali DeLuna from United FFA, and her Brangus Heifer was born of May of 2022. Give them a big round of applause.
Another awesome division of these Brangus cattle, guys, and I'll go through and talk and tell you what I see. The heifer that comes out of Class 1, you know, I was probably a little critical of that one in her class, and as she comes back out here, guys, I'm probably more favorable of her now even than I was beforehand. That one's got some cool pieces, and I think maybe if you just peeled a little condition off of her, you'd like her even more. I think that one is so unique in terms of her neck attachment, and so unique in terms of the way she transitions from her shoulder back into such a round rib, a big back, a square pin set, and yet still gets out and goes like she needs to. Like I talked, you'd maybe like to see her just a little bit just softer right in the center portion of her body, but I just don't know if her body and her type is built that way. And like I said, maybe just peel some of the condition off of that one for my liking, but I do think that she's awfully unique. We get to the heifer that comes out in the next class, and that was a challenging class, guys. Maybe not one that necessarily stuck out, but I still stand by what I did. And the young man's got a heifer that is just really good in terms of her general build. She's not wowie. She's not extreme in any area. That one's just a good brood cow, guys, and I think she is out here in this lineup and fits in nicely. We get into class 3, and again, a close pair between those two cattle that are different in terms of what they bring to the table. Young lady has one that's ultra broody, ultra bold bodied, and yet still stout and powerful at the ground. She is unique in terms of her neck and just the way she's built through her front end. Is the heifer directly behind her? Certainly not, but she's one that I think is better in terms of the shape to her body, better in terms of her hip structure and the way that tail head sits into her, and the way she composes herself from the side. My dad told me a long time ago that he always thought that people should have to raise and breed cattle for at least 5 years before they get to go judge a major heifer show, because it changes your perspective. And probably, 10 years ago, I would have gone one way, but as my husband and I have started to breed and raise a lot of cattle, I find a lot of good in cattle that can do really, really unique things and put a lot of things together, and I don't want to harp on them too hard, because there's not one that's perfect, guys. Every animal that walks in the ring that is on planet Earth has got things that you want to change about them. Don't beat the one that's got the unique pieces and the good to them just because they have one or two things that you want to change. Young man at the front of the line, you're going to be our champion division today. Young lady out of class 3, you're going to be reserved. Let's congratulate them.
Final call, Brangus, class 14. Final call, Brangus, class 14. First call, Brangus, class 15. First call, Brangus, class 15. First call, Beefmaster, class 10. First call, Beefmaster, class 10.
Awesome first class to start this second division of Beefmasters, and boy, we got I think maybe as much quality and competitiveness in this class as we've had thus far. Got a really stout dark red heifer here that's going to win, and this one, boy, she's smooth, she's stout, she's got the good feet and legs. I think the one that just balances up really good from the side as well. She's got the power, she's still got the show heifer look. Really like that one to win. This black heifer, I thought she hit me hard. I thought we probably had a potential class winner here when she come in, and she would have won a lot of classes today so far. That one just ran into a really nice one there to win. It wasn't quite as neat right behind her shoulder, wasn't quite as neat right out of her hip as the red heifer, but very, very good one there in second. Really like this heifer when she hit the ring here. Young lady's got, and this one really is fresh and feminine. I like the condition they have in her, but with that, she doesn't have that extra just power and performance and density that we found in the first two. But I like this one's structure, great set of feet and legs. I like how she's built through her shoulder, like how she's built through her hip. Just a really, really complete kind of middle of the road heifer there in third. Here's no doubt the stout one here in fourth. She's big-ended, she's big-topped, she's heavy, she's high weight per day of age. She just doesn't quite balance up, doesn't want to give you that extra just pattern and balance from the side that we found in them first three. We'll get into a pair of heifers here. They're going to be in fourth here, fifth and sixth, excuse me. Fifth, this heifer, again, got a lot of power to her. Love the length of body. Just maybe wasn't quite as neat from a presentation standpoint. You can go ahead and go right out those gates. Yep. The young lady's heifer that's going to be sixth. There's a really pretty one, and I thought just for this age and this stage of the game, I just like to see just a little more maturity and power and density there. But that is one really good structured one. I think that'll be a nice breeding piece for that young lady. I think you'd add just a little power, and that one's got everything else. As is the heifer right behind her. Heifer, I think, really strong top. Just like to add just a little more muscle to go with the rest of her. The red and white heifer, young man's going to lead out with right now. Just like to tone that one down in her condition, like to add more muscle and to go in with the rest of her condition. As is them next two heifers, I think got some good in them. They're just maybe a little past prime, just as far as their flesh and freshness and just their the show shape that they're in. The heifers that round out the class, heifers that got some good in them, got some cow potential, just like to pattern them up, balance them up, a little neater from a structure standpoint. Boy, that was a good class to start this division. Put your hands together for them.
On our west side of the ring, and we just finished our champion junior heifer. Our champion junior heifer for the Brangus division was Dawson Moran out of Class 7 from Brenham FFA in entry 7327. Our reserve junior champion heifer went to Gretchen Merton out of Class 10 from Washington County 4-H. Her entry was 8217.
Second call, Beefmaster, Class 10. Second call, Beefmaster, Class 10. Second call, Brangus, Class 15. Second call, Brangus, Class 15. First call, Brangus, Calf Division winners to make their way back to the arena. First call, Brangus, Calf Division champion reserve to make their way back to the arena.
If any of you guys were listening this morning when they read my bio, you know, my husband and I, we raise Angus, we raise Simmental cattle, we play around in some mains and that thing. I don't raise Brangus cattle, guys, but if I raised Brangus cattle, I'd want every one of my cows to look like this one. I think that this is just a beautiful female. This young man has done a phenomenal, this young man, his team, whoever's behind him, has done a phenomenal job of keeping this bred heifer in the rig and the condition that she's in. And trust me, I know how hard it is to keep them this fresh and this youthful. She is beautiful in terms of the way she's constructed through her front end. She balances seamlessly all the way through, and she's dropping such a beautiful udder underneath her. Maybe just a little bit longer in those front teats, but especially when she gets out and moves, she balances and that udder sits beautifully into her underline. You set the cattle into motion, guys, this girl floats. She is big-footed. She's got big paws. She's got big legs underneath her. She utilizes them like she needs to. She gets out and goes. I just really, really like that one. Nothing to take away from the heifer that stands here in second, guys. You know, I think she's built so similar to the one that I just talked about in terms of balance. Sweetheart. In terms of balance, in terms of look, in terms of so many things. That chest floor doesn't sit in her quite like the heifer we just talked about. She's not as big at the ground and maybe just not as good in terms of the way that hip and hind leg is constructed in her. And that's the only reason she's in second today, guys. That's an awfully, awfully good one. Young lady that's going to stand here in third, one that I really like in terms of her rib shape, one that I really like in terms of how long and level she is in terms of her hip, one that I really like in terms of her lower joints, just the size to her foot, the flexibility she has at the ground. She doesn't balance quite like those other cattle, just in terms of her look and just her ring presence. She maybe just doesn't have the extras of those top two cattle. That's an incredibly, incredibly good female and an awesome brood cow to be standing in third. But it kills me to put your cow-calf pair in fourth today because she's the one out here out of all these females that's actually done her job. She's got the calf out. She's doing her job. She's got a nice udder underneath her. Today, she's probably just a little bit thin, and because of that, she just is a little bit shallower in terms of her body. She's given up some of the extra punch and power to the heifers that haven't calved yet, and I know a large part of that is because she's got the calf out of her and the calf is on the ground already, but those are just things that I'd like to tweak about her. You look at her udder attachment and you look at her teats, and you'd maybe like to clean up her teats just a little bit, give those teats just a little bit more spacing. That's an awfully critical on a female that obviously is doing an incredible job as a brood cow for this young man. Let's go ahead and congratulate all those kids.
On our east side of the ring, on our Beefmaster Heifer show, first place goes to 6840, Riley Upham from Sweeney FFA. Our Beefmaster Heifer was born on November 16th of 2022. Second place goes to 4470, Bridger Etheridge from Nacogdoches County 4-H. This Beefmaster Heifer was born of 12/19 of 2022. And third goes to 898 Kaylee Beeson from Thorndale FFA, and her Beefmaster Heifer was born in 11/10 of 2022.
Second call for our Brangus Calf Division champion in reserve. Second call for Brangus Calf Division winners to return to the arena.
Results in Class 13, Brangus Heifers on our west side of the ring. First place is going to 7713, Reed War from Brazos FFA. His Brangus Heifer was a March 8th of 2022. Second place goes to Aubrey Metter from Wiley Abilene FFA. This Brangus Heifer was born 4/6 of 2022. And number 3 in Class 13 was 2759, Mackenzie Season Good from Wilson County 4-H. Brangus Heifer was born on 4/20 of 2022.
Nice class here over on our Beefmaster side. Really, I thought an easy place to start. Beautiful female to win this class, and particularly like this heifer from her forward back. She's just the smoothest down through her top and out through her hip. Heifer that just handled this class really well. I thought just a really high quality heifer that had some stoutness, had a good pattern and look to her. We'll get to the heifers here in second and third. Very similar heifers that got some power to them, got some weight per day of age. Just didn't quite have the extras just as far as their balance and symmetry and from the look from the side and their balance from the side as our class winner. But I like the roundness of their body. I like the power and like the performance they have. Here's a really stout, heavy muscled heifer here going to be in fourth. This one's long-sided, big top, big-ended type of female. Just a little more terminal in her build. I just like to tone this one down, like to make her more feminine there to the crest of her neck and to her head, and just give her a little more of that brood cow look. Black heifer's going to come next. Again, here's one that's on the totally different end of the spectrum, one that's very feminine. Just like to give that one more stoutness. The heifer that's going to be sixth there, again, kind of the same story. Heifer that just like to see more muscle and stoutness to go with the rest of her. Got a pair of heifers coming next, big, tall-fronted heifers. Just like to give it more density and shape and lower 1/3. Heifers that round out the class. Like to take a little condition off them, like to balance them up a little nicer from a show heifer and pattern and profile standpoint. Really nice class there. Congratulate those exhibitors.
On our Beefmaster side of the ring, class number 8. First place goes to 1360, Megan Ruther from Columbus FFA, showing a Beefmaster heifer born on October 2nd of 2022. Second goes to entry 1335, Jack Dunsing from Columbus FFA. His Beefmaster heifer was born of October of 26 of 2022. And third place goes to Peyton Lindemann, entry 3729 from Mount Enterprise FFA. Her Beefmaster heifer was born on 10/8 of 2022.
Final call, Brangus Calf Division Reserve to make your way back to the arena. Final call, Brangus Calf Division Reserve to make your way back to the arena. First call, Beefmaster Class 13. First call, Beefmaster Class 13.
This division's going to get interesting, guys, because I just talked the heifer that won our last class, and then we have this one come in. And, guys, just awesome, awesome cattle. This female right here, this young lady is monster-footed and monster-legged and opened in terms of her rib cage, and still balances so well and so attractive and good in terms of her condition. Just awesome in terms of her feet and her legs and the way she goes. It's going to get interesting. This pair, these class winners, I think are going to be awfully, awfully tough. I'm excited to get both of them back out here. That's nothing to take away from the young lady that's standing here in second, guys. That's an awfully good heifer as well. She's probably as round in terms of her rib cage and just good in terms of her general build as a lot of the cattle we've seen today. She is awesome in terms of her progression of width, just thin in terms of her shoulder, big out through her pin set. She's carrying a little bit more condition. She's not as big at the surface in terms of her foot and her bone, probably not as fluid in terms of her structure as the heifer we just talked about. Those are all comparative notes, guys. That's a heifer that would have won a lot of classes today out here. A pair, I guess it's two pairs that come out next that we have, just tremendously good females. Again, they've got the calf on the ground. They're doing their job. With that, they're probably just not as opened up and genuine in terms of rib shape, probably not as punchy and powerful when you get in from behind them as the cattle that we see at the top end of this class. But a lot of that, again, is that they've got the calf out of them already, and they're doing their job. Maybe just neither one of them have the extras that they need to run with 1 and 2 in this class. And then the gentleman that's going to round out, guys, one that I think is super long and extended. She's feminine. She's attractive. To me, she maybe for this stage in the game, I'd like to see just a little bit more rib shape, just a little bit more depth of body. Maybe I'd like to see her just a little bit further along just in terms of udder development as we compare back to the cattle that we've seen that are dropping a little bit more udder or already have a calf on the ground. Let's congratulate all of them.
The west side of the ring, Class 14 Brangus Heifers. First place goes to entry 6936. Gracie Johnson from Alston County 4-H. Her Brangus heifer was born January 5th of 2022. Second place goes to 2337. Kinsley Rhodes from San Jacinto County. Her Brangus heifer was born on 2/15 of 2022. And third place goes to entry 2732. Wade King, Wilson County 4-H. His Brangus heifer was born on 1/18 of 2022.
Good class of beef masters here. Young lady that's going to start, the red and white heifer. She's not the biggest one in the class, but she is the best, and one that really had me from the gate, one that's got a good look to her. She's got some muscle. She's square. She's got the right pattern and design. Heifer that's very, very nice there to win. I thought it got close here in second and third. I thought just opted to go with just the heavier bred female. Just it's got more density and shape there right from her forerib all the way back. She's obviously farther along in calf, which I appreciate that. She's a good structured heifer, gives you a good look from the side. Young lady does a great job of sticking her. Just didn't have quite the extra muscle and stoutness we found in our class winner, but boy, I like that one's femininity and extra look that she has. Heifer in third, again, like this heifer is just basic build. Just wish she had just a little more forerib and flank. Like to see her maybe just a little heavier bred and along with calf to get her more competitive. But boy, that's a tall fronted, big scaled heifer that's got some growth as well. Red heifer that comes next, very, very feminine, almost to the point where it's her detriment, doesn't have quite the stoutness, not quite the foot and bone that we found in them first three. Again, I'd like to just, when they're going to have this much condition, I'd maybe make sure that they got enough muscle. I'd like to add just more muscle to go in the relation to her condition, but that's a very feminine, nice cow prospect for that young man. Young lady's got the big, stout, powerful heifer that's going to end the class. Just a little past her prime as far as her condition goes. She's carrying there. I know it's tough to keep them heifers lean, but that heifer's still got a lot of good in her. That was a very high-quality class. Not the biggest one we've had, but that one was very, very competitive. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Second call, Beefmaster, Class 2. Second call, Beefmaster, Class 2. First call, Red Brangus, Classes 1 and 2. First call, Red Brangus, Classes 1 and 2.
Results in Beefmaster Class 9. First place goes to 2821, Peyton Horick from Brazilia County 4-H, Beefmaster heifer born July 26 of 2022. Second goes to entry 227, Priscilla Roberts from Grapevine FFA, Beefmaster heifer is born of July 4th of 2022. And third place goes to entry 2325, Molly Pack from Springtown FFA, heifer born on July 8th of 2022.
So correction, that was Beefmaster Class 13. Second call for Beefmaster Class 13.
Over on the Brangus side, guys, we're going to leave them standing just the way they are. Young lady's got a pair here at the front of the line, but I think it's close between 1 and 2, guys. I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt to the cow because I think that this one has held her condition and her rig incredibly well. She's got a nice udder underneath her. You'd maybe like to see just those front teats come down just a little bit so her spacing and her balance on her udder is just a little bit better. But then you look at the calf, and she's got an incredibly high-quality calf on the side of her, and they both represent the same type and kind and quality as each other. And I think that this pair just fits together really nicely. Nothing to take away from the heifer that's going to stand here in second, guys. You know, that one is awesome on the move. She flat out gets and grabs and goes, and the way she's built in her shoulder, the way she's built out of her hip and hind leg. She's maybe fallen apart just a little bit there in the way she transitions from her shoulder into her forerib, and just the way her front end is built into the rest of her skeleton. You'd expect that being this big and hopefully heavy bred. I maybe wish from me that she was dropped down just a little bit more just in terms of udder development. I'm not going to put too much influence on that, guys, because at the same time, we've had first calf heifers that don't show anything, and then a day before they calve, all of a sudden, boom, they've got it. So I think that that's an awfully close pair, guys. There's a lot of things that I really like about the heifer in second. We get down to these other two, and the gentleman's got one that to me gets into third because she's got more unique pieces in terms of foot and bone and density, and because, in my opinion, she's outproduced herself in that calf. That calf is really high quality, guys. There's a lot of good to that calf, and she's outdone herself, and so that's why she gets the nod into third. You know, you'd like to change that one in terms of her teat placement and in terms of her spacing. She's a little clustered in terms of those teats, and I'd certainly like to tweak her there, maybe refine her just a little bit. That's an awesome mama cow who's doing a great job and doing her job because she's more worried about that calf than she is out here showing today. Young lady, you've got an impressive female, and she's done a heck of a job in just generating a big, stout, powerful bull calf, and certainly, again, one that you have to commend for that because she's kept so much in terms of udder development out here. She's really refined in terms of her teats. Again, one that for me is probably a little bit more clustered in the way that those teats are attached onto her udder. I'd like to change that. For me, the reason she's in fourth today, guys, she's just really tentative and hesitant in the way she's wanting to move off of that hip and hind leg. And I don't know if she's just done being a show cow and doesn't want to cooperate. She's just really hesitant and just never wants to grab the ground like she needs to off of those rear two. Again, an impressive pair and a cow that's done an awesome job raising a big stout bull calf on the side of her. Let's congratulate those kids, guys.
Final call, Beefmaster Class 13. Final call, Beefmaster Class 13. First call, Beefmaster Class 14. First call, Beefmaster Class 14. Second call, Red Brangus Class 1. Second call, Red Brangus Class 1.
Results in Class 15 of the Brangus Heifer Show. First place goes to 3658, Shaylee Matter from Wiley Abilene FFA. Her Brangus heifer was born December 9th of 21. Second place goes to 4853 Ross Donahoe from McLennan County 4-H. His Brangus heifer was also born on December 7th of 21. And third goes to 2955 Colton Smith from Hood County 4-H. His Brangus heifer was born 12/3 of 21. Next on the Brangus side will be our senior champion heifers.
Nice class of beef masters here, and I think it's really close. I think there's this class, or maybe just wasn't that one that jumped out, but I think you could jumble these up any which way you wanted, just depending on where you wanted to put your preferences. I thought a nice combination here to start. I switched them there at the end. Thought this heifer just a little fresher package. Heifer that's just neater through her chest and out through her tail head. The heifer just got a little fresher look today. I thought she moved slightly better off her rear end and just put it all together, maybe just a little neater, smoother, fresher package of these first two. Really the stout, long-bodied, wide-billed heifer here in second. Heifer that maybe just a little past her prime. I know it's tough to keep these heifers this age fresh, but I don't think she's too far gone, but one that maybe if you're going to nitpick them first two and have to split them up, this one could be just a notch fresher about her down her top and out through her tail head, the condition that she's got. Tall fronted heifer here that comes in third. This heifer is the fresh heifer of the drive, and with that, you can tell she's maybe not as far along in calf, not quite as opened up there, fore-rib and flank, and just like to add maybe just more outward shape and turn and curve to go with the rest of her to move her ahead, make her more competitive. Young lady that's got the next heifer there, again, here's a big high-performance heifer, tall-fronted, just like to just freshen her up, clean her up there in her chest a little bit. Doesn't want to balance quite as neat out through her hip. Wants to run downhill just slightly, but very competitive class. I think they all had their strong suits. Let's put our hands together for those exhibitors.
What an incredible lineup, guys. These Brangus females, man, I was excited, super excited about our Division 1. We got into the next division, and I thought we got a good one out of there. And I knew that there was going to be some big bred heifers coming. You know, this late in the year, it's hard to keep these cattle together, and I'm sure some of them have already calved. And so I didn't really know what to expect. This blows out of the water what I expected, guys. Let's give all of these kids a round of applause. Nothing to take away from the pair that comes out of that last class, guys. That's a tremendous female. She is fresh. She is good in terms of her condition. Awesome calf on the side of her. But it's a dogfight between Class 1 and Class 2 for me. I think both of these females are just incredible in terms of some of the things that they do. The gentleman that comes out of Class 1, that one, like I talked, you just want a whole herd of females that look like this. Long-bodied, feminine, extended, fresh, awesome-footed, awesome-legged, good in terms of the way she hinges and is built everywhere, dropping a beautiful udder. From a comparative standpoint, so you talk to her next to the heifer behind her. She's not as strong right there on the back side of her shoulder, probably not as filled in terms of her forerib. You take her down to the surface, maybe not as big-footed as the heifer that stands directly behind her. And when you ask the cattle to get out and go, maybe not quite as good in terms of the angle to her shoulder. Again, comparative notes on a female that just does so many good things for me. We get back to the heifer that comes out of the next class, guys. She's one that just balances so seamlessly. She just, all of her parts and her pieces fit together. She's awesome in terms of her rib. She's awesome in terms of her hip structure. She is monster-footed and monster-legged. And the way she sets down in terms of toe spread and comfort just at the ground, for me, it's what I like to see, guys. You know, we raise Angus cattle, and I wish I could put the feet and legs that this one has into every single one of the Angus that are out there. You know, she's one that, as you compare again to the heifer directly in front of her, she's not as long-bodied. She's not as extended. She's maybe not as extended from her shoulder forward just in terms of length of neck as we talked that heifer. Because of that, though, I also think she probably holds all of her pieces and parts together just a little bit better because she maybe is not quite as long-bodied as the heifer directly in front of her. She's one that as you study her in terms of her udder and what she's dropping, man, she looks again like she's going to drop just a beautiful, beautiful udder underneath her. It's the differences I see, guys. They're awesome, awesome females. Young lady out of class 2, you're going to be our division champion. Young man, you're going to be reserved. Let's congratulate them.
Second call, Beefmaster, Class 14. Second call, Beefmaster, Class 14. First call, Red Brangus, Classes 3 and 4. First call, Red Brangus, Classes 3 and 4.
In the east side of the ring, Class 10, Beefmaster Heifers. First place goes to 6846. Braxton Mills from Sweeney FFA, heifer born 5/30 of 22. Second goes to 8304, Sophia Garza, Ellenberg Villa FFA. Her heifer was born on May of 28th of 2022. And third goes to Brooklyn Joelle from George Ranch FFA. Her heifer was born on June 28th of 2022. In our west ring, our senior champion, Brangus heifer, was Gracie Johnson out of Class 14, and she's from Austin County 4-H, entry 6936. Our reserve champion senior heifer, Reed War from Class 13. He's from Brazos FFA, entry number 7713. We are currently going to pick the grand champion Brangus heifer on the west side of the arena.
Our second division here, Beefmasters, great lineup. I think this division really came together nice. A lot of cattle are very similar in the type and kind and build, and cattle that got some muscle and width and stoutness to them. Look like they're going to be great cows, yet they got the extras to be show heifers. Really, really nice lineup here. Got these last, the red heifer and the two red and white heifers. Again, talked about, they won their classes pretty handily. I think all three of them cattle that just got a lot of good to them, just as far as their stoutness, their muscle. They got some width, some chest width. Just have females, just you love for their power, yet they're smooth where they need to be smooth, and I like that about them. But we're not going to beat around the bush. There was two heifers in this division I liked awfully well, the kind I was very excited to come down and find in Austin. Those two heifers out of that first class will be champion reserve division. Congratulate them.
Second call, Red Brangus, Classes 3 and 4. Second call, Red Brangus, Classes 3 and 4. Final call, Beefmaster, Class 14. Final call, Beefmaster, Class 14. First call, Beefmaster, Class 15. First call, Beefmaster, Class 15.
It's been awesome, guys, and I know we're only one breed in, and we've got a lot of breeds to go left today, and we've got a whole nother day on Saturday, but judging livestock like this and working with kids like this just make it fun and enjoyable. And I want to commend you guys up in the stands on both sides. You know, we show cattle all over the country, and we deal with a lot of people that are not happy if they're not winning the whole show. You guys are cheering, you're excited, you're genuinely happy for winning your guys' class, and that's a feat in itself at any major show. And I appreciate that you guys are so enthusiastic for your youth and so enthusiastic for your kids, so enthusiastic for your cattle, and take this for what it is, as a place to exhibit your cattle and raise your kids. And so I appreciate all of you guys in the ring and outside of the ring for just the enthusiasm and the love that you have for this. You know, it's been great, and I'll be honest with you guys, there's a heifer that's going to get left out of this champion lineup today that kills me to leave her out, because I think this time next year she's going to win it all. And so I just want to say that now. It's been awesome. There's two of them that I think stand the test of time out here, have made it to the end, that have done their job. Like I said, there's one of them that I'm going to leave out of this lineup that I wish I could slide in there as well, because I think she is awfully good. I'm going to go get you a champion reserve, guys. Let's congratulate all these kids one more time.
On the Beefmaster side of the ring, a junior champion heifer, Riley Upham, Class 7, Sweeney FFA. The reserve champion junior breeding heifer, Bridger Etheridge from Class 7, Nacogdoches County, 4-H. On our west side of the ring, our grand champion, Brangus heifer for the 2024 Rodeo Austin Show is Gracie Johnson out of Class 14, Austin County 4-H. Our reserve grand champion, Brangus heifer, went to Reed War, also out of the senior division from Brazos FFA. Give him a big round of applause.
Final call, Red Brangus, Class 3. Final call, Red Brangus, Class 3. Second call, Beefmaster, Class 15. Second call, Beefmaster, Class 15.
Love the enthusiasm. That's great to hear. A little more challenging class to line up, and I usually don't like to take this much time. I can usually figure out what I want to do, but this one had some challenges. There's a lot of give and take. I don't like to make excuses for class winners, but yes, this heifer that wins the class is the kind of the lightest muscled one of these first four, but I just kept coming back to which one would I want to take home. I think this one offers the most good in pieces. She's got the structure. She's got a nice udder. I like her gestation that she's in. The heifer's very, very fresh. I think you just take that one to a stout, heavy muscled bull. The fixer right there behind her blade and her forerib, because I think that one is the best everywhere else. The black and white heifer, she's the stouty, long-sided, big, wide-chested, big top, big hipped, one that I think just I question her udder just a little bit, question just her brood cow potential. Just she wants to get just a touch coarse in a couple of areas, but boy, I think that one's awfully good from a length, a performance. Love the extra growth and stoutness that she has. The red heifer that comes in third, boy, if we could just put this one's muscle in that class winner, that'd be ideal. Now this one was just a little drier, wasn't quite as far along in calf that she appears, but that one I think is very, very good from a pattern, from a muscle standpoint. If I could just add maybe just a little more, just farther along, a little more calf to this one, I think she gets more competitive. But that one I think is very, very good from a muscle standpoint. I like the look and love the muscle that she exhibits. Young man's got a heifer that's kind of intriguing to me. I like their length. I like her power. I like her performance. Just maybe doesn't put it all together just as far as a structure and pattern and just a pizzazz and how fancy she just wants to put everything together. But, boy, I like that power and shape and muscle that she's got. Young man's heifer that comes next just got a little more uncomfortable out here. I just didn't want to grab and go on the move. But I like that one's udder quality that she's got. A heifer that once he gets her stopped and set and parked, does a nice job of giving me a good look. She just doesn't want to balance up when you set him in motion. That lighter colored heifer, I like her condition that she's in. He's done a nice job of keeping that one fresh. Got a nice udder coming in her. Just didn't want to balance up from her forerib back and out through her hip and out through her spine. The heifer that rounds out coming next there, just like to add more muscle and shape. Then them last four heifers, just like to take more condition off them, just like to freshen them up just a little bit. I know they're getting old, they're older, it's tougher to do, but I just like to keep them a little fresher, more ideal in their condition. Let's put our hands as a really competitive class.
A nice way to start your Red Brangus show, guys. And you've got two heifers in this class, so just opposite end of the spectrum, opposite in terms of maturity, in terms of where they're at this stage in the game. The young man's heifer today is just a little bit further along in terms of body shape, in terms of dimension, in terms of just maturity all the way through. You study that one, even though she reads really good in terms of her lower joints and the way she sets down to the ground, that one to me maybe wants to get a little pinched in the center of her back, maybe just needs to be loosened up in terms of her spine. Really, really critical things on a heifer that I think wins this class pretty quickly for me. Nothing to take away from the heifer that stands here in second. Young lady, you've got one that's got all the future and all the potential in the world. She's just not there yet. She's just green and skinny and young and just needs more time to fill out, because right now she just looks a little harsh in her center body, a little bit frailer at the surface, and just a little bit more immature. And that's not to say that with time and feed and getting a calf in that one, she won't develop into that body and just have a little bit more punch to her. Today, that's why she's going to stand in second. Just needs a little bit more time and a little bit more feed and maturity. Let's congratulate both those kids.
First call, Red Brangus, Class 7. First call, Red Brangus, Class 7. First call, Beefmaster, Calf Division, Champion in Reserve, and Junior Division, Champion Reserve to make their way back to the arena. First call, Beefmaster, Calf, and Junior Division, Champion in Reserve to make their way back to the arena.
On our Beefmaster side of the ring, Class 13, first place goes to 1542, Ryan Sable, Brazos Wood, FFA as Beefmaster. Heifer was born in 3/20/22. Second place goes to 4101 Caden Lee from Millsap FFA. Her Beefmaster heifer was born on 4/3 of 2022. And third place goes to entry 1353 Logan Mazik from Columbus FFA. And that heifer was born on 3/12 of 2022.
Guys are making it easy on me over here on the Red Brangus side. Buddy, you win your class. You scared everybody else off. They're like, you know what? We can't go against him. An awesome heifer that's going to start, guys. And Gentleman brings one that, similar to some of the ones we've talked earlier, just has some unique pieces. Neck attachment is awesome. Rib shape is good. She's got big feet and legs underneath her. You know, maybe you'd like to pick that tailhead and pin set up out of her. She wants to duck her pins a little bit on the move. Really, really critical on clearly a class winner out here. You made it easy on me, bud. I couldn't screw this one up. So let's give him a round of applause, guys.
All right, on our Red Brangus side, Class 1, first place goes to Rory Lessiker from Flatonia FFA, born 4/5/2023. Second place goes to entry 4133 Naomi Brander from Southside FFA. Her Red Brangus heifer was born on 4/6 of 2023. In Class 2 of the Red Brangus, we have entry, first place goes to entry number 2329 Carter Hughes from San Jacinto County 4-H. His Red Brangus heifer was born in March of 2026. 23. Judging the Red Brangus show on our west side is Ashley Wagner. Ashley comes to us from Manhattan, Kansas, where her and her husband Jake started Wagner Cattle Company, a multi-breed national level cattle operation. For 6 years previous to this, the Wagners managed Beatty livestock in Colorado, raising nationally competitive Angus and Simmental cattle. Ashley was a member of the livestock judging team at the Redlands Community College and Oklahoma State University, including being named the 2014 High Individual in Louisville. Ashley served as the assistant coach at OSU for 3 years, garnering her master's in ag communications, which launched her into owning her own marketing business 7 years ago. Ashley has judged shows across the country, including the National Western Stock Show, American Royal, Houston Livestock Show, and various junior nationals, alongside with countless state fairs and jackpot shows. Let's welcome Ashley Wagner to our arena.
Second call, Red Brangus, Class 7. Second call, Red Brangus, Class 7. First call, Red Brangus, Classes 8 and 9. First call, Red Brangus, Classes 8 and 9. Second call for Beefmaster, Calf and Junior Division, the champion in reserve. Second call, Beefmaster, Calf and Junior Division winners. Please make your way back to the arena.
We get into these older females here, and really got a nice fresh one here to win. We get into, just love the udder quality in this one. Just very square. I like the teat size. One that I just opted for that, kind of gave her the nod over this pair in second. One that I think that udder is going to be more useful and for a longer amount of time. And with that heifer's very feminine. He's done a great job presenting her. Done a great job keeping her fresh. Very, very nice one there to start. Really stout pair here that comes in second. And this one, I think if I could just, I think her udder is probably adequate. I'd maybe like to change it just a little bit to make it last longer. And she has more productive years. I maybe question that just a little bit, that 1/4. But I think young lady said that calf is a week old, and she's doing a nice job. And that heifer's pretty filled out nice for calving just a week ago. So that heifer's got some true stoutness to her. Like that cow quite a bit. Here's the big, stout, high growth, long-sided, wide-bodied heifer here in third. Heifer that maybe just didn't want to put it all together. Didn't want to quite show off today like them first two did either. But young man's got himself an awfully good cow prospect there. Very fresh, feminine heifer. Love the shape of her head and neck. Great structure. This one's going to be a great cow. Boy, she's got the structure I think he could take a lot of bulls to, and make some really interesting cattle. I think young man's got himself a really good one. She didn't have at this stage. I'd like to see just a little more shape and muscle. I know it's just tough to get that balance of muscle and condition when you get these older heifers. Young lady is going to go next there. Again, done a nice job of keeping that one fresh. I just like to add just a little more like foot and bone to go with the rest of her. I think if you just stouten her up there from a feature standpoint, as is the heifer that rounds out the class, very fresh, very feminine. Just like to add just a little more punch and shape to move her ahead. Great class. Put your hands together for those exhibitors.
Final call. Final call, Red Brangus, Class 7. Final call, Red Brangus, Class 7. Second call, Red Brangus, Classes 8 and 9. Second call, Red Brangus, Classes 8 and 9. First call, Brahman, Class 1. First call, Brahman, Class 1.
Back over here on your Red Brangus side, guys, a nice pair of these cattle, and there's a lot of give and take between the two of them. I guess I come back to there's just more body, there's just more power, there's just more density in the heifer that's going to go ahead and start, and yet with that, she still balances and proportions extremely well from the side. Her neck still sits really high off the top side of that shoulder, and she comes down to the surface with more foot and bone. I'd like to loosen that one up in terms of the way she goes out of her hip. Even though she's good in terms of her lower joints, she wants to get a little stiff and a little tight in terms of the way she is built in that hip and the way she goes there. That's where the heifer in second has the advantage. The heifer in second is ultra feminine. She's ultra attractive. She's the well-balanced, just one that's beautifully built in terms of her look from the side and super feminine through that front end. I like the way she goes out of her hip and hind leg. Better than the heifer that we just talked about. As I said, she's one that for me, as you compare her back, gets quite a bit shallower in through the center portion of her body. She wants to deviate behind her shoulder, and that throws her off just in terms of her rib shape and her forerib shape. She's just not built with near the power, near the mass, near the dimension of the heifer that we just talked about. Heifer that comes here in third, it looks like she's a little bit more Red Angus than she is Brangus, guys. She's one that certainly is well balanced, and she's really, really attractive, different in terms of her type and her kind. Out here, to me, she's one that's quite a bit frailer in terms of her foot and her bone, and that shows when you set the cattle into motion. She needs to be built with more foot. She needs to be built with more stability at the surface, and if she was, she'd get out and go better than she does. She needs to be tweaked in the angle to her shoulder. I'd like to pick her up in terms of her pin set. Similar story with the young man's heifer that comes here in fourth. Man, that one is good looking, and if you only ever had to look at her on the standstill, you probably love a lot of things about her. She's too upright in the angle of her shoulder for me. She wants to duck those pins. She doesn't have enough comfort and set and flex in the way she goes off of those rear two. Let's congratulate all of them.
Class 3 in our Red Brangus show. Red Brangus heifers, first place goes to 7126. Kennedy Penn from Fred Woods FFA. Her heifer was born 2/12 of 23. Second goes to entry 6432. Tyler Williamson from Klein Oak FFA. His Red Brangus heifer was born 2/15 of 23. And third goes to 7750. Colt Haida from Granger FFA. His Red Brangus heifer was born 2/7 of 23.
Another single entry female that comes out here, and a gentleman that brings one that I think is going to be awfully competitive on down the line as we get through and start getting closer to your champion lineup. Guys, one that's fresh in terms of her condition. She's well balanced. She's attractive. Awesome in terms of the way her spine and her hip and her tail head is built into her skeleton. I think she's good enough in terms of the angle to her shoulder. For me personally, I'd maybe like to see just a little bit more angle there, but I think it still fits with her body and she gets out and goes like she needs to. She's built really good in terms of the composure to her hind leg, the set and flex she has at the ground. Again, maybe one of those that's just a little tight in the way she hinges out of that hip, but her lower joints are built and are really, really good. Those are all super critical things on an exceptionally high quality single entry, like I said, that I think is going to be super competitive as we get these cattle back out here. Let's congratulate that gentleman.
Results in Class 14 of the Beefmaster Heifers. First place goes to 37-28. Peyton Linneman from Mount Enterprise FFA. Beefmaster Heifers born 2/22 of 22. Second place goes to 2406. Haley Forshee from George Ranch FFA. Beefmaster Heifers born 1/15 of 2022. Third place goes to entry 6858. Dawson Grissett from Buffalo FFA. Beefmaster Heifer born 2/1 of 2022.
Getting in these pairs, and always fun to see what these show heifers can do as cows, and once you get calves on the side of them. And we got 3 really good bull calves on the side of these first 3 cows. And I thought just a little more show ring presence and just look and pizzazz and extra intangibles we found in the red and white cow to start. Got a really neat little bull calf on her. Boy, he's got some presence to him and look and stoutness. Love the muscle and stoutness he's got for this age. Nice pair there to start. Got the bigger, older calf here on the side of this cow that's going to come next. She's doing a great job. Looks like there's a lot of growth there, a lot of performance. And when you got calf prices the way they are, you can't not love that about her. So we love the stoutness there. She maybe didn't quite have that extra neat look that we found in our class winner, but I love the extra length and width and performance that she has. Little bull calf here that comes next, that cow, that pair, he's not wanting to cooperate, but when he come in, he made a nice round there, the first half of the loop, and boy, he's actually really, really good. I love his feet and legs. Got a good look to him, really stout. That cow's doing a nice job. Maybe not as nice uddered as the cow right ahead of her, but boy, she's got a good bull calf on the side of her. Young lady's effort is going to come next. I probably like her, from just, you want to just step back and look at just the cows. I know she's the only one that doesn't have a calf, but she's just as high quality as any of them, and you just kind of got to draw a line of if they need to have a calf on the side of them or not. But she looks bred. She looks like she's going to have enough udder, and that was a very close class. I said, if you want to go ahead and start with this heifer in 4th because you like her the best, I don't have a problem with it. So put your hands together for that last class. We'll get this next division coming.
Not the numbers that we saw, in our Bring Us show earlier, but man, I think just as much quality, especially at the top end of these cattle, guys. And I'm happy with my class winners. the heifer that comes out of Class 1, we talked that pair. You know, they're just different in terms of type and kind and maturity and stage of the game that they're in. And today, the young man's heifer is just so much further along in terms of rib, in terms of body, in terms of stoutness. And I think, you know, when she decides she wants to come out here and cooperate for that young man, she's got a lot of future ahead of her. For me, I'd like to tweak her in terms of her spine, right there in the center of her back. I think a little bit of that is she's plenty full out here today as well. We get back into heifers out of Class 2 and 3, and I talk the gentleman's single entry. You know, there's a lot of unique things that you have to like about that female. You know, neck attachment is awesome. She's got big paws and big legs underneath her. She's good in terms of her rib shape. Today, she's young. And that's not anything against her, but because she's young and green, maybe all those pieces and parts don't fit together quite like they need to. You'd like to pick that tail head up in her. You'd like to pick that pin set up in her. And she maybe wants to get just a little uncoordinated in the way she goes out of that hip and hind leg. That's a really, really high quality one, very deserving of being out here in this lineup. We get to the heifer that comes out of Class 3, and I talked her. You know, if you can make this one just a little bit more athletic and a little bit more fluid in the way she gets out and goes and grabs the ground off those rear two, I think you love her because she is bold, she is punchy, she is powerful, and she puts it all together with an extremely good look from the side. Like I said, she maybe wants to get a little tight in terms of her hip up high. She's good in terms of her lower joints, just maybe wants to get just a little uncoordinated, especially as you study her and the way she goes from behind. You get to the gentleman's big bred heifer that wins this last class in this last division, guys, and one that I think whoever's been feeding her and taking care of her has done an awesome job in terms of keeping her fresh, in terms of keeping her in the right condition. She balances extremely, extremely well from the side. She's one that just is awesome in terms of her top line, in terms of her hip and her pin set, the way it's built into her. Like I talked earlier, another one of those that she's good in terms of her lower joints, maybe just a little tight in terms of her hip, and maybe you'd like to give her just a touch more angle there through her shoulder. Again, super, super critical things. I've got one that I like, and then one that, although different in terms of type and kind, I think quality-wise sorts into the reserve hole, guys. Let's congratulate these kids, and I'll go to a champion in reserve.
Final call, Red Brangus, Class 9. Final call, Red Brangus, Class 9. First call, Red Brangus, Class 10. First call, Red Brangus, Class 10. Second call, Brahman, Class 1. Second call, Brahman, Class 1.
We get into our last division of Beef Masters here. This was a little tighter division. I think a lot of close calls. I think a lot of tight placings. A lot of placings that could have got flipped, just however you want to put your preferences. The red heifer that won that first class, no doubt this is the one that I would take home the most out of all three. I think this is the most useful one. This is the one that I think would pass the most good on to the next generation because she is the best structured one. She's got the nicest udder quality to her. To me, I just have to ask myself, does that one have enough muscle at this stage, at that age? I would like to see just a little more forerib and more shape and power there behind her blade. But if I'm going to take one home, I'm going to find a stout, heavy-muscled bull. That's going to be the one I breed her to and breed him to and move on with. The black heifer, the one in the second class, very fresh, got a great udder. Not as neat out through her hip as the heifers on either side of her. Not quite as, doesn't just quite prop up and give you that good balanced look from the side. But I love the presentation. I love the udder quality. I love the freshness. Big stout pair. Love that little bull calf on her. He's stout. He's cool. I think he's very, very intriguing. That cow's very stout. She's done a nice job. So I think there's some decisions to be made. I think you could go multiple different ways. I'm going to go ahead use that pair to win this division. Young man with the red heifer out of the first class to be reserved.
Results in Beefmaster Class 15. 8307, Vicente Garza, Ellenberg Vela FFA. Second in the class, entry 845, Skylar Lavender, Columbia FFA. And third went to 3454, Ryder Kelsel, from Fayetteville County 4-H. Beefmaster heifer was born December 4th of 2021. 15 and 13. On Beefmaster side, your senior champion heifer went to Vicente Garza from Ellenberg Vela FFA with his Beefmaster heifer. Reserve champion. Went to entry 1542. Raylan Sable from Brazoswood FFA. Beefmaster heifer was born on 3/20 of 2022. Next in, we'll be selecting our grand champion Beefmaster heifer. Attention heifer exhibitors, this is a brief announcement, just there will not be a lunch break. We will not be stopping for a lunch break, and we will keep going straight through with our show. So we will continuously go from end to end until we're done. Thank you.
As we roll into this next division in this first class in your Red Brangus show, guys, a really easy class winner for me, and a heifer that I think just has so much quality to her, not only in terms of her look and her pattern and her build from the side. When you ask the cattle to get out and go, she's the best in terms of the way she's built in the angle to her shoulder. She's the best in the way her hip is built into her. Love her in terms of her lower joints. She just puts all of the pieces and parts together today, especially out here in this class. After that, I think you can have some decisions and make some decisions, and the heifer that stands here in second is a little overdone condition-wise for me. I'll be the first to tell you that. But I think of the remaining cattle, when you want to just talk about building them from the ground up in terms of good basic brood cow, she has all of that, and she puts it with some performance. Like I said, maybe peel some of the condition off of that one and you like her even more because it takes some of that chest off of her and just balance her up extremely well as you compare to the cattle below her, though, just in terms of structure and lower joints, the way she gets out and goes. That's why she stands in the second hole today. Young ladies heifer here in third. You know, I like this one, especially on the standstill, and I like her from her hip forward just in terms of length and extension and balance and so many of the pieces and parts that she puts together. That one gets a little bit too tight and a little too round out of her hip for me, and then she doesn't help herself by being just a little bit straighter in her hock and just a little tighter in her pasture. And so if we could just rearrange the way that hip and high leg is built into her, I think she gets closer to the second hole today. A moderate, deep-bodied heifer that you like from her shoulder back, just in terms of rib, flex, and the way she's built at the ground. She's a little too plain through her front end for me. She wants to run downhill. She's got just a little bit more shoulder. That's a good basic brood cow, probably not just the extra look she needs to run in this class today. A pair of females here at the bottom end that are really similar in terms of type and kind. They're good in their neck attachment. They've got some rib. They need to be built with more power, more stoutness, especially at the surface, just in terms of foot and bone. And if we did that, both of them would get out and go just a little bit better in the way they move. Let's congratulate all those kids, guys.
Your heifer calf champion on the Red Brangus Show out of Class 4 is Gavin Schindler from Dodge City FFA, entry 7481. Your reserve champion heifer came from Class 3, Kennedy Penn from Friendswood FFA, entry number 7126. Attention in the barn, when your classes are ended, when your division, your breed is done, you can pick up your parking releases out of the office. After your breed champion is selected, you can get your parking releases out of the office after your breed champion is selected. On your Red Brangus side, Class 7. Results from Class 7. First goes to 2472. Reagan Drybolt from Smith Valley FFA, showing 11-11-22 heifer. Second place goes to entry 4621. Lillian Garcia from Pearsall FFA. Her heifer was born 11-4 of 2022. And third is 2410. Kylie Rena from George Ranch FFA. Her Red Brangus heifer was born also on November 1st of 2022.
Second call, Red Brangus, Class 10. Second call, Red Brangus, Class 10. Final call, Brahman, Class 1. Final call, Brahman, Class 1. First call, Brahman, Class 2. First call, Brahman, Class 2.
On the east side of the ring, we're currently selecting your grand champion Beefmaster heifer. Currently selecting your grand champion Beefmaster heifer.
Before Scott grabs the mic, I'm going to go ahead and talk these Red Brangus females, guys. We're going to swap them. Young lady, you're going to be first today. Young man at the front of the line, you're going to be second, okay? The heifer that I'm going to go ahead and use is one that today, for me, just in terms of length and extension and balance, just puts a little bit more together. They're both females that I think are acceptable in terms of condition. This heifer, to me, honestly, could maybe use just a touch more in terms of condition, maybe a little bit more feed, and I think that would help the center portion of her body and her forerib and her flank line drop down just a little bit more. But in terms of length of body, longevity, length of hip, structure underneath her, I just think that there's a little bit more future and a little bit more potential in that one. And that's nothing to take away from the one that's going to stand in second. Again, one that's good in terms of her condition for this stage in the game. And probably when you get in on top of the cattle, just a little bit punchier in terms of the shape she has up high and from behind. You take that one to the surface. I wish she had more foot and bone underneath her. She's one that falls out from a balance perspective. Again, you want to see her softer in that forerib and in that flank line and just a little bit plainer there through that front end. A nice pair of these cattle, guys. Let's give them a hand.
First call, Red Brangus, classes 13 and 15. First call, Red Brangus, classes 13 and 15.
Results in the Red Brangus class, number 8. First place goes to 7530, Presley Jacob from Royal FFA. Her heifer was born 9/7 of 2022. Second place goes to 785, Jaden Gilbert from Matagora County 4-H. Red Brangus heifer was born on October 20 of 2022.
On our Beefmaster side, our first champions of the day on this side, and boy, what a great breed. We had lots of numbers, lots of quality, and just a tremendous show. We started that division off really, really strong. And talk about that heifer calf. She's one of the younger ones in the show. We talked about her just being really different, just as far as her type and build. But we talked about her. The thing I find interesting about her, even as much look and presence that she's got. This is actually probably one of the heaviest muscled heifers we've seen all day. You get in front of this one, even compared to the older heifers all the way around her, she's got as much outward curve and shape and width and hip and stifle as any female we've seen today. And you compare that with her size and her maturity, I think that's very, very impressive. So to have one that's that good looking, that's built like that up front, to have that much muscle, and I think that heifer gets very, very competitive out here. As you can tell, she needs to be loined a little bit. She wants to get her top up just a little bit, and that's if she's going to get beat, that's why she's going to get beat. But I think you have to consider the rest of her width, her look, the rest of her, the other 90% of her is very, very intriguing and very, very good. And I think that one's got the farthest reaching pieces, yet she's still high quality. She's still fundamentally very, very good. The red heifer that won the second division, no doubt, she gives you an awesome look from the side. I love this one's feet and legs, big-footed, heavy-boned, smooth-made. I love the presentation they have on this heifer. She's fresh. She's feminine, yet she's got some stoutness. You know, if you're going to nitpick this one a little bit, you would think when you get for what she looks like on the side, when I get right in front of her and behind her, I get just a touch disappointed. I wish there was just a little more outward curve and shape there. I wish there was a little more chest width. Then it would be a slam dunk, because that one's got everything from the side that I'm looking for. She's sound. She's good hip. She's got that cowy, productive look to her, and she is very, very good in her own right. Very nice pair there. Love the little bull calf on the side of her. He really, really, I think, is a really intriguing individual. That was a nice pair. But it comes down to them first two divisions. The reserves behind them are very, very good. Let's put our hands together. I'm going to take one last look at you, champion Beefmaster.
Brahman Class 1, Devin Rios, please make your way to the arena. Brahman Class 1, Devin Rios, please make your way to the arena. Second call, Brahman Class 2. Second call, Brahman Class 2. Second call, Red Brangus, Classes 13 and 15. Second call, Red Brangus, Classes 13 and 15.
Back over here on your Red Brangus side, again, a class that, you know, there's a lot of differences, guys, and a lot of different directions you can go. And again, probably not necessarily a right answer. You just have to decide what you're willing to accept and what you're willing to not. Young lady's heifer that's going to start, she needs to be better in terms of the angle to her hock. She needs to be more comfortable in the way she sets down off those rear two. But in terms of balance, in terms of freshness, in terms of look, and in terms of having real, genuine, true power and dimension, she takes the cake in this class. I think if you could just maybe change her in the way she hinges out of that hip and hind leg, you like her just a little bit more and are a little bit more secure with her winning the class handedly. The heifer that comes behind her, man, I love the femininity and I love the attractiveness. One that, you know, in terms of structure, you probably prefer just the way she utilizes her hock and the way she reaches and sets down. That one for me is just a little bit too round in terms of her hip. The pin set needs to be picked up in her. And even though she probably has an advantage just in terms of flex at the surface, she needs to have more foot and bone underneath her. She needs to be bigger and squarer and stouter when you get in from behind her and study her. The one that's going to come here in third, another one of those that just in terms of femininity and freshness, you like so many things about her. Unfortunately, that comes at the cost of being a little bit shallower in terms of her center body, a little bit flatter when you get in from behind her, and a little bit frailer when you take her down to the surface. I just wish there was more of that heifer for her to go any higher in this class, guys. Let's congratulate all of them.
Your grand champion, Beefmaster Heifer of the 2024 Rodeo Austin Show goes to Addison Poe out of Class 1 from Murtham County 4-H. Your reserve grand champion Beefmaster Heifer was Riley Upham from Class 7 from Sweeney FFA. Give those two individuals a round of applause. Next on the east side, we'll be starting our Brahman show. Judging our Brahman show today is Scott Warning. Scott Warning grew up near Emory, South Dakota. Along with his parents and his wife, Ashley, they operate Warning Cattle Company in the hills of the James River Valley. Scott is a graduate of South Dakota State University, where he was a member of the livestock judging team and was the high individual of the national champion meat and evaluation team. Scott and his family run 400 Simmental Angus and Sim Angus cows, and 2024 will mark their 43rd annual sale in February. The WC brand marketed approximately 200 bulls and 140 registered females this past year. Scott and his family enjoy spending time together exhibiting steers, heifers, and pigs throughout the year. Scott has had the opportunity to judge cattle in over 21 states, including the American Royal, North American, and the National Western. Please welcome Scott Werning to the Brahman Show.
Final call, Red Brangus, Class 15. Final call, Red Brangus, Class 15. First call for the Red Brangus Calf Division Reserve. First call for Red Brangus Calf Division Reserve to make their way back to the arena. First call, Brahman, Class 3. First call, Brahman, Class 3.
Results in the Class 9 of the Red Brangus Show. First place goes to 2408. Riley Vival from George Ranch FFA. Her Red Brangus heifer was born August 15th of 2022. Second place goes to 6325. Bailey Hartman from Munster FFA. Her Red Brangus heifer was born 8/16 of 22. And third place goes to 3085. Harrison Patterson from Tioga FFA. His heifer born 8/16 of 2022.
As we continue on in your Red Brangus show, guys, a really easy place for me to start. You know, a female that just silhouettes and puts all of the pieces together incredibly well from the side. I love, love, love her freshness. I love how youthful she is, and yet you can tell she's going to drop a really, really nice bag underneath her. Her teats are really, really nice and refined. Her spacing is really good. She's genuine. And then you set the cattle into motion, and of a lot of the cattle that we've seen in this Red Brangus show today, guys, she gets out and goes like she needs to. She hinges right out of her hip. She's good in the angle to her shoulder. She's got flex at the surface. That one's awfully nice. I really like the heifer in second as well. She's stout and she's powerful and probably just has as much foot and bone underneath her as what a guy would like to see. She's not nearly as good just in terms of the way she puts that front end onto her skeleton, the way that shoulder blends into her forerib as the heifer that we just talked about. But man, I like a lot of things about this one in terms of power, in terms of stoutness, maybe just not as unique, especially through that front end construction as the heifer we just talked about. Young man that's going to come third, man, again, a round-bodied, powerful, stout, dimensional type of a female. A little far condition-wise for me, guys, and you can see it in the way she comes right at you. She wants to barrel at you. When she comes out of her shoulder, she's a little too opened up through her chest floor and the way she transitions into that shoulder, and then when she gets out and goes off of her rear two is a little too tight out of her hip, and it starts with the fact that you just need to lean that one up ever so slightly. Opposite end of the spectrum, young lady that's going to be fourth, you know, that one's ultra lean to the point where I'd like to see more on her, especially for this stage in the game. She needs more condition. She needs more depth of body. She just needs to be more mature all the way through, and it becomes one of those that, yes, she sounds structured and she's cool looking in terms of her front end, but again, just needs more brood cow potential in terms of depth of body and easy doingness out here in this class. Let's congratulate all of them.
Final call, Red Brangus, Calf Division, Reserve Champion. Final call, Red Brangus, Calf Division, Reserve Champion. Second call, Brahman, Class 3. Second call, Brahman, Class 3. First call, Brahman, Class 4. First call, Brahman, Class 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to give a shout out to people who are making this show run extremely positive today. Unloading yesterday had to be the fastest and best I've ever seen, and the show was just moving smoothly this morning. I'd like to shout out to the Sam Houston State students and interns who not only helped us unload, which is an extremely big and hard day, but also helping in the ring today. They also couldn't do it without their leadership, and we'd like to give another big thank you to Dr. Marcy Beverly and Dr. Scanley Kelly for all their help today at the ring. Please give them all a big round of applause. Results in Class 10 of the Red Brangus Heifers. First place goes to 75-29. Presley Jacob from Royal FFA. Her Red Brangus Heifer is May 3rd of 2022. Second place goes to Dylan Henry from Matagorda County 4-H. His Red Brangus Heifer was born 5/8 of 2022. And third place went to Henley Lescar from Flaytona FFA. Her Brangus Heifer was 5/4 of 2022.
As we get into this last division of your Red Brangus cattle, guys, again, maybe not the numbers that we saw just in terms of the Brangus show earlier this morning, but the top end quality is right there, guys. And nothing to take away from the heifers out of Class 2 and Class 3. I think they're both awfully good cattle. The heifer out of Class 2, you know, one that's long and extended, you'd like to see maybe just a little bit more depth of body and rib shape. Heifer out of Class 3, stout and powerful, well balanced, needs to hinge just a little bit better out of that hip and hind leg. But the real, the heat, the competitiveness is between Class 1 and Class 4, guys. And I think they're really similar in terms of type and kind and what they bring to the table. They're both exceptionally high-quality cattle that are really good balanced, and yet mimic that with some brood cow body, with some dimension when you get in from behind the cattle, and set it down at the ground with some extra foot and bone as well. I think you can pick them apart. There's one that, for me, I think today at this stage, stage in the game is here, and this is her time to shine. And then another one that I think follows suit extremely well. Young lady out of Class 4, you're going to be our division champion. Young lady out of Class 1, you'll be reserved. Let's congratulate both of them.
Final call, Brahman, Class 3. Final call, Brahman, Class 3. Second call, Brahman, Class 4. Second call, Brahman, Class 4. First call, Simbra, Class 1. First call, Simbra, Class 1.
Your west side of the ring, your champion junior heifer, comes out of Class 10, Presley Jacob from Royal FFA, entry 7529. Reserve junior champion heifer comes from Reagan Drybolt from Class 7 from Smithsonian Valley FFA, entry number 2472. Attention in the barns. Once again, when your breed is complete, you can get your parking release out of the office. When your breed show is complete, you'll be able to get your parking release out of the office.
I think Scott's going to be over there for just a couple more minutes. So I'm going to go ahead and get the next class of these Red Brangus done, guys. And an awesome pair of these cattle the young ladies bring out here. We're going to leave them standing just the way they are. Young lady at the front of the line is going to be your class winner. For me, it comes back to the same thing I've said all day. Freshness, condition, balance. She puts all of it together extremely well. She's not as long and extended from the top of her shoulder to the top of her pole as the heifer that stands directly behind her, but I certainly think that in terms of chest floor, in terms of underline, in terms of spine and hip, and the way it's all built and pieces together, she does a little bit better job of that. And when you get in from behind her, she's actually wider and more genuine in terms of her shape. The heifer that stands directly behind her, you know, I wish that I could change this one's chest floor and the way her front end is built into her skeleton, because I do think that there's really good pieces in this one in terms of depth of rib, in terms of angle to her knee, and in terms of the extra foot and bone and just mass that she has at the ground. As you compare her to the heifer that stands directly in front of her, she just falls out from a balance perspective. Her top line doesn't stay in her, and her hip structure isn't quite as good as the heifer we just talked about. A nice pair of them, guys. Let's give these young ladies a nice round of applause as they exit.
Results of Class 13 on the Red Brangus side of the ring. First place goes to 4134. Naomi Brander from Southside FFA. Red Brangus heifer born April 25 of 2022. Second place in the class goes to 784. Caitlin Gilbert from Matagorda County 4-H. Her Brangus heifer was born 4/4 of 2022.
Second call, Simbra, Class 1. Second call, Simbra, Class 1.
Just a single entry pair back over here on the red Brangus side, and a really, really moderate cow that, man, she's done a really nice job raising a big, long, extended, high-performing calf on the side of her. You know, as you study her in her own right, she's one that I think balances really well and has held her condition really well. You study her in terms of that teat placement. You'd sure like to clean up those front teats and maybe just make her teats not quite as gathered so that her udder would be just a little bit more balanced. But again, she's out here, she's doing her job, she's got the calf on the ground, and that calf is big and high performing and stout and certainly has some quality to him as well. Let's congratulate both of them on an awesome single entry.
Winner of Class 15 in the red Brangus goes to 6324 Bailey Hartman from Munster FFA. The red Brangus heifer was born 10/7 of 2021. Next in the ring will be the senior heifer champion on the red Brangus side. Champion senior heifer on the red Brangus side.
Out here, our last division of these red Brangus cattle guys, and again, not the numbers, but sure the quality, and nothing to take away from the young lady with the pair, because I think that that's a really nice cow that's obviously become a tremendous brood cow for her, but there's just more quality in the cattle on 1 and 2 out of that first class. They're going to stay together. They'll be your division champion in reserve. Let's congratulate both those young ladies.
Final call, Simbra, Class 1. Final call, Simbra, Class 1. First call, Simbra, Classes 2 and 3. First call, Simbra, Classes 2 and 3.
Currently on the west side of our ring, we're picking our grand champion, Red Brangus heifer of the entire show. Our grand champion, Red Brangus heifer of the entire show, is happening on our west side of the ring.
Second call, Simbra, classes 2 and 3. Second call, Simbra, classes 2 and 3.
As we get our division winners back out here, guys, another awesome show, awesome cattle, and awesome kids. And I'm really happy with our division winners and some of our reserves in particular as we get them back out here. There's one out here that I think suits me pretty well. I think it's a little bit of a tougher decision and some give and take when you want to talk about reserve. I'll go get you a champion, bring a reserve division up, and reevaluate what I'm going to do for reserve, guys. Again, awesome time that I'm having out here and just loving working with your guys' cattle and your kids. Let's give them a round of applause. I'll get you a champion.
The grand champion heifer of
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today.
Results in Class 1 of the Brahman Heifer Show. First place goes to 6073, Baxter Whitworth from Rusk County 4-H. Brahman Heifer was born 4/4 of 2023. Second place goes to entry 3249, Hannah Wright from Banquetti FFA. Her heifer was born 4/1 of 2023. Third place goes to Sydney Greer from Lake Creek FFA. Brahman heifer was also born on April 3rd of 2023.
Second call, Simbra, Class 4. Second call, Simbra, Class 4. First call, Brahman, Class 7. First call, Brahman, Class 7.
An exceptionally high quality class here, guys. Just go ahead and start out your Simbras. And with that, I guess for me, it's pretty logical the young lady's heifer that wins needs to win. And I know she's probably a little more sim, a little less bra, but she's one that, man, in terms of look, in terms of body, in terms of genuineness for what she is at this stage in the game is exactly where she needs to be. I think condition-wise, she's on point. Whoever's been managing her, taking care of her, young lady, you've got a team that's doing a really good job with that one because she's exactly where she needs to be. She's the one that, for me, in terms of structure, just flat gets out and goes. And that's why she handedly wins this class, because not only is she broody, not only is she feminine, not only is she well-balanced, that one's structure is awesome. There are some cool pieces in this heifer that comes in second, guys. And, man, if she could just get out and go a touch better off of that hip and hind leg, she rivals your class winner, because in terms of punch and power up high and then carrying it down to a big set of paws and a big set of feet and legs, you know, you have to appreciate the uniqueness and the pieces that this one has. She's a little bit flatter in the center portion of her body, and I'd certainly like to open her up there, but I think a lot of that is because, again, she too is also fresh and green and right in terms of her condition. The main thing is her pin set needs to be picked up. She just needs to be a little bit more fluid in the way she's built in that hip and hind leg. Got a really nice heifer here in third, guys, and probably of the class, has as much rib, has as much body, has as much utility to her as anything. As you compare back to my class winner and my second, she's probably just not as unique in terms of her build, the way her neck is built into her, the way her chest is built into her, not nearly as stout and powerful, and you want to take her all the way down to the surface. Got a scotch more tail head as well. As you compare her back to those other two heifers, she's probably also carrying just a touch more more condition just from a comparative standpoint. We've got a really long, extended, well-balanced heifer the young lady has. You know, if this one was built with any more width and any more dimension and any more just spring of rib, I think she gets higher in this class because structure-wise, she's as good as probably anything out here. She just wants to get flatter and more concave in the center portion of her body. She gets narrowed up as you get in from behind her, and her chest floor drops out in her, especially when you set her in motion. A stout, powerful one the young lady has. I like the way that she gets out and goes at the surface. She's a little tight in terms of her hip, a little upright in the angle to her shoulder, but certainly one that I think has got a lot of cool pieces to her, and I think with time and feed and maturity, if managed right, will be awfully, awfully good as a big one. A little different type and kind coming out next, one that again has got a ton of rib, a ton of body, a ton of structure, a ton of utility, just probably not the extras in terms of look and foot and bone as compared to some of the other cattle. A really, really long, extended, youthful heifer coming out next. This one's pretty raw right now, and that's okay. But with that, she just looks a little shallower and more cylindrical in the center portion of her body, a little bit tighter in terms of her spine, and maybe just would like to soften her up all the way through. We get down into the cattle here at the bottom end of the class, guys. They're good cattle. They have things about them that you have to appreciate when it comes to rib, when it comes to body. Again, when the competition is this deep and you have this much quality, they're just cattle that don't have the extras in terms of look or the extras in terms of a structural build that'll hold up for me to move them any higher. Let's congratulate all of them.
A little easier on me here in this second class, just the forehead, but four really high quality ones. They would have stacked up really nice in that first class. Young man's got a nice one here to win. He does a great job of getting her stopped and set right there. Man, she looks good. Balances up nice, nice structured. Love the muscle she's got in combination with the femininity. Very, very nice one there to win. I thought a nice place here in second, heifer that was really stout and opened up, got some muscle and shape to her. Just wasn't quite as tall fronted and neat featured as that heifer that won the class, but I thought very, very nice in her own right. The heifer that's going to be third, a lot like our heifer in second, just a little bit bigger version. Heifer that maybe just didn't quite want to prop up and give us that look from the side that we found in that one in second. Young man that's going to round out. He's got the stout one of the class. If you want some muscle and power and size and length of body, you're going to like this one a lot. Just wasn't quite as neat, wasn't quite as filled in there, forward to flank, didn't quite have the true dimension as we found in them first three. But put our hands together for those exhibitors.
Another nice class, guys, on your Simbra side. And gentlemen with the black heifer, you're going to go ahead and be our class winner today. I think in this pair of females, not only is this one just busted open in terms of her fore rib and just more open in terms of the shape to her center body, I think she's one that for me is laid in better in terms of her spine, laid in better in terms of her hip. You take her down to the surface, and that's probably what I appreciate more than anything. That one's built good in terms of her lower joints, built good in terms of the way she sets down right at the surface, certainly more acceptable in terms of the angle to her shoulder and the flex and give she has at the ground. The heifer that stands here in second, young lady, you've got one that, man, she is long spined and she is long hipped, and I really, really like the way her tail head is built into her skeleton. She balances extremely, extremely well from the side. She's maybe not quite as soft right in the center portion of her body as the heifer that I just talked about. More than anything, she's just more upright in the angle to her shoulder and her knee, and she needs more give and flex in the way she's built in her lower joints off of those rear two for me to feel more comfortable using her to start this class. Let's congratulate both those exhibitors, guys. A nice pair of them.
Final call, Simbra, Class 4. Final call, Simbra, Class 4. First call, Simbra, Class 7. First call, Simbra, Class 7. Second call, Brahman, Class 7. Second call, Brahman, Class 7.
On our Simbra show, Class 1, first place went to 1357, Parker Pilot from Columbus, FFA, a Simbra heifer born May 8th of 2023. Second in the class went to entry 1829, Kaylee Rich from Tarkington FFA. Her Cimbra heifer was born also on May 6th of 2023. And third place went to entry 1808, Diego Mayberry from Sheldon FFA. His heifer was born in April 2nd of 2023. In Class 2, in the Cimbras, results are as followed. First place goes to entry 6079, Jacob Merritt from Rusk County 4-H. His heifer was born March 23rd of 2023. And in second place went to entry 7326, Kate Martin from Brenham FFA, and her Cimbra heifer was born in March 6th of 2023. I'll let him get there. I'll do both of them in a row.
Another nice class here, and I think it's pretty close. I think you got 4 heifers that are, I think, really very, very similar. Heifers that could maybe get flip-flopped around a little bit if you want. But I thought just a really nice complete heifer here in first, one that just a nice combination of balance and symmetry and had some look. I like her structure, yet she still had some power to her. Had some nice outward curve and shape when you got right in front of her and behind her. Here's a longer bodied, really stout featured heifer here in second. This one, no doubt, it's got just a little more length and size and weight to her. Just didn't think she quite tied everything together like our class winner. A nice heifer here in third, I think, kind of resembles our class winner a little bit, just from the side and as far as her type goes. She maybe just didn't want to prop up and balance up from the side to move her head like with them first 2 heifers. Big, stout, long-bodied heifer here that's going to round out the class. Wasn't quite as neat on her feet and legs. It wasn't quite wanting to present herself quite as nice as them other heifers, but I think very good heifer in her own right. I like her stoutness. I like her length of body. Nice class here. Put your hands together for them.
On our Brahman side, results for Class 2. Results for Class 2 on the Brahmins. Entry 4299, Raylan Rue from Karnes County 4-H. Her Brahmin heifer born 3:15:23 wins the class. Second place goes to entry 6152, Branham LaRue, Pasadena Memorial FFA, born March 22 of 23. And third place goes to entry 3953, Carlin Smith from Bowie County 4-H. Her Brahmin heifer was born on 3/4 of 23. In Class 3 of the Brahmin show, first place went to entry 5622, Mackenzie Dovzak from Fort Bend County 4-H. Her Brahmin heifer was born February 21st of 23. Second place went to 2649, Lily Voigt from Kendall County 4-H. Her Brahmin heifer was born in 2/28 of 23. And third place went to entry 7600, Devin Hinkle from Fannondale FFA. Her heifer was born in 2/28 of 23.
Final call, Brahman, Class 7. Final call, Brahman, Class 7. First call, Brahman, Class 8. First call, Brahman, Class 8.
It's a really interesting trio, guys, and a lot of give and take, and they're going to stay standing just the way they are. Black heifer here at the front of the line is going to go ahead and win, and I'll be honest with you, all 3 of them need change structurally, but the heifer that's going to go ahead and start it is the one that I'm just the most comfortable with in terms of the way she's built, especially underneath. She needs to be more unique in terms of the way she's built through her front end. She's a little long-nosed and a little long-muzzled, and I'd certainly like to change that. But when you want to talk about angle to shoulder, angle to knee, looseness to her hip, and just give and flex at the ground, she has that advantage over the heifer specifically. And second, just a little bit more comfortable with the way that she's built in terms of her joints. Don't get me wrong, guys. The heifer here in second is packed packed with muscle and packed with shape, and she's got as much expression as anything that we've seen out here today, and yet she still is really high tying in terms of her neck and clean in through her chest. And with that, she, for what she is, still gets out and goes, not as bad as you would expect her to. But for me, this one's angled to her shoulder is just a little concerning. The tightness to her hip, the way that she composes in her hind leg, how straight she is from her hip to her hock all the way down to the ground. There's just not much give. There's just not much flex in the way that she's built there, and it just scares me just a little bit. And so that's why I slide her into second today. I love some unique things about her. Her structure is just a really big question mark in my mind. The heifer here in third is one that's probably a blend of the other two. She maybe isn't quite as attractive through her front end, and then has similar structural problems as the heifer we just talked about. I like her rib. I like the depth to her body. She's probably just a little bit softer and smoother and less coarse than the heifer we just talked about. But again, with that, she's plainer through her front end. She's more generic in her build, and she too needs to be changed in the way that hind leg is constructed. She just needs more give. She just needs more flex. She just needs more comfort in the way that hind leg is built in her. Let's congratulate all those kids, guys.
Second call, Simbra, Class 7. Second call, Simbra, Class 7. First call, Simbra, Class 8. First call, Simbra, Class 8. Final call, Brahman, Class 7. Final call, Brahman, Class 7. Second call, Brahman, Class 8. Second call, Brahman, Class 8.
Really stout heifer here to win this class. I thought just from squareness and power standpoint, really put it all together, and then you get off the side of them. She balances up as nice as any of them as well. So I thought just the combination of power and looks and allowed her to win this class pretty handily. Young man's got a nice heifer there in second. In some ways, she's smoother and more feminine than our class winner in some areas. Heifer that just didn't quite balance up and didn't quite have that degree of power that we found in our class winner, but very, very nice, complete one there. I thought a heifer I really like here in third from her forerib back. She wasn't wanting to just present herself quite as nice as them first two. Got just a little lower fronted. That's what got her into third. Young man's maybe got the one that I prefer. Her balance and look is as nice as any of them here that's going to round out the class. Just got a little overpowered here. I'd like to see just more width and shape and power to go along with them first three heifers. But nice class of four there. Let's put our hands together. We get into our first division.
Results in Class 3 of the Simbra Heifers. First place went to entry 3277. Aiden Hacker from Foster FFA. A Simbra heifer was born February 26 of 23. Second in class went to 6040. Kessler Campbell from Medina County 4-H. Her Simbra heifer was born 213 of 23. And third place went to 2207. Avery Holland from Liberty Hill FFA. Her Simbra heifer was born 28 of 2023. Class 4, the Brahman heifer results are as followed. First place went to 1308. Brant Barnes from Timpson FFA. His Brahman heifer was born January 1st of 2023. Second place went to entry 7054. Ethan Marshall from Gillespie County 4-H. His heifer was also born January 1st of 2023. And third place went to entry 3808. Avery Kolsacek from Lexington FFA. Her Brahman heifer was born 1/1 of 2023. Now entering the east side of the ring will be the heifer calf champion for the Brahman breed.
Avery Holland, exhibitor 2207. Avery Holland, exhibitor 2207. Please make your way back to the arena.
Just a reminder, heifer exhibitors in the barn, we will not be taking a lunch break. We will not be taking a lunch break. The heifer show will keep moving forward.
Avery Holland, please bring your animal from class 3, Simbra class 3. Please bring your animal with you back to the arena. Second call, Simbra class 7. Third call, Simbra class 7. Third call, Simbra class 7. Yeah, go right up in there. Second call, Simbra class 8. Second call, Simbra class 8. First call, Simbra class 9. First call, Simbra class 9.
We get into our first division of Brahmins over here. Really happy with how things shook out over here. I thought we just started off with a bang. I think there was 27 head in that first class, and boy, we had lots of different sizes and shapes, but a lot of quality in that class. And really happy with these 8 we got out here. Just cattle that got some power, they got some function and feature to them. I think these exhibitors brought some good ones to town, and they'd be very, very happy with what they brought to town. It looks like they're going to have some really key foundation pieces to start their herd and move forward with. So really not going to talk these cattle in particular. I just thought we got 4 really nice class winners, and the seconds are very, very close behind. I think there's one out here just maybe puts it together just from a look and function, having just that little extra more shape to her, yet she's really nice from the side. I think it's going to get really close for reserve. So great way to start this breed. Let's put our hands together. We'll get you a champion to reserve this first division.
Back over on the Simbra side, guys, I think a pair of them that get close if you get down into 2 and 3. But to be honest with you, the heifer that starts always started in my mind. I think that one, especially in this class, is the best blend of femininity with some cow power, with some dimension, and some foot and bone underneath her, and still having some structure as well. I think in terms of condition, she's exactly where she needs to be. And from the side, that one just puts all of her pieces and parts together so well. Love the way that her spine and her hip is built into her. Just a lot of quality in that one. Like I said, I think it gets closer between 2 and 3, and the heifer in here in 2, she's got pieces that I love, guys. Just big-footed and stout and burly in some areas, and really one that for that still gets out and goes with some flex at the ground. She wants to get a little weird and uncoordinated in the way that she's built there in her hip. As you compare to your class winner, she's not nearly as just sleek and as put together through that front end, the way her spine is built into her, and the way that pin set is built into her, as we talk about the heifer that just won the class. But I think out here she's got so many good pieces to her that you can't put her down too far, and I just think all those pieces are going to take a little time to come together. She still has a structural advantage over the heifer that stands here in 3rd. On the standstill, this red baldy heifer is one that's just awesome in the way she puts all of her pieces together. Just beautiful in terms of the way that she balances, the length of spine, the length of hip, the way she puts it all together. It's just on the move, guys. That shoulder drops out in her, that chest drops in her, and she wants to duck those pins and never just get comfortable in the way she goes out of that hip and hind leg. And if we could change her there, I think she rivals your class winner. The heifer that comes out next, man, again on the standstill, just beautiful in terms of the way she's put together. Feminine, attractive, long spine, long hipped. She's not nearly as soft and just dimensional in the center portion of her body as those top end cattle. She too needs to be changed just in terms of the way she drives and pushes and goes off of that hip and hind leg. A little different type and kind next. Young lady's got a really moderate, big-footed, stout, powerful one that I guess out here just gets a little out-horsed in terms of length and extension and just piecing together from the side with some quality and balance. I'd like to change her in terms of her spine and her hip structure and the way it all hooks up and then hooks up into her shoulder. A stout, powerful one that the young lady has, maybe one that for me needs to be softer and more maternal in her look, just a touch better in terms of structure. The same goes for the baldy heifer that's going to round out. Man, that one's got power. Man, she's got stoutness. Again, structure is her limiting factor, guys. She's too upright in the angle to her shoulder. She's too tight in the way she swivels off of those rear two. Let's congratulate all those kids.
Your heifer calf champion for 2024 Austin Rodeo goes to Baxter Whitworth out of Class 1 from Rush County 4-H, entry number 6073. The reserve champion heifer calf goes to Hannah Wright, also coming out of Class 1 from Bankette FFA. Her entry number was 3249. Congratulations to the champion and reserve heifer calf champion from the Brahman Show. Currently in our west ring, we are selecting our heifer calf champion from the Simbra Show. Our heifer calf champion is now in for selection in the Simbra Show.
An awesome division of Simbra cattle to start out today, guys. And man, I'm looking forward to getting into these next divisions because we start out awesome. And there's one that's going to come out of here that I think is phenomenal in terms of your future and her build. And I'm going to go get her and then take a second look for reserve. Like I said, there's just one in my mind that's my speed, my type and kind, the direction that I would go. The heifer out of Class 1, I think she's pretty salty, guys. She's going to be your division champion. Let's congratulate that young lady. As we bring that second place heifer in, guys, she's right in here and in contention. And I talked earlier, there's some really unique things that one does in terms of just being awesome in the way her neck sits on top of her shoulder, really good in terms of the shape that she has to her rib and the depth. And man, she comes down to the surface and she's got big feet and big legs, and I love that about her. I talked to her earlier, you'd like to tweak her just in terms of her pin set, the way she goes and hinges right there, and if she was just a little bit more athletic, I think it's an easy decision out here. The heifer that comes out of class 2, moderate, good in terms of her body, sound in terms of her structure, one of those that maybe just doesn't have the extras that she needs out here just in terms of look up through her front end and just stoutness at the surface to maybe slide into that reserve hole. That's a good practical female. We get to class 3 and I talked to her in that class, guys, that out here, she's one that probably gives up some just in terms of look and balance. In that class, she just had a more secure foundation and just a little bit more comfortable for me to find a little bit more use in her structure and her type and kind in that class. And I think she's a nice addition to your division. We get back to the heifer that wins the 4th class, guys, and I just talked to her. One that's just beautiful in terms of the way she puts all of her pieces and parts together from the side. She's feminine about her head, good in the way her neck ties into her shoulder. I love the angle to that one's shoulder and knee, and then how level and just good built she is in terms of her spine and her hip. Awesome in the set to her hind leg. She's probably, like we've talked some of the cattle today, not wowy in any one area. She probably doesn't just initially hit you and say, man, I've got some unique pieces, but that one's really, really hard to pick a big hole in. She's going to be a reserve division today. Let's congratulate that gentleman.
Results for Class 4. Now we're going to go results Class 4 of the Cimbra Heifers. First place goes to 3720 Jess Poole from Mount Enterprise FFA. Second goes to Darby McGurk from McAllen FFA on a January 21-23 heifer. Third went to entry 36262 Holden Hawkins from Rivercrest FFA with a January 9th Cimbra heifer. The heifer calf champion on the Cimbra side for 2024 is Parker Pilot out of Class 1 from Columbus FFA, entry 1357. The reserve champion heifer calf goes to Jess Poole from Class 4 from Mount Enterprise FFA, entry number 3720. Congratulations.
We roll right into this next class, guys, and oof, this heifer that wins is good, real good in a lot of areas. And she just, as we talked, the heifer that was reserved in that last division, she was super complete. This one's the opposite end in terms of just unique in terms of the way that she is so attractive through that front end and that head shape and that neck set, and yet still smooth in her shoulder, and then explodes from there back into so much power and so much rib, and again, take her down to the surface, guys. She's got big paws. She's got big legs. And she just does so many things that I think are awfully, awfully good. She's not perfect. Not one of them is. I said earlier, there's not one animal that I think I can ever say that there's not one or two things that you'd like to tweak. She gets a little tight right there in the center of her spine, and she's got just a scotch of tail head. And I'd like to take that tail head, slam it down into her spine. Outside of that, guys, awesome show heifer. I guess for me personally, breeding piece-wise, that one's fun. The heifer that comes behind her, you know, young man, I would have expected you to come with a heifer like this today and expect you're going to win your class because she's really, really good as well. Just good, fundamental cattle and female. She's got it. She's feminine. She's youthful. She's good in terms of her condition. Awesome in her spine. Awesome in her hip. And she gets out here and she moves. I prefer the way her spine is built into her and the looseness that she has to her back. Unfortunately, today, she's not as deep-bodied. She's not as bold-sprung. She's not as stout and powerful. She's not as big-footed. It's all from a comparative standpoint that she stands second today, guys. That's a good animal. That's a good female. You just run into a stinger that wins this class. Similar story, young lady that has the heifer here in third. That's a good female that's sound structured and she's good looking and well balanced. She just doesn't have the extras in terms of power, in terms of foot and bone. Maybe gets a little bit more generic in general in terms of her head and neck shape up front, guys. Awesome class of them. Let's give them a hand.
Final call, Brahman, Class 8. Final call, Brahman, Class 8. First call, Brahman, Class 9. First call, Brahman, Class 9. Second call, Simbra, Class 10. Second call, Simbra, Class 10. First call, Simbra, Class 13. First call, Simbra, Class 13. Final call, Simbra, Class 10. Final call, Simbra, Class 10.
We just talked the heifer that won the last class is being unique and different and intriguing. And man, we roll right into this one and you've got another one, guys. Little different than the heifer we just talked about, but unique and intriguing in her own right. It's hard for me to explain, but I love how this heifer is so long-necked and so thin-necked and so feminine and attractive, and yet she's still stout-headed. She still looks like a female, but she's stout-headed, and it transitions from there back into being big-legged and big-footed and bold-sprung and doing all of the things that she needs to. I think that one gets out, and her spine is so seamless. Her hip is extremely, extremely good in her. And again, feet and legs, man, love, love, love the way that this one's built from the ground. And she's so well-balanced and feminine and yet attractive. She's one that when you actually watch her get and go, even though she's awesome in terms of her angles, she maybe comes up just a little short and tight off of those rear two, but I think it's because she's built with so much shape and so much expression up high. That's just a really, really unique animal, and again, a great show heifer, but an even more awesome breeding piece for this young lady to play with it and do some really, really fun things with as a cow. The heifer that comes behind her, guys, she's bold sprung, she's long spined, she's long hipped, and she's got so many, again, of the basics that we look for in good cattle. She's just not on the same level as the heifer that's coming right in front of me right here. She's not as nearly as unique in terms of her look up front. She's not nearly as punchy and powerful. She's not nearly as stout when you take her down to the ground. The heifer that comes here in third, guys, she's moderate, she's bold sprung, she's got as much power and she's got as much dimension as anything out here. She's maybe just a little bit too round, a little bit too coarse, and carrying just a little bit more condition-wise for me. I think if we lean her up, it would allow her to move just a little bit freer. She's one that even with that, she's just a little upright in the angle to that shoulder, a little more upright in the way she hinges in her hip. Would sure like to take that tail head and put it down in her spine a little better. Let's congratulate those kids. Another awfully unique one to win that class, guys.
Second call, Brahman, Class 9. Second call, Brahman, Class 9. Second call, Simbra, Class 13. Second call, Simbra, Class 13.
Results in Simbra Class 7. First place went to entry 2376. Leah Underwood from Friendship FFA. Second went to entry 1355, Caden Pilot from Columbus FFA. And third place went to entry 6041, Kessler Camel from Medina County 4-H.
Really strong class here on this side. Boy, I think we got two really nice ones here to go first and second. I've been taking plenty of time on these two, but I like them both quite a bit. It wouldn't bother me if you flip-flop them. I thought just slightly more power in the young man's heifer. Boy, she's really wide built, just stout all the way end to end. And he does both this young man and young lady, they do an awesome job of sticking these two. They get absolutely everything out of both of them. So from a judge's perspective, it's a little hard to find them big holes when these showmen do such a good job of presenting them and getting them stuck. So hats off to both of them. They could show for me. I just thought just a slightly more power, slightly more muscle and width than our class winner. The heifer in second, perhaps maybe hinges just a little nicer out of her rear end. If I'm going to give the advantage to her, that's where it's at. Perhaps a little smoother in a few areas. I like that about her, but that's a really, really nice one there in second. Young man's got a good one here in third. I thought just a little more compact in comparison to our first two. Heifer wasn't as long-sided, didn't quite have the extras we found in them first two really nice ones. Really like the red heifer here, comes in fourth. Just like to open her up to make her more competitive with them first three. Of them first four, she was the narrowest gauge. She tapered just a little bit, and that's what got her into fourth. We get a pair of really big top, big-ended heifers here in fifth and sixth. Wide-bodied, just weren't quite as fresh. Both heifers had just a little extra condition, didn't have that extra freshness we found in them first two or three. We get a pair of red heifers that come next, really tall-fronted heifers, just like to add just a little more rib shape and capacity to get them more competitive. Round out the class, heifers that got some muscle, got some just true power to them. Maybe like to see them drop down on their flank just a little bit to make them balance up nicer. Let's put our hands together. That was a highly competitive class.
Another nice class over here on the Simbra side, guys. And I think the young lady here in the yellow has got a female that just blends a lot of good that we see in the second heifer with just a touch more punch and power, guys. I think that this one is ultra long. She's ultra extended. And while she's probably not as good on the top side and bottom side of her neck as the heifer that stands directly behind her, I wouldn't expect her to be. She's got so much more body, so much more power, so much more hip foot bone to her, and with that, you're going to expect her to maybe not be quite as sleek, and I don't think it takes away from her balance at all. I think she still proportions incredibly well. She gets out and goes like she needs to. That is a good, basic, fundamentally high-quality female the young lady comes out here with and wins this class pretty quickly for me. The Baldy that's going to stand here in second, like I just hinted at, that one is thin-necked. She's better on the bottom side of her neck. She ties in better from her chest floor into the center portion of her body. With that, she's got plenty of rib, not as much as the heifer we just talked about. She's got some dimension from behind, not as much as the heifer we just talked about. I just wish I could stouten her up at the ground, give her a bigger foot, give her just a little added bone, and I think just stouten her up all the way throughout. She still has the advantage just in terms of balance and proportionality to the heifer that comes behind her. The heifer here in third, guys, you know, one that obviously is a little bit further along just in terms of gestation. With that, she's dropping a bag, and for me, wish those teats were maybe just a little bit more refined. I like her length and extension up front. I think if that one was maybe just a little bit further in terms of condition, you'd feel a little bit more comfortable moving her any higher. She's a little thin for me. I'd like to give her just a little bit more in that regard, and one for me, like I said, for dropping a bag already, would maybe like to make those teats a little bit more refined and that spacing just a little bit more even. Let's congratulate those kids as they exit.
Second call, Brahman, Class 10. Second call, Brahman, Class 10.
Results of the Simbra Class 8. First place goes to entry 5600, Bailey Stockton from Fort Bend County 4-H. Second goes to 1338, Micah Elert from Columbus FFA. And third goes to Kylie Schutz from Thomas E. Randall FFA. In Class 9, 3 entries. First place goes to 8207, Trenton Stewart from Washington County 4-H. Second place goes to entry 4859, Landon Hammonds from McLennan County 4-H. And third goes to Brian Platt Pilot from Columbus FFA. In our Brahman ring, the results for Class 7. Brahman heifers, first place goes to entry 425, Levi Reisner from Willis FFA. Second place goes to 6362, Bailey from Leon County 4-H. And third place goes to 6488, Isaac Zavala from Pasadena FFA.
Another nice pair of these Simbra cattle, guys. And again, a lot of give and take just in terms of what you like and what you're willing to accept. And I think they're both really, really different in terms of what they bring to the table. For me, I like the freshness, I like the condition, and I like the balance of the heifer that's going to go ahead and start. She's not nearly as just big at the surface in terms of foot and bone as the heifer that stands directly behind her. Wouldn't expect her to be when she's got that kind of silhouette and that kind of look from the side. She's starting to develop and drop down an udder that I think is really good in terms of spacing, really good in terms of teat placement. Again, it's just the balance and the symmetry of this heifer, along with the way she gets out and goes, the composure to her hind leg, the extra comfort that she has at the ground that gives her the W in this class. I like things about your heifer, young lady. She's big-legged, she's stout, she's powerful. She matches that with being maybe just a little bit plainer headed, and with that, just a little bit chestier, and it just throws her off from a balance perspective from the side as you compare her back to that heifer. When you set the cattle into motion for her being bigger-footed and bigger-legged, I wish she just was more comfortable in the way that she goes out of that hip and hind leg, especially as you compare her to the heifer that wins. Still an extremely high quality one to be in second, hun. Let's congratulate both of them.
Final call, Simbra, Class 13. Final call, Simbra, Class 13. First call, Simbra, Class 14. First call, Simbra, Class 14.
Results of Class 10. First place went to 9018, Ryan Christopher Pena from Elaineburg Villa FFA. Second went to entry 1828, Lycan Rich from Tarkington FFA. Next in will be your junior champion heifer drive.
As our seconds filter in, guys, I'm going to go ahead and start talking these cattle. And what a phenomenal division. And I'm super, super happy with the two that we're going to have come out. And nothing to take away from 3 and 4. Young individuals, you know, them are good cattle. Young lady turning around right now at the yellow shirts. You know, she's just, like I said earlier, good, basic, fundamental, good brood cow, sound structured. Same with the young man that wins the last class. That one's feminine and attractive and well-balanced and sound structured. Neither of them probably just have the extras of class 1 and 2. And again, there's a dogfight, guys. Those are both exceptionally high-quality females. And like I talked them in their classes, they're unique. And I mentioned it earlier, and I think it takes getting into breeding and raising them to start appreciating the ones that have unique pieces more, that have those things that are really, really hard to make. And not only hard to make, but then make them that much better in the next generation to breed and raise the next great one. The heifer that comes out of this first class, guys, man, I just love the amount of power and the amount of dimension and rib shape and genuine stoutness that this one has, and yet still is so attractive and so feminine and so good through her front end. She's one that I think is really, really good in terms of the rig that she's in right now. And I think she's awesome in terms of her lower joints and awesome in terms of her footwork. Like I talked earlier, man, if you could just loosen her up in the center part of her back and take that tail head and put it down in her a little bit better, I think it's a slam dunk for her to win this division. You just have to decide, are you willing to accept that just tightness right there in the center of her back and just being a little bit jammed up in the way she's built there. I think it's entirely because she is loaded with so much power and so much dimension. The heifer that comes directly behind her is unique in her own regard and just very different. I talked earlier, I think it's incredibly unique that she is so long-necked, so thin-necked, so good-chested, and yet she is stout-headed, guys. And I like that. I think that's a good thing. I think we get too many of these cattle that are too narrow-skulled and too long-headed, and it doesn't transition into them being easy-doing cows. She's stout-skulled and yet feminine, and it transitions back into her being burly built. She is burly at the ground, guys. I love, love, love how big-footed and big-legged this one is, and yet still so long-spined, long-hipped, feminine, well-balanced, all of those things. You know, she's maybe a little hesitant in the way she sets down right at the surface off of those rear two, but in terms of skeleton, she has an advantage to the heifer we just talked about in terms of looseness to her spine and just the way her skeleton is hinged up high. Is she probably as punchy right there in the center portion of her body? No. Is she quite as big-hipped and stout and powerful, especially up high as the heifer in front of her? No. Those are the differences I see. I don't think you can go wrong either way. There's one that to me I think is just a little bit more comfortable in terms of the way her skeleton is built into her. Young lady circling, you're a division winner. Young lady out of class 1, you're reserve. Let's congratulate them. Good job, hun. Good job, hun.
First call, Simbra, class 15. First call, Simbra, class 15. First call, Brahman, class 13. First call, Brahman, class 13.
Great class over here on the Brahman side. I don't know if there's really just one that just jumps out and grabs you. I think this heifer that wins the class really caught my attention earlier, but I think it got closer the longer we were out here. Just all the way down the line, really good, solid females that I think you can mix up just depending on where you want to be as far as how much stoutness or how much soundness and where you want to put your preferences. But no doubt this heifer that wins is one of the nicer balanced heifers we saw all day. I realize she's a little squarer hipped than a lot of the cattle we've seen today. Hooks to pins. Her pins are just elevated. Now, whether that's, if that's a good thing or a bad thing, I don't, we always like to have them look better hipped, but functionally is that, I wouldn't consider that unfunctional. We still got to move. They still got to get calves out. But I know we like to look at a nice hip. But this one is very level, very balanced, really got the look, and very, very sound structured, so she's going to win. Big red heifer here. No doubt she is big. Got some frame to her. But I think you just study her. She's really good. She's got some power. She's good structured. Just didn't quite have them extra show heifer pieces we found in that first heifer, just as far as giving you that good balanced look from the side. But that one's very nice, very powerful. I like the added size. Really, it opened up dense made heifer here in third. Big top, big middle, big quartered heifer. With that comes with, she's just kind of right there for condition. She's got a little more on her than the heifers right in front of her. Maybe like to freshen her up just a shot to make her just a little more ideal for this judge. But I love the power that she's got. Good heifer there in third. Very, very similar heifer to her in fourth. I thought just didn't quite balance up, wasn't quite as neat right behind her shoulder as that heifer, the heifers in front of her. But again, I love the length of body. I love the muscle and power that female's got. Very, very nice one. Get a pair of heifers that come next, both kind of cut from the same cloth. Very, very attractive females. Just didn't quite have that extra shape and dimension we found in a few of them ahead of them. Got the pair of darker heifers come next. These are stout. They're big top, big-ended kind of females. Just maybe like to tone them back in a few areas, give them more femininity. The next 3 heifers really heavy muscled. Just like to give them just a little more femininity, a little more cow look to them as we round out the class. Females that I think got some muscle and got some dimension to them, just didn't quite balance up from a design standpoint. Great class, highly, highly competitive. Put your hands together for them.
Second call, Simbra, Class 15. Second call, Simbra, Class 15. Second call, Brahman, Class 13. Second call, Brahma, Class 13.
On your Simbra side, your junior champion heifer goes to Bailey Stockland out of Class 8 from Fort Bend County 4-H. And your reserve champion junior heifer goes to Leah Underwood from Class 7 from Friendship FFA. Congratulations to the junior breeding heifer champions.
A really, really nice pair of them, guys, on the top end of the Simbras. And I'll be the first to tell you, the heifer that I'm going to use to start maybe got a little more condition on her than I'd like to see at this stage in the game, but I think she still handles it exceptionally well. She is awesome in terms of her balance. She is awesome in terms of her rib, guys. The spring of rib, the depth of body, great in terms of her hip structure. You know, she's maybe not just swoopy in terms of the way that hind leg is built into her, but she still gets out and goes and flexes and uses it like she needs to. She's a blend of power and punch with just so much feminine quality and balance from this side. Length of spine, length of hip, running gears. Man, I like some things about this heifer here in second, guys. She is so good in terms of the way her lower joints are built into her, the flex that she has, the length to her spine. Love the way that her hip is built into her. She's not as stout. She's not as powerful. She's not as opened up when you get in from behind her as the heifer that we just talked about. And with that, she's maybe just not quite as good there on the bottom side of her neck as the heifer we just talked about. Those are highly, highly critical things on a phenomenally built female that has got so much good to her when it comes to structure and when it comes to brood cow quality. The wild marked heifer that comes out next, if you could build this one a little bit better at the ground and a little bit better in terms of her running gears, I think she more closely comes up to those top two females because in terms of look, in terms of quality, she's got just as much to her and just as much good to her. The problem is she's just not built the same, not only in terms of her lower joints, but in terms of her spine, the way she hinges out of that hip, the way she grabs the surface and goes. A little different type and kind the young lady has in this Baldy heifer, one that, again, I said she's probably a little bit more sim, a little less bra. She's one that's round-ribbed, she is stout, and she is powerful. With that, she maybe just hinges a little different than I'd like to see off of either end. She's a little opened up in terms of her shoulder, upright in the angle in the way she's built there, and just a little bit too tight in the way she goes out of that hip and hind leg. As you see her dropping down that udder, I'd certainly like to refine those teats ever so slightly as well. A really good, basic, sound structured female that this gentleman has, one that out here becomes just that, just a little bit too basic. She's long, she's extended, she's maybe just a little bit more two-dimensional in terms of her type and kind, a little flatter, a little bit more generic, not nearly as unique in the way that front end is built into her. Similar story with the Baldy heifer coming out next. She's just got a little bit more condition on her, and because she's got a little bit more condition on her, it throws her off from a balance perspective. I like the power, I like the dimension, I like the substances she has from behind. She just is maybe a little bit out of balance for me and a little bit too coarse in her build. Gentleman that's going to round out this class, a moderate, round-bodied one that, again, in terms of structure, just got to tweak her to move her any higher. She's too straight in the angle of that shoulder, tighter in the center portion of her spine, and needs to be more comfortable in the way she hinges out of that hip and hind leg, guys. Let's congratulate all of them.
Final call, Simbra, Class 15. Final call, Simbra, Class 15. First call for the calf division winners. Simbra Calf Division Champion in Reserve. Please make your way back to the arena. First call, Simbra Calf Division Champion in Reserve.
On the Brahman heifer side, results from Class 8. First place goes to 4559, Mary Catherine Beatty from Van Zant County 4-H. Second goes to entry 890, Lane Lakavat from Falls County 4-H. And third place goes to entry 92, Haley Soper from Magnolia FFA. Results for Class 13 in the Simbra show. Results for Class 13. First place goes to 2400, Riley Whitaker from Cisco FFA. Second place goes to entry 3884, Davin Pena from McAllen FFA. And third place goes to 8299, Riley Mantooth from Sam Rayburn, Idaho FFA.
Young man brings another one here that just awesome and fundamentally good in terms of the way that she's built and the way she's constructed from the ground up, guys. Big-footed, awesome in terms of her joints, correct in terms of the composure, the flex, the comfort she has at that hock. Angle to her shoulder and knee is phenomenal. You take that one from her shoulder back and she is flawless in terms of the way her spine and her hip is built into her. She's dropping a beautiful, and I mean beautiful, udder underneath her in terms of spacing, in terms of teats. You know, as you talk her, compared to some of the other cattle, is she as wild-necked and tight-chested as some we've seen? No. But, guys, that is a beautiful, beautiful cow prospect that is built awesome at the surface. A heifer that comes next, you know, I like her in terms of her youthfulness, her length, her extension. She's one that you compare to her class winner. She's not as bold-sprung. She's not as far along, just in terms of the depth to her body and where she's at in this stage in the game when it comes to carrying a calf. She's not built with the same flex and stability at the ground, but I still like all of the extras that she has in terms of look and balance. We've got a stout, powerful one that comes out here in third, and she's got as much real shape and as expression as anything. With that, she's just too tight off of either end of her build for me, guys. She's too tight in the way she goes out of that hip and hind leg. She wants to barrel at you when she's coming towards you out of that shoulder. We just got to change the way that she's hinged off of either end of her skeleton. Let's congratulate those kids.
Brahman side, nice class. I think got some give and take, got some sort to it. But I think these two sort up really handily here in first and second. And I think you could probably go either way. I thought the one young lady's gonna start with. She does a great job of sticking that heifer, just balanced up a little nicer from the side, just a little neater right behind her shoulders and out through her hip and rear 1/3. Just give me just a more balanced, more symmetrical look. Young man's heifer, no doubt, a little taller fronted. Heifer's got just a little more size and scale and power. Maybe just didn't quite have as much flex and comfort as our first one, and that's what gets her into second. That dark red heifer here comes next. Got a good look to her. Just wants to narrow up and flatten up when you get right in front of her and behind her. I think if you can just add a shot of density and stifle and mass and outward shape, I think that one gets more competitive, as is the young lady's heifer here in fourth. Got a good structure to her, nice look. I just like to give her more just mass and beef to her and move her ahead. We got some stouter heifers here that are going to round out the class. I just didn't want to quite tie everything together like we found in them first two from a balance standpoint. But good class, a big, stout, older heifers. Put your hands together for them.
Second call, Simbra, Calf Division Champion. Please make your way back to the ring. Second call, Simbra, Calf Division Champion. Please make your way back to the ring.
Results in Class 14 in the Simbra show are as followed. First place goes to 3885, Davin Pena, McAllen FFA. Second place goes to Kina Kalekar from Goliad FFA. And third place goes to entry 799, Lily Matthews, the Woodland FFA. Next in is the junior champion heifer in the Simbra show.
Final call, Simbra, Calf Division Champion. Please make your way back to the ring. Final call, Simbra, Calf Division Champion. Please make your way back to the ring.
Results from Class 9 of the Brahman show are as followed. First place, 2335, Kimber Calhoun from San Jacinto County 4-H. Second place goes to entry 2849, Weston Montgomery from Johnson County 4-H. And third goes to entry 5965, Raymond Fortool from Worthingham FFA.
Avery Kolachek, Brahman, Class 13. Please make your way to the arena. Avery Kolachek, Brahman, Class 13. Please make your way to the arena.
Young lady brings a really nice pair out here, guys. And sure, you'd maybe like to clean this one up just in terms of the length to her teats. But those teats are still refined, and the balance that she has and the evenness and spacing to her teats, I think, is exceptionally well. You talk about a female that has held herself together incredibly well and yet is still fresh and attractive and just has all of the parts and pieces that you want in a beautiful female. She's done her job. She's got that calf on the ground. There's a ton of quality in that calf as well, and I think that this pair just puts so much good together, and that cow just is exactly what you would want in a female that's gone into production and done her job. Awesome, awesome place to start, guys. The heifer that comes directly behind her, I think if you could maybe stouten this one up at the ground and loosen her up in terms of her hip, you really, really like her to maybe even slide over that one, because in terms of just rib shape and power up high and dimension from behind, she's got a lot of good. She just doesn't match it at the surface. She's frailer in terms of her foot and her bone. She's shallower in terms of her heel, and I think that aids to the fact that she maybe just doesn't get out and go quite like she needs to. I'd like to clean her up through her chest floor as well. Opposite end of the spectrum, the heifer coming here in third is big-footed and big-legged, and she's got some things that I really, really like about her in terms of her lower joints. again, she doesn't match it up high. She's flatter in terms of her body shape. She wants to narrow out through her pin set. She's just more two-dimensional in terms of her build all the way through. And then with that, maybe wants to run just a touch downhill, not nearly as up-headed and attractive in the way that front end sits onto her shoulder. Heifer coming in fourth is one that I think, 45 days ago in a little less condition, she might run a little higher in this class. She's just pushing quite a bit, in my opinion, in terms of that regard. So you'd like to clean her up in through her tress floor, clean her up around her tail head, and I think not only would that allow her to balance better, but she'd get out and go just a little bit freer as well. Let's congratulate all of those exhibitors.
Good class over here. Young man's got this red heifer here. We're going to start with, here's really a big power female and got some size and scale. She's feeling good right now too, but that heifer is just smooth. She's powerful. I just love how, for the amount of power she's got, just very smooth, nice on her feet and legs in this particular drive. Young man's got a nice one there. Young lady's going to be second there. Thought it won. She does a really nice job of showing that heifer, gets everything out of her. Again, long-sided, nice-looking female. Just didn't quite have the extras that we found in that first heifer. She doesn't appear to be as far along in calf, and you can kind of tell just not quite as much forerib and flank and underdevelopment back there. But I think very, very nice one there. As you can tell, she gets her stopped and set. Very, very nice. Heifer that comes next, love this heifer from her stifle forward. She doesn't want to quite hinge and grab and go off her rear end quite as nice as them first two, but I like that heifer from her stifle forward. She's got a good look to her. Got a nice balanced look from the side as well. Just got just a little tighter off that rear end. Young lady's heifer that comes next, again, long and powerful and stout. Love that extra growth and size that she has. It wasn't quite as fresh as the first three females. That's what gets her where she's at. Young man's going to round out really stout, heavy, stout featured one. Structurally, I'd like to just maybe tone her back and her knee. I'd like to change her, square her up there right on her front feet and knees. She wants to just pigeon toe just a little bit, and that's what separates them. But really stout, older heifers there. Put your hands together for them.
Second call, Brahman, Class 14. Second call, Brahman, Class 14. First call, ARB, Class 1. First call, ARB, Class 1.
Results of Class 10 of the Brahman heifers as follows. First place goes to 6074, Baxter Whitworth from Russ County 4-H. Second goes to Scarlett Lovecott from Falls County 4-H. And third place goes to entry 7494, J.C. Garcia from Lee County 4-H.
I want to start out in this division, guys, commending you exhibitors, commending you juniors, and commending all of the people that are behind these cattle, because I know how hard it is to have a big bred heifer or then a cow-calf pair that does what these cattle do in terms of just keeping it all together and being able to have them out here fresh and sound and doing all of those things. So give these kids and give yourselves a pat on the back, because these cattle are incredibly, incredibly good. I think that there's a lot of differences to talk through and a lot of different ways you can probably go. The heifer that comes out of this first division, power and dimension, just put so much of that onto a framework that is still so attractive and so well balanced. I mentioned earlier she's maybe got a scotch more condition than what I'd like to see, but I think she's perfectly acceptable in that regard. She's starting to drop down an udder. I wish she was maybe just a little bit more refined in those front teats. When she's coming right at you, that's really where I just maybe get a little bit more critical of her. She pigeon toes ever so slightly, and as you compare her to another one out here, maybe not quite the flex right there in terms of her hock and right at the ground. These are all really, really nitpicky things on a female that puts so much power, so much dimension, and such a maternal and really feminine and well-balanced build. The heifer that comes directly behind her, I talked earlier, this one is awesome footed and just toe spread and just shape and size to her foot is incredible. The way that she's built for me, for what I like in terms of cattle, the way she's built in her hock, the way she's built in her pasterns, the comfort, the set, the flex is just phenomenal. She's one that balances incredibly well from the side. As you compare back, is she the sleekest necked one? Is she the best in through her chest floor? No, but from her shoulder back, she is awesome in terms of the levelness to her spine, the levelness to her hip, the way all of her skeleton fits together, and she is dropping a beautiful, and I mean beautiful, udder underneath her right now. The cow-calf pair, guys, I commend this young lady. She's got a cow that has done her job. She's got that calf out, and she's got a really nice calf on the side of her. She's deep-bodied, and she's maintained herself from a condition standpoint in terms of where she's at in this stage in the game. You know, I said you'd maybe like to clean up those teats. Those front teats are a little long. The back teats are maybe a little thicker than I'd like to see, but the spacing is still really good in terms of her udder. I think that there's a lot of places you can go, guys. I'm going to go get you a champion and reserve in this division. Super pumped about the ones that we're going to have coming back for your champion lineup. Let's congratulate these kids.
On the Brahman side over here, great division here, getting into these older, more mature females. Boy, we found some good cattle here, and there's some give and take, and there's some similarities out here. But we got 4 really good class winners, and just really like the all 4 of them, just where they're at as far as their freshness and their age and their maturity. They've done a nice job. We'll talk them just a little bit. Those 2 out of that first class. Loved both them heifers. That was very, very close. I thought they're both really good structured. Still had some dimension and stoutness to them. I think heifers that look like they're just really complete kind of females that got some look and got some power to them. Young ladies heifer out of that second class. Here's one of the more uniquely built ones we've seen all day. This one, from a show heifer standpoint, is just ultra balanced and level. One that just sticks out from a structure standpoint. She's one of the best moving females we saw today, but great angles to her. Love her femininity. Now, with that extra femininity, she's not as stout as someone we've had today, but she does have the look. She's got the build, and one that certainly you think you could build around just because of that good structure she's got. Young ladies heifer, the one in the third class, again, kind of a nice complete heifer. Got some stoutness, got some femininity. Looks like she's going to be a great cow. Like the fleshing ability she's got, yet she's not overdone. Young man's got that big heifer there, won that last class. That's a good stout heifer. He's getting her stuck now and handled. Very, very nice female there. She's got some power. She's smooth, got a nice udder coming there. So I think we got some choices out here. I haven't quite made up my mind yet. Put your hands together. We'll get you a really good champion reserve out of this division.
Final call, ARB Class 1. Final call, ARB Class 1. First call, ARB Class 2. First call, ARB Class 2. Final call, Brahman Class 14. Final call, Brahman Class 14. First call, Brahman Class 15. First call, Brahman Class 15.
Results for Class 15 in the Simbras are as follows. 2730, Kara Kincaid, first place. Second place goes to 8055, Skylar Wilkerson. Third place goes to 1441, Alessandria Perez from Shadow Creek FFA. On our Simbro side, the senior champion female goes to Davin Pena out of Class 14 from McAllen FFA, and the reserve champion senior heifer goes to Rayleigh Whitaker from Class 13 from Cisco FFA. Currently in is the grand champion Simbra heifer.
ARB Class 1, Hudson Meyer. ARB Class 1, Hudson Meyer, please make your way to the arena. Second call, ARB Class 2. Second call, ARB Class 2. Slade Smathers, Brahman Class 14. Slade Smathers, please make your way to the arena. And second call, Brahman Class 15. Second call, Brahman Class 15.
As we get these division winners and reserves back out here, guys, two things come to my mind. And the first one, don't take it the wrong way, but I did not expect the Cimbras to be this deep and this good. And I don't mean that in a bad way, but I am floored with how good these cattle are all the way through. Our division winners, our reserve division winners, I think that probably as good a division, a breed that I've gotten to sort through today as anything. And with that, the second thing that comes to mind is I don't know what I'm going to do yet. I think that, there's so many options and there's not a wrong way to go. We get out here in this first division, and I talked this heifer that wins this first division, guys. She's just good. She's just good cattle, and she's so flawless in terms of her build. She's so good in terms of her rib. She's so well balanced, and she puts so many good things together. I think just in terms of quality, she's as high a quality animal as anything out here. You have to decide today at this stage in the game, is there enough of her? She's a heifer calf. She's got a long ways to go between here and there. And so if you want to take the chance and say yes, I don't blame you. That's just a decision you have to make on if there's enough cow there today to warrant her getting into the top two holes. We get to the second division, and I talked those two heifers. They both have some things you want to change about them, but they are both unique. Incredibly, incredibly unique for what they are and what they do. And breeding piece-wise, I know we're showing... Pardon the interruption there. I know we're showing them today, guys, and they got to be show heifers. And they got to be show heifers. But to me, these two females that come out of this division are breeding pieces. They're animals that do some unique and incredible things that, yes, they're awesome show cattle, but what you can do with these females on into production is what makes me super excited, not only for the heifer that wins this division, but the heifer that comes reserve in that division as well. We get back to your big breds, guys, and it's so hard to hit on these ones because I know I've said it time and time again already today, but I know how hard it is to get to this point. I know how hard it is to keep them together, to keep their feet underneath them, to keep them moving, to keep them fresh, to have them drop the bag and do all of the things. And both of these cattle, I think, do that to a very high degree. The heifer that wins this division, I don't know if she maybe has as many unique pieces as some of the other cattle that are out here in this lineup, but how can you hit on one that is that flawless in terms of her structure and her build and all of the pieces and parts that she puts together, and she's got to this point. And so I think that there's a lot of give and take. I'm probably going to take one or two more looks before I decide what I'm going to do, guys. I don't think that there's a right answer because I don't think that there's a wrong animal out here in terms of what you decide to do. Let's give all of these kids a huge, huge, huge round of applause, guys. This is an incredible breed lineup.
Final call, ARB Class 2. Final call, ARB Class 2. First call, ARB Class 3. First call, ARB Class 3.
Honey, I'm doing the Brahman. Results in the Brahman show for the junior breeding heifer. Junior champion heifer goes to Mary Catherine Beatty out of Class 8 from Van Zandt County 4-H, and reserve goes to Levi Reiser out of Class 7 from Willis FFA. Results in the Simbra show your grand champion Simbra heifer goes to Davin Pena from Class 14 and out of McAllen FFA with entry 3885. The reserve grand champion Simbra heifer goes to Parker Pilot from Class 1 out of Columbus FFA, entry number 1357. Congratulations, Simbra breeders.
Final call, Brahman, Class 15. Final call, Brahman, Class 15. First call, Brahman, Calf and Junior Division Champion in Reserve. First call, Brahman, Calf and Junior Division, both Champion in Reserve. Please make your way back to the arena. Second call, Brahman, both Calf and Junior Division Champion in Reserve. Second call, Brahman, both Calf and Junior Division Champion in Reserve. Please make your way back to the arena.
Attention to the barn heifer exhibitors. When your breed is complete, you can obtain your release through the livestock office. When your breed is complete, you can go retain your release through the livestock office.
Quite a class here. Really, I'll tell you when it's close and I'll tell you when it's not. But this has just been a really strong class all the way down the line. You can tell, boy, just a lot of cattle that look real similar. They're very, very similar just as far as their stoutness and their build and their weight and their performance that they have. You just kind of got to sort them on just the little minute things. And this heifer that wins, she is the one that when she stops and gets her set, that is my favorite heifer, the one that balances up really good, got a nice angle to her shoulder, an angle to her rear hock, got a lot of power to her as well, got a nice udder underneath her. Looks like that's not going to be a problem. So I think a very, very nice one to start. Really stout one there in second. That one is really opened up and bold made, really heavy muscled. Maybe just like to tone her back in a couple areas. Maybe wants to get just a little rigid down her top and out through her hip there. But that's one that you love, that power and stoutness that she has. Young man's heifer, he's got a really smooth one here. And, I mean, she's got really feminine all the way through. Maybe not the extra power and shape we found in them first two. Young lady's red heifer here. Here's a big scaled heifer, tall fronted. Maybe just doesn't have the extra shape and width that we found in them first three. But that one, she does an awesome job of showing that one. She's done a great job presenting her. I like the condition that she's got her in. That's a big frame, tall fronted heifer. Still got a lot of quality. I maybe just like to open her up just a little bit on either end to make her run with the rest of them. But good class, really stout all the way down the line. Some really stout females. Put your hands together for that good class.
Results in Class 13 and Brahman heifers. First place goes to entry 3021, Madison Parker, Liberty County 4-H. Second place goes to entry 6095, Kylie Florence from Palestine FFA. And third place goes to 6153, Branham LaRue from Pasadena Memorial FFA.
Final call, Brahman. Calf Division Reserve. Final call, Brahman, Calf Division Reserve. Please make your way to the arena. First call, ARB, Class 4. First call, ARB, Class 4.
We started in the ARBs, guys, and there's a pretty easy class winner, in my opinion, young man here at the front of the line. That one's awfully, awfully good, guys. That one hit the ring, and it's hard as a judge when you find one that you really, really like not to just want to keep gravitating towards that one. But, man, it is just hard not to just keep gravitating towards that female. She's appropriate not only in terms of her size, for her age and this stage in the game. She's awesome in terms of her condition. That one is unique in terms of her neck and the way it's built onto her skeleton. She's open in terms of her rib. She's phenomenal in terms of her spine and her hip. And that girl can get out and go when it comes to walking and setting down to the surface like she needs to. If you can't tell, I really, really like her. Nothing to take away from 2 and 3, guys. I think depending on where you put your priorities, you could flip-flop these. I'll be the first to tell you the Baldy or the snip-nosed heifer for me is a little big. She's plenty hefty in terms of size and maturity and just condition for what I like. And I'd like to tone her down in that regard. But that is a big-bodied, big-pinned, just phenomenally good brood cow in the making, and I think if I was feeding her, I'd take her home and I'd stop feeding her because I think she's plenty heavy in terms of condition at this stage in the game, needs to go on just a little bit of a diet, needs to slow down just a little bit, but I think there's a lot of good in that one. Is she as unique and enamoring in terms of her pieces that the heifer we just talked about? No, she's just good basic cattle. If the heifer that comes here in third was any better in terms of her hip structure and any better in terms of her head shape, I slide her into the second hole because I think in terms of size and maturity, she's a little bit more appropriate and probably a little bit more on par for what I like in terms of condition. She's awesome in terms of her neck set. She's soft in terms of the center portion of her body. I love the extra foot and bone that she has at the ground. Like I talked, she needs to be changed in terms of the way her hip is built into her. It's shorter and rounder. I'd like to pick her up in terms of her pins, take that tail head and put it down in her a little bit. And then for me, it's just a little thing. Her head shape is maybe not the prettiest, just in terms of being a little bit more dish-faced right there in the center of her head and a little bit stouter in terms of her poll. That's really, really critical, and I think a very, very high quality one. The heifer that comes here in fourth, another one of those that's just good, basic, fundamental cattle. She's deep-bodied. She's got some dimension. She's well-balanced. She needs to be stouter at the surface in terms of her foot and her bone. She could definitely benefit structure-wise if we stouten her up in terms of her bone work. Young man has a heifer that's going to be here in fifth, guys. This is a really, really good heifer. She's just a little bit further behind just in terms of maturity and depth of body and really depth of flank. I like her running gears. I like the way she's built at the surface. She's just one that's going to take a little bit more time, a little bit more feed, a little bit more maturity to get any higher in this class. Nice class of them, guys. Let's give them a round of applause.
Second call, ARB Class 4. Second call, ARB Class 4. First call, Santa Gertrudis Class 1. First call, Santa Gertrudis Class 1.
Another stout class over here. Really nice female here to start. That young lady does an awesome job of getting that one set. This is not the heaviest boned one we've seen all day, but this one's angles are really good. I love her head and neck and shoulder, how that all blends together. Great angle and back slope to her knee. Great angle to her hock. Just one that from the ground up is very, very good. And on top of that, I think she's got enough mass and muscle for me. The dark heifer here that comes next, one that really hit me hard when she come in. This young man's done a great job of presenting this one. Just love how she looks. Ever that just wants to maybe paddle just a little bit off both ends on the move. She's got just a little curl coming on that right rear, and that concerns me just a little bit on that right rear foot. But that's a big, powerful, highly presented one. Young lady's got a really nice one here in third. Again, angles are good. Stoutness is good. Maybe didn't quite have the extras we found from a pattern and design standpoint as our class winner, but young lady's got that one parked and looking really good right there. That's an awfully nice one there in third. Big, stout, high growth heifer here in fourth. Long-bodied, got just a lot of weight per day of age. Isn't quite as neat forward to flank and out through her hip as we found in them first three. We got some big stout heifers there in fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth. All heifers that just got a world of power and shape. I just like to freshen them up from a condition standpoint to match them heifers on the front end of this class. The red heifer that rounds out the class, just like to add just a little bit more foot and bone to go with the rest of her body. But we get into these older heifers, and they were really, really stout, very, very competitive and close.
Results on our ARB side of the ring. 61 records total in the heifer show. Class 1. First place goes to 8215 Barrett Merton from Washington County 4-H. Second place goes to entry 1556 Olivia Reyes from Brazos Wood FFA. And third place goes to Hudson Meyer, entry 4158 from Needleville FFA.
Final call, ARB Class 4. Final call, ARB Class 4. First call, ARB Class 7. First call, ARB Class 7. Second call, Santa Gertrudis Class 1. Second call, Santa Gertrudis Class 1.
On our east side in the Brahman show, first place goes to entry 1369 Brooke Wanjera from Columbus FFA. Second place goes to entry 1306, William Tate Barnes from Timpson FFA. And third place goes to 8130, Leanne Kirchner from Williamson County 4-H. Congratulations.
A nice class of them, and again, it makes it challenging. Young lady, thank you for sticking with it, because when you came in the ring, I really, really liked your heifer, and I still stand behind the fact that I really, really like your heifer. She's just not wanting to participate today. That doesn't change the fact that in my mind, she's still the second best one out here. I think the snip-nosed heifer is the one you have to land on when you want to talk about femininity, you want to talk about balance, you want to talk about correctness of size, correctness of condition, and still having some structural quality to her. I'm not going to say that she's perfect, just in terms of the way she's built right there in her shoulder angle, and she's maybe not perfect in the way she hinges out of that hip, but I think in this class, she becomes the logical place to start. The young lady's heifer that stands here in second, guys, she can motor, obviously, as she motored on the way out there for a second. She can motor, and that's why she gets into this second hole. Because of the remaining cattle, she's the one that's built right in terms of her angles, in terms of her skeleton, in terms of her joints, and I'm not going to take it away from her that she just doesn't want to cooperate with this young lady today, because that's a good female that I think is built for the long haul. She just needs to decide she wants to be a show heifer. The heifer that comes out here in third is the opposite end of the spectrum of the two cattle we've talked about. She is big and high-performing, and she is stout and powerful. She's got big legs underneath her. To me, she's a little bit plainer and just more generic in terms of her head shape and her look up front. And I guess for the amount of stoutness and the power that she has down low, it doesn't correlate up high. She's flatter in terms of her body shape. She's more generic in terms of her power up high. She wants to get plainer and and play out in the way she's built out there through her hip. I think a really nice heifer, just maybe need to tweak her in a few areas to get her any higher. We get down into the next few cattle, and the 4, 5, and 6 guys, they're good females, fundamentally deep-bodied, have some power, have some dimension. The red heifer is one that maybe falls out just in terms of balance and just quality, especially in terms of her hip structure. And the 2 heifers below her, the smoky heifer is one that I just like to soften up in terms of her center body. She's a little bit coarser in her build. The black heifer that ends the opposite end of the spectrum, deep, smoother in terms of her build, just maybe a little bit flatter and more general all the way through, a little bit frailer at the surface. Let's congratulate those kids.
Really stout heifers over here on this side, and one that's going to win the class. She really handled it pretty easy right from the get-go. Here's one that's, I love her angles. She's long-bodied. She's loose-structured. She's got some foot and bone and stoutness to her. She's got some muscle, yet she's smooth-made. Thought a really, really nice one to win this class. We'll get into a really heavy weight per day of age, a high growth heifer here in second. This one just got a ton of power to her. She doesn't do it, put it in quite the package that our class winner did, but boy, I like that power and stoutness, yet she's pretty smooth and still good in her joints. That's a nice cow prospect there. Young lady's heifer in third, really complete. Heifer, when she gets her stopped and set, she balances up really nice. On the move, she maybe isn't quite as neat out of her rear 1/3 as we saw in our our class winner in second, but I like that one's just basic build. Young lady's done a nice job of presenting that one. Young lady in fourth here. Here's one that's long-sided, tall-fronted, big-topped. I'd just like to see the lower part of her body match the upper part. I'd like to give her more forerib and flank. I'd like to see more outward curve and shape and just roundness to her rib cage. The red heifer is going to round out the class. Tall-fronted heifer, just wasn't quite as coordinated off her rear too. We round out with the trio of really stout, heavy muscled females, just didn't quite have the extra balance and design we found on the front end. Nice class of them stout older heifers. Let's put our hands together for those exhibitors.
Second call, ARB Class 7. Second call, ARB Class 7. Final call, Santa Gertrudis Class 1. Final call, Santa Gertrudis Class 1. First call, Santa Gertrudis Class 2. First call, Santa Gertrudis Class 2.
Results from Class 2 in the ARB show are as follows. First place goes to 8219 Taylor Gross from Washington County 4-H. Second goes to 2936 Kennedy Horner from Taylor County 4-H. And third place goes to entry 1347 Avery Gluck from Columbus FFA.
Another easy place to start over here on your ARBs, guys. This Baldy heifer, I think it is, again, the blend of femininity with some power, with some balance, with some structure. And I say structure in particular because I don't think there's one out here that can mimic the same type of just skeletal angles that she has, looseness, to her spine, the way her hip is built into her, and her lower joints. She is opened up as the heifer directly behind her? No, I think that's to her advantage because it allows her shoulder to stay in her. It allows that front end to just be that much better in terms of presence and presentation from the side. The heifer here in second, she is bolder. She's bolder sprung. She's bigger hipped. She's more dimensional when you get in from behind her. She's also bolder shouldered. She opens up too much at the base of her shoulder, and she wants to barrel right at you when she's coming towards you, and I've got to change her in that regard. She's extremely well balanced. She's good in terms of her look from the side, and I love her power. I'd like to peel some condition off of that one. I think if you took some of the condition off of her, she'd maybe just lay a little bit better in there through her front end and maybe get out and go just a touch smoother. I love, love, love the structure in this black heifer that comes next, guys. She's awesome. Awesome in terms of her feet and awesome in terms of her joints, and I love her in terms of her angles. She's just flatter and more general all the way through. I got to bust her open in terms of her rib cage. I got to make her stouter out there through her pin set. I just need more of that female. She's awfully unique in terms of her front end. She's awesome in terms of her feet and her legs. Just got to stouten her up a little bit up high. And then the heifer that's going to round out this class, guys, she's no slouch, young man. You've got a female that's got some good to her. Another one that is big-footed and big-legged and awesome at the ground. Today, she's just a little bit further behind in terms of center body, forerib, depth of flank, and it makes her thrown off from a balance perspective ever so slightly. I think it's just a maturity thing. I think she just needs more time, more feed, and getting a calf in her. I think all of the pieces are there. There's a lot of potential in that one, guys. Let's congratulate those kids as they exit.
On our Brabham side, results from Class 15. First place goes to 4301. Kinley Rao from Karnes County 4-H. Second goes to entry 1307. Brant Barnes from Tipton FFA, Timpson. And third goes to entry 3311. Peyton Tullis from Deer Park FFA. Currently in the ring, picking your senior champion heifer in the Brahman show. Results in Class 3 on the ARB show. First place goes to 2798, Jenna Jennings from Brazoria County 4-H. Second goes to entry 9017, Kendall Wiggett from Montgomery County 4-H. And third goes to 8224, Caleb Fask from Washington County 4-H.
Final call, ARB Class 7. Final call, ARB Class 7. First call, ARB Class 8. First call, ARB Class 8.
Really stout last division here on the Brahman side. We got three really good ones and ones I like quite a bit. And I'll tell you, it's very, very close. I didn't have my mind made up when they come in, and I still don't have my mind made up because they all kind of got their pieces and their place out here. They're maybe just, they're all similar. I don't know if there's one that just says, hey, I got to win, but there's not one that says needs to get third out of these three class winners either. I think they all got their places. The heifer, the first class, love her angles. I love how loose this one is. Young lady does a great job of getting her stopped and set and balances up so good. She's a nice combination of stoutness and freshness. And having plenty to her, yet still looking like a lady and having femininity. The heifer that won the second class, she's kind of a unique female, one that perhaps has as much muscle in this drive, yet she's got the least amount of bone. So, which she's got plenty of bone for me, but you compare her to the heifers on either side of her, she is not as stout featured, but she's got just as much muscle and shape as either of them, and she's got plenty of bone for me. She's maybe not as aesthetically pleasing out through her hip and tail head as the heifers on either side of her, but structurally, the angle to her shoulder, the angle to her hock is really, really good, and she does a great job getting her stuck. The heifer that won that last class, big, stout, powerful female, got the extra foot and bone, got the extra maturity female that's just got a great combination of muscle and length and body, and heifer that's just got it all put together just from a substance standpoint. She is neat, got the extras maybe as them first two ahead of her up through her front half of her body, maybe not, but I think she's very, very good and right in the hunt here. So I think you pick out your favorite. Go ahead and put your hands together. I'm going to take one more look and get you a champion reserve in this division.
First call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 2. First call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 2.
A really nice pair of them, and really, to me, a logical pair of them, guys, over here on the other side. You know, a heifer, the gold heifer that's going to go ahead and start, just checks all of the boxes in terms of balance, in terms of body, in terms of build, and still gets out and goes incredibly well, especially in terms of her lower joints. So I'm not going to tell you she's maybe the best just in terms of the flex to her hock, but she still meets her stride, and she's good in terms of her lower joints, in terms of her pasterns right there at the ground. She's an easy place for me. The heifer that goes and is in second, you know, she probably doesn't have the extras in terms of shape and expression and just genuine power and stoutness as the heifer that we just talked about. She's a little heavier conditioned, and I'd like to peel some of that off of her, but she's just good fundamental brood cow, guys. She's good at the ground. She's bold-bodied. She gets out and goes. I'd like to maybe neaten her up just in terms of the base of her shoulder. She maybe, again, wants to barrel at you just a little bit more than what I'd like to see, but that's just a really, really good fundamental female that I think easily slides into second. The heifer that comes directly behind her is stout, and she's powerful, she's shapely, she's expressive, and I really, really like those things about her. For all of that, I wish she was softer in the center portion of her body. I wish she hinged different off either end of her skeleton. She's a little bit open at the base of her shoulder as well, more upright in the angle to that shoulder, and then again more upright in terms of the way that hock and rear pastern is constructed. We've got a pair of these heifers that come out next that are just different in terms of type and kind. They're moderate, they're stout, they're powerful. They don't have enough length, extension, and look out here in this class to get any higher. The young lady's heifer that's wanting to fight her, guys, honey, don't give up on her. She's just wanting to be a pain today, okay? That one's got pieces that are awfully good in terms of foot and bone and structure. She just doesn't want to be a show cow exactly today. That's nothing against you. Sometimes they just got a little bit of attitude. Young lady that's going to round out this class, guys, that's not a bad female, hun. She's just different out here. She's just different than all the other cattle. She's sound structured, and I really like that. For me, she's a little long-headed. I'd like to maybe just stouten her up in terms of her skull, and I know that's a little thing, but for me, I think it detracts away from her look of balance from the side. She's one that's a little bit deeper chest, deeper in through her chest, as compared to her flank line. She gets a little off in terms of her hip, and just is probably the most two-dimensional of all of the cattle out here. Again, that's still good cattle, guys. She just runs into a class where she's kind of the oddball out. Let's congratulate all those kids.
Second call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 2. Second call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 2.
Senior champion on the Brahmin side. Your senior champion heifer went to Brooke Wanjura from Class 14, Columbus FFA, entry 1369. The reserve senior champion heifer was Madison Parker out of Class 13 from Liberty County 4-H. Please congratulate those exhibitors. Currently in the ring, on the Brahmin side, we're going for the grand champion Brahmin heifer.
ARB Class 7, Briley Dietze, please make your way to the arena. ARB Class 7, Briley Dietze, please make your way to the arena.
Currently in the ring on the ARB side, we're picking your heifer calf champion.
Just when I think, maybe we're going to run out of steam, guys, we have not run out of any steam. Again, another division of these cattle that are just incredible. And like I said, I knew when I came down here that the Brahmin and Brahmin influenced cattle were going to be awesome, and you know it, but until you're down here, until you're in this ring, and until you're evaluating these cattle, you just don't understand how good each and every one of them is.
First call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 3. First call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 3. Second call, ARB, Class 8. Second call, ARB, Class 8. And first call, ARB, Class 9. First call, ARB, Class 9.
Despite their temperamental issues from time to time. A great lineup, guys, and to be honest, I don't think that there is a wrong way to go out here. It starts with this heifer that wins the first class, guys. I love this animal. I just think that this one, in terms of if I was going to buy one to show and feed and go on, there is nothing but up and up for this female. She is flawlessly built and awesome ribbed and good looking and square, and she just does all of the things right. She's a June heifer calf, and so I guess you got to decide, well, do you want to pop off and use her to go ahead and win this division? That's a decision. I think that it just depends on where you sit. I really, really like that one. The heifer that comes out of the second class, some really unique pieces in this one. Neck attachment is just phenomenal. The roundness to her rib, the power she has. Structurally speaking, maybe not quite built like I like it in terms of angle to shoulder, neatness to the base of her shoulder, and just flex and go off of that hip. But that is an awfully, awfully good-looking one that I wouldn't mind standing in a backdrop with. We get back to these heifers out of Class 3 and 4. This Baldy heifer, I thought she was good in class, guys, but she comes out here and surprises me more than I thought she would. That one maybe doesn't have the wow factor in some areas, but again, one of those that's so hard to put a big hole in. She's awesome in terms of the way her shoulder lays into her, awesome in terms of her knee construction, long-backed, long in terms of her hip, really good in the composure to her hind leg, just an awfully, awfully good, complete, no holes type and kind. Then we get back to the heifer that wins the fourth class, guys, and she's just so highly presented, tremendous in terms of her rib. She's got an awesome hind leg in her in terms of foot shape and size and bone. She's square in terms of her hip. She's one that when she comes right at you, and again, you study her through the base of her shoulder, she's got a little extra width there, and I'd certainly like to change that, but she certainly is out here, and she looks the part. Guys, there's one for me that hit me hard. I still love her. Young man out of Class 1, you're going to be our division winner today. Young lady out of Class 4 is going to be reserved. Let's congratulate them.
Over here on the Brown side, we pick our champion reserve females. Three really nice division winners out here. And the young man, he started off with the bang, that big class of 27, and he kind of weathered the storm there and made it out of that class, and then won the division. So good female here. She's got muscle. She's got stoutness. Female that's got a good look to her. We want to compare her to the heifer right behind her. She's maybe not quite as knee down out through her spine and loin, and maybe doesn't quite have the angle and grab to her rear hock, but I think that's one that still, she's good looking, she's got stoutness, and she's one that's heavily in contention out here. Very, very good female. Young lady out of our Division 2, no doubt, here's a different one of the day, one that's awesome structured. I love her angle, love the look that she's got, just a really feminine female that just love her angle to her shoulder, the back slope to her knee. I like the angle to her hip and out through her hock. That was one that really set herself apart today for just being structurally built very, very good and very, very different. Is she the stoutest, heaviest boned one we've seen all day? No, she's not. I think she's adequate, and I think the extra intangible she brings, you can go ahead and mate her to some stout bulls. I think she's got a really neat look to her and a really good structure to her. Young lady out of that really stout last division. Here's a really heavy muscled female. She does an awesome job on getting that one parked and set. That one's got a ton of symmetry to her, a ton of balance. Female, maybe not as neat out to aesthetically. She gets a little rougher right there out through her hip and tail head, just kind of takes away from her just a little bit. But that one there has got great angles. She's got great stoutness, and she's definitely in the hunt out here as well. So what a great breed. Of course, I knew I'd see some great ones when we come down here, and this has been a great breed, a great show here. Let's put our hands together for these Brahman exhibitors. We're going to get you a champion in reserve.
Second call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 3. Second call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 3. Second call, ARB, Class 9. Second call, ARB, Class 9.
Results on the ARB Class 4. First place goes to entry 703, J.C. Walker from Huffman FFA. Second place goes to Riley Morin from Venus FFA. And third place goes to Cooper Moss from San Jacinto County 4-H. The heifer calf champion on the ARB side goes to Barrett Merton out of Class 1. Will be your heifer calf champion from Washington County 4-H. And a reserve champion heifer calf goes to J.C. Walker out of Class 4 from Huffman FFA. Congratulations on your heifer calf champions.
First call, ARB, Class 10. First call, ARB, Class 10.
Results on your Brahman side. The grand champion Brahman heifer goes to Mary Catherine Beatty out of Class 8 from Van Zant County 4-H. Your reserve grand champion Brahman heifer goes to Madison Parker out of Class 13 from Liberty County 4-H. Congratulations to all the Brahman exhibitors and breeders.
Final call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 3. Final call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 3. First call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 4. First call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 4. Second call, ARB Class 10. Second call, ARB Class 10.
Big class and a lot of differences, guys, and I think that's what makes it challenging. And I'll be the first to tell you, there's one big thing that I'd like to change about this gold heifer. She is not very pretty-headed. She's a little long-skulled, and I'd certainly like to give her a prettier head, no doubt about that. Outside of that, that one to me is fresh. She's genuine in terms of her condition. She's at the right stage in the game for these cattle for me right now. And she's one that I think is awesome in terms of her spine and awesome in terms of her hip. You compare her to the heifer that stands directly behind her. Her neck and the way she blends her neck into her shoulder and the way her shoulder still maintains and stays within her skeleton, I think is vastly better. Yet then she comes into the center portion of her body and still has real forerib shape, real dimension. She's big out through her pin set. She's good in terms of the construction of that hind leg. Like I said, she's a little ugly-headed. Outside of that, that one's awfully nice. Nothing to take away from this red heifer. She is big and she is stout, and you cannot deny that this one is overwhelming in terms of rib and overwhelming in terms of cow power. And if I could take her shoulder and put a different one in her, she wins this class. She gets a little bold at the base of her shoulder. She doesn't want to transition quite as good from her shoulder into the center portion of her body, and yet still for getting bold at the base of her shoulder, she kind of almost wants to come in at her knee. Her whole shoulder construction just needs to be tweaked for me. As you compare to the heifer we just talked about, she's got a little bit more chest in her as well. Those are the differences I see. That's a really, really good one to stand in second. The heifer here in third, I love this one on the move. If we could just keep walking them and keep walking them and keep walking them, she might win this class. Because I think in terms of foot shape and size and joints and the way she's built in terms of her skeleton and her structure, she's as good as anything. She just gets a little plainer and more generic in terms of her look from the side. She's not nearly as opened up. She's not nearly as stout and powerful as the cattle ahead of her, just in terms of how much three-dimensional shape that she has. That's still a really, really nice one to go in third. The heifer here in fourth, I'll be the first to tell you, she's a little bit different. She's a little bit more moderate, and you'd like to change her in terms of her chest floor. But I think of the cattle as we get down on the line, structure is what gets her here. Lower joints, flexibility to her hock, softness at the surface. Yeah, she probably needs to be just a touch bigger in terms of size, and you like to lengthen her out, maybe give her just a little bit more flank line, but joints and structure is what gets her into the fourth hole today. A big, stout, powerful, expressive female that's got a world of bone underneath her. Again, structure is her limiting factor out here. Same goes for the black heifer. Go ahead, guys, let's roll. Same goes for the black heifer. She's long, she's extended, she's too straight, she's too choppy in the way that she goes. A heifer that comes out next, I like her in terms of her structure. She's just probably a little bit too plain and a little bit too general in her build. We get to a pair of these cattle that come out next. Really, the next three, they are round-bodied, stout, powerful cattle that need to be hinged different in terms of their angles off of either end. The tiger stripe female, one that I like some things about her. She's just, again, the oddball out here in terms of look and type and kind. The cattle here at the bottom end of the class, guys, they're good, basic, fundamental cattle in terms of body, in terms of structure. They just give up a lot of the extra look, the extra wow factor needed to compete in this ring today. Awesome class of them, guys. Let's give those kids a hand.
Final call, ARB Class 10. Final call, ARB Class 10. First call, ARB Class 13. First call, ARB 15. First call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 4. First call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 4.
Man, what a beautiful class to start the Gert breed. Just There's not a slouch in this class all the way down the line. Just beautiful females. And I seen them start rolling in these dark, shiny red females that you just can't help but think about just having a cow herd like these. You'd have an awesome set of cows. Great heifer, great pair of heifers here to start. I thought this heifer that's going to win really just balances up nice. She's got a great set of feet and legs. She's got a great angle off both ends, angle to her shoulder, nice hip. I think she's got enough muscle and mass for this stage and for this judge. Got some foot and got some substance. The heifer in second, she was competitive all the way on one, I think, very, very good. Young lady, when she gets her parked and set, this one gives you an awfully good look. And it's close, I think, on top here between them two heifers. This one maybe just didn't quite handle herself quite as coordinated on the move as that heifer in first. But, boy, I like that one's stoutness. I like her length. I like her muscle and mass she's got for her age. I think a very, very complete one there in second. Heifer in third just got up here in third just from a structure standpoint. This one's built more appropriately up through her front 1/3, out through her rear hock, and just right behind her shoulders. This one's just a really, really complete. I think a female that maybe just doesn't have an overwhelming amount of mass anywhere, but I think it's adequate. And I thought she was built better knee to ground than our heifer here in fourth. The heifer in fourth, this one can give you a really good look sometimes. She's got probably as much foot and bone and substance as any of the females in this class. She's got a big barrel and got some really nice shape there to the center part of her rib. This one just bothered me a little bit from knee to ground. She wants to just splay out and toe out there, and that's what gets her into fourth because the rest of her is very, very good. Got a pair of heifers coming next. Heifers are really good cow prospects and got the fundamentals, I think, down very, very well. Got nice, look like they're going to have some great udder and teat quality to them. Females didn't maybe have that extra substance and bone that we found in them first two. As we round out the class, females that I think very, very ideal, going to make awesome cows, nice projects for these young people. Some of them got a little more extra look than others, but maybe just didn't have that extra design and presence we found in them first two on top. Great way to start this breed. Beautiful set of females. Put your hands together.
Colson Glick, ARB Class 10. Colson Glick, ARB Class 10. Please make your way to the arena. Second call, Santa Gertrudis Class 4. Second call, Santa Gertrudis Class 4. And second call, ARB Class 13. Second call, ARB 13.
On our Santa Gertrudis side, we want to sponsor. We have awards and a lot of awards. The Santa Gertrudis breeders have stepped up by awards sponsored by SGBI Breeders in coordination with the Mid-Coast Santa Gertrudis Association. Each class winner is going to get a belt buckle. Class 1 winner or sponsor for that is Fulton Farms from Denton, Texas. And your results in your Santa Gertrudis Class 1 show goes to, first place goes to entry 7079, Kinsley Kubacek. Kubeka from Matagorda County 4-H. Second goes to entry number 6483, Marbury McColachek from Pasadena FFA. And third place goes to entry 2790, Ashlyn Dutcher from Brazoria County 4-H.
Back over here on the ARB side, guys, I think a pair of them here that are awfully good, and I think the difference comes down to structure, and that leads to the young man with the black heifer here at the front of the line. He's going to be your class winner today, guys. You know, I know that this one probably doesn't have the hair coat of the heifer that just stands directly behind her, but when you get the cattle out and you ask them to walk, she can walk. She's one that's awesome in terms of the angle to her shoulder. She's good in terms of her knee. She pushes, she plants, she grabs the surface and goes like she needs to off of that rear leg. She's not as bulky. She's not as dense in the center portion of her body. She's not as big-hipped and big-legged as the heifer that stands directly behind her. But I guess for me, just in terms of running gears, that's the one that needs to go and start. The heifer here in second, guys, young man, you've got one that I think is very, very highly presented. She's bold-bodied, deep in through the center portion of her rib, big hipped, big legged, and has some things that you certainly have to appreciate about her from that regard. When you ask the cattle to get out and go, it's where I just struggle with her. She's one that's tighter in terms of her hip. She never grabs the ground, plants, and drives off that hind leg like she needs to. More than anything, it's her shoulder that just concerns me. She's open at the base of her shoulder, and she wants to paddle in the way she goes out of that front end, and it starts with the fact that that shoulder just doesn't lay in her like it needs to. It's a really nice pair of them, guys. There's just more structural integrity in the black heifer. A really good, basic, deep-bodied, sound structured one coming out next that doesn't have the extras in terms of look, in terms of ring presence, in terms of punch and power at the surface to get any higher, but that's a really, really good basic brood cow. Then we get down to 4 and 5, guys. They're just different cattle in terms of what they bring to the table, both really, really well balanced. But attractive cattle that maybe out here falls short in terms of depth of body, foot and bone, genuine power and dimension. There's just more of the heifer that's going to stand in 4th versus the heifer in 5th. Let's congratulate those kids as they exit.
Final call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 4. Final call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 4. First call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 7. First call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 7.
Results in Class 7 of ARB. First place goes to entry 6139, Addison Elliott, Weiss County 4-H. Second goes to entry 899, Kaylee Beeson from Thorndale FFA. And third goes to entry 4154, Kaylee Roberts from Needlesville FFA.
Just a single entry over here on our ARB side, guys. But, man, really phenomenally built and interesting female that this young man has that I think is going to come out and be competitive in division. I think compared to some of the cattle we've seen today, this one's just really good in terms of her build and in terms of her spine and her hip. She's one that gets out and goes like I just talked about. She can walk, she can go in terms of the way she's built down there at the surface and the way she's built in her lower joints. Is she wowy in terms of that front end? No, but she still proportions and balances extremely well. A single entry that I think is very deserving of winning her class and will be interesting to come back out in division. Let's give this young man a nice hand, guys.
Second call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 7. Second call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 7. Final call, ARB Class 13. Final call, ARB Class 13. First call, ARB Class 14. First call, ARB 14.
Another good class of Gertz over here. Really good female to start this class. Square built from the ground up. Got some foot and bone, great angles, great structure. Like the mass that she's got for this stage and her stage of maturity. Very, very nice one there to start. As is the one here in second. Dark red heifer here. Got a ton of rib shape. Again, very good in her angles. I think just an awesome pair there to start. This one maybe just didn't quite have the extras that we found in that first one as far as her front 1/3, how she's aligned up there. But though there's no big holes in this one, she's awfully good as well. Get into third here, a heifer that really good, complete, kind of greener in her condition. Kind of what you see is what you get. But that heifer's very good from the side. She balances up. Just didn't have quite that extra mass and just bloom and shape that we found in them first two. Young man's going to be fourth here. Here's a heifer that's got as much bone as any of the heifers in that initial 4. She just doesn't want to pattern up, doesn't want to balance up from the side, just doesn't want to show off today. But love that heifer's width and stoutness, bone and foot and feature. Pair of heifers that round out Again, heifers that got a nice build to them. I think they look like they're going to be nice cows. Just don't have that extra muscle and mass that we found on that front end.
Results on your ARB show in Class 8. First place went to entry 7107, Colt Richter from Gonzales County 4-H. Second went to entry 7857, Blaze Dorman for Erath County 4-H. And third went to entry 2411, Marshall Minley from George Ranch FFA. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Class 9 results on your ARB. First place, single entry goes to 7856, Trent Bogner from Erath County 4-H. Class 2 on the Santa Gertrudis side. First of all, Class 2 sponsor of the belt buckle is from Buena Vida Cattle Company from Kingsbury, Texas. We appreciate those exhibitors. Please remember to write your sponsors thank you letters. The results of Class 2 are as followed. First place goes to entry 372, Cale Cornelius from Shelby County 4-H. Second place goes to entry 1163 from Grace Sutton of Alvin FFA. And third place goes to entry 6176, Caden Leonard from Navasota FFA. Congratulations to those exhibitors, and you're winning your belt buckle.
I'll be the first to tell you guys the heifer that's going to win this class is maybe not my normal speed in terms of type and kind, but quality is quality, guys, and that one is a quality animal. She is huge-footed, and she is huge-legged, and she is packed with power, and yet still puts it all together on a structural build that, for what she is awfully, awfully good. She's maybe a little hesitant just in the way she just sets down and hits the ground off of those rear pasterns. And not that she does anything that she's not supposed to. She maybe just isn't just comfortable as I'd like to see. It's hard to describe, and she's maybe just a little bit short-hipped. But if you want to talk about a female that I think combines so much good, not only from a show heifer standpoint, but a breeding piece standpoint, when you want to talk about power and dimension and balance, correctness in terms of her condition, she wants to run just a touch downhill as well, and I'd like to change that. That's a very, very, very high quality animal. I probably resonate just with the femininity, the attractiveness, the length and extension of this heifer, and two, just a little bit more just in terms of type and kind as we compare back to that heifer that wins. Unfortunately for her extra length or extra extension or femininity or balance, she's not necessarily a structural improvement over the heifer that we just talked about. She too can be changed in the way she goes out of that hip and hind leg, and she's not perfect in terms of some of those areas. She's one too that's carrying just a little bit more condition, and I think she hides it really, really well, but one that I think maybe not as genuine just in terms of power and width, dimension, boldness as the heifer we just talked about. Guys, there are pieces about this heifer in third that I love. She has elephant feet, and just the amount of bone that she has is impressive, and her foot size is impressive. And I wish that she composed all of that together just a little bit better, because I think on the move, you absolutely love this one in terms of lower joints and angles, the way she picks them up and plants them. On the standstill, she just falls into a few more pieces. She's planer headed, she's planer in through her chest floor, she gets a little slack in terms of her top end, she just can't pull it together from a balance standpoint. You're fine, hun, go ahead. from a balance standpoint like the other cattle. A really, really attractive, long, extended heifer coming out next. Needs to be bigger footed, needs to be bigger legged so she can get out and go just a touch better. Similar story with the heifer that's coming around the corner. She's one that I think is really well balanced, would like to peel some of the condition off of her, would like to give her a bigger foot. The heifer that's going to be last in this class, guys, has got some quality to her. She is big footed, she is shapely, she's too tippy up there through her front end. She wants to paddle in the way she goes off of her front end, and she never gets comfortable in the way she sits and plants them off of her rear too. Let's congratulate those kids. Another awesome class.
Final call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 7. Final call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 7. First call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 8. First call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 8. And second call, ARB, Class 14. Second call, ARB, 14.
Nice trio here on the Santa Gertrudis side. Really good stout female here that's going to win this class. Long-sided, bulky, dense. Really got a lot of mass and muscle to her, yet she's smooth built. She's smooth through her shoulder, out through her hip, and out when you just view her from front 1/3 or rear 1/3. This one's just got a lot of shape to her. The heifer that's going to be second, again, I think really nice from a pattern standpoint. She just wasn't quite as massive there, forward to flank and kind of through that rear 1/3 and stifle. But that one's really sound structured. She's good in her angles. Looks like she's going to be an awesome cow. Young man's got a nice cow prospect going to round out the class. This one just didn't have quite the punch and pizzazz we found in them first two. I'd like to see just more shape, and along with that more shape and density, she just isn't built quite as neat up to her front 1/3. But again, very nice trio of Gert females. Give those exhibitors a round of applause.
Attention in the barn. After the conclusion of the Santa Gertrudis show, we will take a 30-minute break before we have the American Drive for Supreme, okay? So we're going to take a 30-minute break once the Santa Gertrudis show is complete before we do the American Drive. So if you've had a grand or reserve grand champion heifer, you will have a 30 minutes after the Santa Gertrudis show. On our Santa Gertrudis side, Class 3 or Class 3 sponsor for the belt buckle is Triple P Ranch from Trinity, Texas. Thank those people for their sponsorship of that belt buckle. And the winner of that from Class 3, first place goes to 7080, Kinsley Kubakek from Matagorda County 4-H. Second place went to 7330, Madison Moran from Brenham FFA. And third place went to 1534, Ari Perkins from Brazoswood FFA. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Final call, ARB, Class 14. Final call, ARB, Class 14. First call, ARB, Calf Division, Champion and Reserve. First call, ARB, Calf Division, Champion and Reserve. Final call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 4. Second call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 8. Second call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 8.
Results in our Class 10 ARB show. First place goes to Carlson Gluchek from Columbus FFA. Second place goes to entry 4104, Hayden Aker from Chapel Hill Tyler FFA. And third place goes to entry 6423, Addison Wilkerson from Klein Oak FFA. Currently on our ARB side, we're selecting for the Heifer Calf Champion.
Another great division of these cattle, guys, and again, I'm super happy and pleased with what we have, and I think it starts on either ends of this lineup, the heifer out of the first class, the heifer out of the last class, and that's nothing to take away from these cattle in the middle. Good, basic, fundamental cattle. Maybe just don't have the extras of these either on either end. And really, the heifer that comes out of Class 1, guys, I think that one is raw, and she's green, and she is what she is, but she's good. And that one, in terms of structure, in terms of build, I think is phenomenal. Like I said, I'd like to change her in her head shape maybe just a touch, but I think that one brings all of the balance and all of the structure opposite end of the spectrum spectrum, you have got a powerhouse in this female that wins the 4th class. And she is so opened up, she is so stout, and she is so powerful, and yet still big-footed and sound enough in terms of her build and well-balanced from the side. I hinted at it. She runs maybe just a touchdown hill, and I'd like to change that about her. You'd maybe like to lengthen her hip ever so slightly, and even though she's good at the surface, every once in a while she wants to just hit a little hesitant, and that's just really, really nitpicky things, guys. You can pick and choose them how you like them. The one that I'm safer with and more comfortable with, young man out of Class 4, he's going to be your division winner. Young lady out of Class 1, you're going to be reserved. Let's congratulate them. Good job, buddy.
Second call, ARB Calf Division Champion and Reserve. Second call, ARB Calf Division Champion and Reserve.
This next class, Gert females over here. Really nice heifer here to win this class. Just won pretty handily. Kind of fits the mold of our last class winner, just as ours being stout and opened up, yet feminine. This one just got a nice udder coming underneath her as well, but got some body, got some muscle, got some look, got some power to her. Very, very nice one there to win this class. Here's a real power female here again in second. One that's really opened up, big middled, good structured as well. Just didn't quite have the extra show heifer intangibles we found in that class winner, but again, love that one's just roundness of her rib cage, the outward shape, and just true power and width that she has. Dark red heifer here coming in third. Really a pretty female. Again, a good structured female. Just didn't quite have that extra mass that them first two had. If you could just maybe just open her up, give her a shot more punch and muscle, that one gets more competitive. Got a really massive smooth-made heifer here coming in fourth. Young man does a nice job with her. Just maybe isn't quite as neat and attractive right up through there through her head and neck and crest as we found in them first few heifers, but a heifer that, again, very complete, got some muscle, got some mass, got some femininity, just didn't quite have the extras as far as foot, bone, feature, and look. Two heifers that round out the class. Again, real nice cow prospects. I like the udder quality they got. I like the femininity that they have. Look like they're going to be nice brood cows. Just like to just tone them back right there at the point of their shoulder a little bit. With that, I like to add more muscle and mass, fore-rib flank out there through their stifle just to get them more competitive. But again, great class as we work into our first division here. Let's put our hands together for those exhibitors.
ARB Class 14, Brendan Driscoll. ARB Class 14, Brendan Driscoll. Please make your way to the arena.
Your junior champion heifer in the ARB show goes to Collison Gluck out of Class 10 from Columbus FFA. Entry number 1351. Your reserve champion junior heifer goes to Addison Elliott. Wise County 4-H coming out of Class 7. Entry 6159. Congratulations to the junior champion heifers.
We roll right into this next division, guys, and we've got a heifer that pretty much stands alone in this class. This is a real interesting one. For this one to be as big-footed and big-legged as she is, which is monster-footed and monster-legged at that regard, and for her to still be so well-balanced and so good hipped, so good spined, for her neck to sit like it does, and for her to give that kind of look right there is just incredibly, incredibly impressive. And I dig this one, guys. I think that she does some super cool things. Is she the boldest bodied one? No. Is she just super, super stout and punchy when you get in from behind her? No. But that one's awfully, awfully cool in some of the things that she does. And I think that there is a ton of quality there. After that, you get down into 2, 3, and 4, and you can have some discussion. Young lady's heifer that comes into, I think, is just a little bit bolder bodied. I think just balances up and proportions just a little bit better out here today, especially when you want to talk about the way she's built in terms of her spine, the way she's built in terms of her hip, and still manages to have some genuine power and some genuine dimension when you get in from behind her. The heifer here in 3 is long and she's extended, and I certainly like the extra femininity that she has. You study her, she's maybe just a little bit deeper and more pronounced in terms of that chest floor. That throws her off just a touch from the side. You get in from behind her, she doesn't have near the pin width, near the squareness, near the power of the heifer we just talked about. Young man, I really like your heifer on the standstill, and she's big-footed, she's big-legged. She just gets a little, go ahead, you're good. She just gets a little bunchy in terms of her spine. She gets just a little bit closed up underneath, and her whole skeleton just needs to be reassembled in order for her to get out and go and move like she needs to off either end of her build. Awesome class, guys. Let's give them a hand.
Final call, ARB, Calf Division Champion and Reserve. Final call, ARB, Calf Division Champion and Reserve.
On our Class 4, on our Santa Gertrudis side, first want to thank our belt buckle sponsor, the family of Cale Cornelius from Timpson, Texas. And our results are as followed. Class 4 winner, entry 1550, Connor Brantley from Grimes County 4-H. Second goes to entry 94, Jenna Schaefer from Magnolia FFA. And third goes to entry 4266, Kylie Shipper from Robertson County 4-H. Currently in the ring is our heifer calf champion for our Santa Gertrudis breed.
First call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 9 and 10. First call, Santa Gertrudis, Classes 9 and 10.
Results on our ARB side in Class 13. First place goes to entry 6369, Kaylin Easel from Leon County 4-H. Second goes to entry 8226, Bethany Fosk from Washington County 4-H. And third goes to 8228, Jonathan Fosk from Washington County 4-H. Congratulations.
Great first division here of these Gerts. Man, just a really, really solid lineup of females and just cattle that just suit me really, really well. They're just my kind all the way through this first division, and we get these 4 class winners. I mean, they're just functional, and the breeders need to be commended for putting cattle like this together. Cattle that got some substance to them. They got a real world cow look to them. They got really nice udder quality, for this stage. You can tell there's not going to be any problems there. But boy, just cattle that suit me really, really well. They're just not extreme anywhere, but yet they're really, really good. Just as far as just how complete they are, how fault free they are, and just not a lot of things that you want to change about them. Just very fundamentally sound cattle that I think are very, very good. You'd love to have a whole herd of them. I think it's close out here. Obviously, I've kind of honed in on these first 2 a little bit, but I think the ones out of the 3rd and 4th classes, I think, are right there as well. But I think all four of these females kind of cut from the same cloth. Really good structured, good footed, good legged, good angles to their skeleton. Yet they lay on some nice muscle and stoutness. Some got just a little more than others, but I think 4 females that are fresh. The exhibitors got them looking good, and they got some future ahead of them as well. So we're going to get 2 really good champions out of this division, champion reserve. Put your hands together, get one more look. We'll get you a division champ.
Second call, Sergatrudis, classes 9 and 10. Second call, Sergatrudis, classes 9 and 10.
Results on the Santa Gertrudis Show. Heifer Calf champion goes to Cale Cornelius out of Class 2 from Shelby County 4-H in entry number 372. The reserve champion heifer calf goes to Kinsley Kubeka out of Class 1 out of Matagorda County 4-H on entry 7079. Congratulations to those 2 individuals.
Bud, go ahead and pull your third place heifer out. Probably is 3 deep, a grouping of these heifers that I've had all day, and I think that it's hard and it's difficult because all 3 of them do some exceptional things. All 3 of them have some things that we got to tweak. The heifer that starts, to be honest with you, I think if we maybe just pull, for me, a little condition off of her, she slam dunks this class. For me, she's a little chubby right now, and I'd like to change that. Outside of that, that one is overwhelming in terms of body shape, in terms of pin width, and the way that she manages to stay square and true from hip to hock to ground, especially as she's going away from you. She's not as long and extended from her shoulder forward as the heifer that stands directly behind her, and I'd certainly maybe like to lengthen her there. The main difference is when you ask the cattle to get out and go, she's still comfortable in terms of the way she hinges out of her hip, her shoulder stays within herself, and she remains within her skeleton out here. This heifer that stands in second, if you just look at her on the standstill, I love this one, and she's in a better rig from a condition standpoint, for what I like. She's super long and extended from her shoulder forward, and she's dropping a really, really nice udder underneath her. That one, when you get out, the longer they're out here and you ask her to move, she's going to the outside corners of her skeleton, especially as you watch her go from behind. And every once in a while, she just clicks up on those pasterns, and she's just wanting to get tentative in the way she pushes and drives off of that hip and hind leg. And I wish that she was just more comfortable in the way she sat down and the way she went and the way she hinges out of that hip. The heifer here in 3 is so good in terms of her look from the side. Young man does an incredible job of getting her shown. She is so good in terms of her balance. Out here among a trio that has that much quality and that much depth, she just falls a little short in terms of the extras that I'm in search of when it comes to power, when it comes to bone, when it comes to stoutness. That is an incredibly, incredibly well-balanced, sound-structured female that maybe just needs a little extras to run with those top 2 cattle. A nice female that comes out next, it's a similar story. She's really attractive. She's sound-structured. She needs to be stouter. She needs to be more powerful. She needs to have more foot and bone. A pair that comes out next, different in terms of type and kind. She's moderate, she's big-footed, maybe just a little bit piecier in terms of how she puts all of it together from the side, a little bit coarser in terms of her build, but I really, really like the calf on the side of her. A longer, more extended cow that's coming out next, maybe a little bit thinner from a condition standpoint, but has a really nice calf on the side of her, and you can tell is putting everything she has into that calf, which is phenomenal in its own right. Young lady that's going to round out this class, wish this one was maybe just a little bit further along in terms of depth of body, in terms of where we're at for this stage in the game. When it comes to udder development, she's maybe a little bit on the thin side from a condition standpoint as well. Let's congratulate all of them.
On our ARB side, Class 14, results are as follow. First in class, entry 7874, Addison Poe from Erath County 4-H. Second goes to 73, entry 7332, Cassidy Nowick from Brenham FFA. And third goes to 5713, Brendan Driscoll from Gosum FFA. Congratulations to those. Next in, we'll be picking our junior champion.
Nice way to start this second division here. Really good female here that wins this class really handily. Good looking, stout, balances up really nice. She's square. She's got some muscle. She's got some mass. She looks like a female. Very nice one to win this class. A really stout, square built one here too in second. Young lady's got really opened up, stout one. Just wasn't quite as neat out through her head and shoulder and how that front one third's aligned. And wasn't quite as neat out of her hip and tail head as our class winner, but that's a really stout square one there in second. As is the one here in third. Young man kept hanging with this female. This one gives you a great look. She looks really good on the move. She's flexible. She's stout. She's got enough muscle. Got a nice bloomy look to her today. Again, just wasn't quite as neat from a show heifer intangible standpoint as we found in that first one. The big stout high growth heifer here, heavy boned heifer here coming out in fourth. This one just didn't want to quite put everything together like we found in them first three. Gets just a little longer on her feet and toes. That concerns me just a touch. But that one, you like that bone, you like that rugged look that she's got. Trio of heifers that rounds out. Very feminine, nice cow prospects, got nice udder quality coming underneath them. Just like to see just a little more lower third and mass to go with the top of their skeleton. But a very nice class here to start this second division. Congratulate those exhibitors.
Over on the ARB side, a single entry that I think will be awfully competitive out here in our division. One that you like in terms of her extra shape and her extra expression up high. A powerful female that's got a lot of density to her and yet still looks like a lady and has some balance and attractiveness. You know, maybe could be a touch looser just in the way she gets out and goes. That's being awfully critical, though. A nice single entry. Let's congratulate him as he'll be back out here in just a second.
Results in Class 15 ARB show, single entry. Entry first in class goes to 8029, Elijah Ansira, Hidalgo County 4-H. Woo, that's a mouthful. Next in will be Grand Champion Heifer on the ARB side. We need all division champions for Grand Champion Heifer on the ARB side.
Final call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 10. Final call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 10.
Class 7 results, Santa Gertrudis. First of all, thanks to our buckle sponsor. Class 7 was Justin and Jennifer Pirtle from Henderson, Texas. Appreciate you sponsoring that buckle. Our results in Class 7. First place goes to entry 6491. Micah McCulachek from Pasadena FFA. Second goes to entry 6887. Brooke Funk from Santa Fe FFA. And third goes to entry 8234. Nolan Wunderlich from Washington County 4-H. Congratulations to those exhibitors, and please remember to thank your buckle sponsors.
An awesome, again, division of these cattle. I think this wraps up our ARBs, guys, and just an awesome way to end. And I think we've got 2 class winners and maybe even a second, that you have to consider and go back and forth on, guys. The heifer that wins the first class, I just think is unique in terms of some of the things that she does. Her neck attachment is awesome. She's awesome in terms of the angle to her shoulder and her knee. She is super genuine in terms of the center portion of her body. She is soft and her forerib is opened up. Is the heifer directly behind her? No. I think that's directly because she's probably not got as much on her as the heifer directly behind her. I think this one has monster feet, and just the amount of foot and bone that she has at the ground, I think is super, super impressive. Her presence, her balance is all incredibly good. She's a little ugly-headed and maybe just not the prettiest there in terms of the lower part of her muzzle. And as you compare her back to the heifer directly behind her, maybe, like I said, not as opened up. The heifer that comes out of the second class, we just talked them before this last heifer came out. You know, she wins that class because I think despite being a little bit chubbier in terms of condition, she still plants and pushes and composes herself just a touch better when you set them in motion. I love the overwhelming body. I love the overwhelming rib this female has. I love the way her hip is built into her. Is she the longest and the most attractive from her shoulder forward? No. You'd maybe like to lengthen her and just make her a little prettier in that regard. And like I said, maybe just take some of the condition off of that one. But that is a bold-bodied, broody, just really, really fundamentally good female that balances well. The heifer that was second to her, we talked her as well, long-necked and extended, and it's got a beautiful udder dropping underneath her. She's one that out here just maybe wants to get a little outside of herself and a little hesitant off of those rear two. The heifer that wins this last class, guys, I talked to her just briefly, you know, stout and powerful, yet still looks like a lady in so many regards when it comes to balance and when it comes to just how all of her pieces and parts fit together. I don't know if she maybe resembles the same type and kind and quality as the cattle that stand in front of her, but certainly very deserving of being out here and being in this lineup. You know, I think there's a lot of differences, guys. I guess I come back to which is the more my type and kind, which is safer in terms of the pieces and parts she puts together and the uniqueness that she still has. Young lady out of class 1, you're going to be our division champion. Young lady out of class 2, you're going to be reserve. Let's congratulate them.
Really nice class here. Awesome class winner. Just so long-sided, so stout, yet cowy and feminine. And particularly this heifer, what intrigues me is how long-bodied she is, how well she holds her top line together. And you typically don't find them that long-sided that can still balance up and hold their top like she does. So I think that's a really, really good one. Young man's heifer in second. Again, kind of a nice place for this heifer. I think she just had more balance and symmetry than the heifers behind her, yet didn't have the extras and the stoutness as a heifer ahead of her. But I think a really nice cow prospect for that young man. Just got a lot of good things going for her. Really bloomy female here in third, the dark red heifer. Young lady does a nice job with her. Really opened up, wide, bold-sprung female. I just like to tone her back right there in her condition, like through her front 1/3. Heifer that just didn't have that extra extension, didn't have that extra balance out through her rear 1/3 that we found in the first couple of heifers. Young man's heifer that comes next, I prefer her condition over the heifer ahead of her. She's very fresh, very feminine. Just didn't have that extra look and design and balance that we found in some of the others. You'd like to maybe just add a shot more a stifle and lower 1/3 to go with the rest of her. But again, a very, very complete one there, very square built from the ground up. Get in the next round, 3-4 heifers there. Heifers that got some size, got some performance, just don't have quite the extras up through their front 1/3. You'd like to tone their shoulder and their condition back a little bit as we round out the class. Heifers that just maybe got just a little past prime just as far as their condition. You'd like to freshen them up, maybe add just a touch more muscle and bone to go with the rest of their body. But great class winner on the front end of that. Could put your hands together for those exhibitors.
First call, Santa Gertrudis, class 13. First call, Santa Gertrudis, class 13.
So that's the senior champions, those two right there, senior. Yeah. Okay, on our ARB side, our champion senior heifer goes to Kaylin Easel, and from Leon County, and reserve goes to Addison Poe. Currently in the ring, selection for grand champion ARB heifer of the 2024 Rodeo Austin show.
As our reserve divisions filter in, guys, you know, it's been an honor and a privilege to get to work through your guys' cattle on this side. And I know we've still got to get through the rest of the Gerts and get you a champion drive here in a little bit. but I'm super pleased with the cattle that have been on my side. And I think out here in this division, we're going to have two of them that I think are incredibly good and incredibly unique and do some awesome things, and they match up really, really well. I'm not going to go back through and talk them. There's two of them that I like. Let's congratulate these kids. I'll get you a champion in reserve.
Second call, Senator Gertrudis, Class 13. Second call, Senator Gertrudis, Class 13.
Our Class 8 sponsor of the belt buckle for Santa Gertrudis show is Straight Ranches from Streetman, Texas. We appreciate your sponsorship to the show and the belt buckle. The results for Class 8 are as followed. First place goes to 1527, Sierra Waynick from Grimes County 4-H. Second goes to entry 2850, Weston Montgomery from Johnson County 4-H. And third goes to entry 6484, Maven McCullochek from Pasadena FFA. Congratulations.
Nice class here. Got a really stout, opened up female here to win. One of the bigger bodied, bigger ribbed females we've seen all day of any breed. And this one's got a lot of just shape and outward curve and turn to the center part of her body. She's feminine up front. She's got some bone. She's got some stoutness. Very, very nice cow prospect there. You love the extra substance. Young lady's got a really nice, complete one. I like her structure. I like her build. Just didn't have that extra muscle and shape and power that we found in that class winner, but that's a very, very complete fault-free one there in second. Young lady's got a big outline heifer here, tall-fronted, got some growth. You can tell she's got some just true performance to her, like her udder quality she's got coming. Female just didn't have that extra show heifer look from the side that we found in them first one or two, but I like that growth that she's got. Dark red heifer here coming in fourth. Again, very complete, and I think you could switch them second, third, and fourth if you wanted. That heifer's very complete, very feminine, very good jointed. Just maybe didn't quite have the muscle, didn't quite have the stoutness of feature that we found in them first few. Young lady, it's going to round out the class. Real tall-fronted female. Just like to maybe square her up out of her hip a little bit, have just a touch more just center body and flank and muscle right to the lower third. But let's put our hands together for that class. Very, very competitive on that front end.
Our results on the ARB side, our grand champion ARB heifer for the 2024 Rodeo Austin show goes to Kaylin Easel out of Class 13 from Leon County 4-H. Our reserve grand champion ARB heifer goes to Barrett Merton from Class 1, Washington County 4-H. Congratulations to our ARB exhibitors. If you have a grand or reserve grand champion heifer, we will be doing the American Drive 30 minutes after the conclusion of the Santa Gertrudis show. We will take a 30-minute break after the grand champion heifer is chosen on the Santa Gertrudis show before we do the American Supreme Drive.
Final call, Senator Gertrudis, Class 13. Final call, Senator Gertrudis, Class 13. First call, Senator Gertrudis, Classes 14 and 15. First call, Senator Gertrudis, Classes 14 and 15.
Real competitive 4 heifers here. Again, all 4 of them just got a tremendous amount of just muscle and mass. Big ribbed, heavy muscled females. We're just going to kind of separate them just on their pattern and balance and structure. This heifer that wins, she's very feminine. She's pretty. She's got a good look to her. She's got a good cow look to her. Just like that femininity and just maternal build that she has. Yet she's opened up. She's got stoutness and she's got feature to her. Just a really easy place to start here. We got some real power heifers there coming in next. Here's the big ribbed heifer, long-bodied female that comes in second, loose structured. Thought she was just stouter featured and looser structured than the heifer in third. Heifer just I thought set more appropriately up through her front 1/3, but female's just very long-bodied, very good structured. Just looks like a real power kind of female. Really high quality heifer there in third, and she's square and she's heavy muscled. She's good topped. Just didn't maybe like to see just a little more bone to go along with the rest of her body, just to make her match up and balance up. But again, that's a very, very nice one, very complete, very high quality. Young man's heifer that's going to round out. She just kind of wants to go at her own pace today. She's just a little slower getting around the ring, but you'd like to maybe just change her from a structure standpoint off her front end. Wants to get just a little bigger need, wants to splay out just a little bit there up front, and she just isn't maybe got just a little more of a terminal build to her, just as far as you compare to them other 3, just maybe isn't quite as cowy, doesn't have that maternal, feminine female look to her, but really high quality, really stout class of 4 heifers there.
On our Santa Gertrudis side, first class winner, our belt buckle sponsor, Quebeca Ranches, Gene and Nancy Quebeca out of Bay City, Texas. Thank you so much for your gracious sponsorship for the belt buckle. And the results in Class 9 are as follow. First place goes to entry 371, Cale Cornelius from Shelby County 4-H. Second goes to entry 4265, Jacob Shipper from Robertson County 4-H. And third place goes to entry 162, Savannah Rossler from Gainesville FFA. Class 10, our belt buckle sponsor for Class 10, Rocking S6 Cattle Company, the Schulman family from Navasota, Texas. Thank you so much for your sponsorship of that belt buckle. And our results for Class 10 on the Santa Gertrudis side. First place goes to 8230, Calvin Wunderlich from Washington County 4-H. Second goes to 6175, Layden Leonard from Navasota FFA. And third goes to entry 3279, Dakota Castaneda from Foster FFA. Congratulations. Now in is our calf division, our junior heifer division.
Second call, Santa Gertrudis, classes 14 and 15. Second call, Santa Gertrudis, classes 14 and 15.
Another beautiful lineup of females here in the second division. Like all 4 of these quite a bit. Again, just like our first division. Really built, just very fundamentally sound. Just no big holes in these females. I like what these breeders are doing and how they're getting these cattle built and put together. There is one out here I think just kind of is on just a little another level, just as far as some extras and feet and legs and just pattern and balance and presence, yet still having some stoutness to her. Young lady out of that second class, you'll win this division. Congratulations.
Results on the Santa Gertrudis show. Your junior champion heifer is Sierra Wanick out of Class 8 from Grimes County 4-H, entry 1527. Your reserve junior champion heifer goes to, say it again, Micah Mikolacek out of Pasadena FFA, out of Class 7, and entry numbers 6491. Congratulations to those two exhibitors.
Final call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 14. Final call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 14. First call, Santa Gertrudis Calf Division Champion and Reserve. First call, Santa Gertrudis Calf Division Champion and Reserve. Second call, Santa Gertrudis Calf Division Champion and Reserve. Second call, Santa Gertrudis Calf Division Champion and Reserve.
Outstanding here to win this class. Both the cow and the calf are really, really impressive. Just got that extra look, got the balance, got the presence, got the structure, got extension. Very, very nice, and she definitely passed it on to that little calf. I think a nice, adequate for this stage. A very, very nice female there to win this class. Got the heifer coming in second without a calf here, but we love the muscle and shape that she's got. Just like to maybe just freshen her up just a little bit, right through the base of her chest, out through her tail head there. She's wanting to get just a little staler, maybe just past 12 o'clock there, but boy, you like the extra bone and stoutness and feature that she has. Very complete heifer there in third, strong top, gives you a nice look from the side. I'd just like to maybe add just a little more true muscle and shape to go along with the rest of her body and her condition. The other pair in the class that comes next, doing a nice job with her calf, got a nice udder on her. Just maybe like to balance her up from a phenotype standpoint, up through her front 1/3, out through her hip, just to make her more attractive, run with them heifers ahead of her. 2 heifers around out the class, very feminine, nice cow prospects, just don't quite have that extra bone and muscle and stoutness that we found in the front end. But really impressive pair to win that class. Put your hands together for those exhibitors.
Final call, Santa Gertrudis, Calf Division Champion and Reserve. Final call, Santa Gertrudis, Calf Division Champion and Reserve.
On the Santa Gertrudis side here, we want to first thank our class sponsor for the belt buckle and generous donation to Ellis Livestock Company. Ellis Livestock Company out of Moody, Texas is our class sponsor, Class 13. Results are as followed. First place goes to entry 2784, Rihanna Villanueva from Brazoria County 4-H. Second place goes to entry 5500, Graham Cross from Hill County 4-H. And third goes to entry 1546, Rayleigh Sheets from Brazos Wood FFA. Congratulations to our exhibitors and winner of Class 13.
Really competitive here on this front end. I think it's close between these first two. I thought the one that's going to win, just a little smoother package, just a little neater right there at the point of her shoulder and the base and the crest of her neck. Heifer that's just got some hip and got some substance to her, yet very, very smooth in her design. I thought a nice place to start. Really nice one here in second. I like quite a bit. Like the other quality that she's got. Like the stoutness of bone and foot and feature that she has. Here's one that's got some really intriguing pieces. If you want to make them stouter, make them longer bodied while still keeping them strong topped, I like what this one does. Just maybe wasn't quite as neat right there through the front 1/3 and right at the point of her shoulder, and then perhaps out back through her hip and hooks to pins there as our class winner. But two really high quality ones there at first and second. Here's the really robust, shapy, dense made one here. This young man does a great job of getting this one set. He kind of can pull a lot of problems out of her when he gets her stopped and set. She wants to get just a little higher topped and underneath herself on the move, but he kind of gets rid of that on the stand there and can give you a really good look. Love the outward shape and just curve and shape and muscle and power and stifle that she has. Just like to change her just a little bit on the move out through her hip and loin. Young lady's heifer that comes next, again, very feminine, very complete, just a little past 12 o'clock as far as a condition standpoint. And if you're going to have that condition, I'd like to see just a little bit more muscle and bone and feature to go along with it. Young lady's heifer, the same story that rounds out the class. Just like to see just a little bit more feature and bone, lower 1/3 to go with the top side of her body and her skeleton. A very, very, very stout set of them older females. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Thank you to our Class 14 belt buckle sponsor, Grand Star Cattle Company. Grand Star Cattle Company, Joe and Sherry Fowl from Plantersville, Texas. We appreciate your donation. Thank you so much. The results for Class 14 are as followed in Santa Gertrudis. Class first in place, Exhibitor 95, Jenna Schaefer from Magnolia FFA. Second goes to 7137, Kaylin Torres from Franwoods FFA. And third goes to 5800, Jackson Priddle from Henderson FFA. Congratulations, Class 14. Our
Young lady brings us a really nice pair here, single entry. Got a nice udder on this cow, got a good look to the cow. I think she's really fresh in her condition, done a nice job with that bigger, older calf on the side of her, putting a lot of goods to her and still keeping a nice, bloomy look to her. But I think her udder is adequate. I think her flesh is adequate. We'll get her out here, compare her a little more here for division, but congratulations, this young lady.
Winner of Class 15 on Santa Gertrudis side, our class sponsor on the Santa Gertrudis side for Class 15 is CF Cattle Company. Curtis and Kathy Fuchs from Brenham, Texas. We really appreciate your donation. Class 15 results. Our first place goes to entry 5356, Laney Aiken from Victoria County 4-H. Congratulations, Laney. Next in will be Senior Heifer Champion.
I believe our last division here, the Santa Gertrudis, and been a great breed, great show here. Just really like the cattle that I think would suit a wide variety of people, just no matter what your goals or background is. But we got a good, we're going to get a really good champion out of this division. There's no doubt about it. I really like this pair, like the cow, like the calf. Congratulations, that young lady. You'll be champion this division.
Results for your senior champion heifer. Your senior champion heifer comes out of class 13, 2784. Rihanna Villanueva from Brazorio County 4-H. And your reserve champion senior heifer comes out of class 14, Jenna Schaefer from Magnolia FFA. Currently in the ring is the Grand Champion Heifer Drive for the Santa Gertrudis Show. Our buckle sponsors for the Grand Champion Heifer is Square Running M Cattle. Square Running M Cattle out of Nacogdoches, Texas. And our reserve Grand Champion buckle sponsor goes to Went Ranches Partners from Bay City, Texas. Please thank our sponsors. And juniors, please make sure to write their sponsors a thank you letter.
Well, I've been pretty adamant about what I've thought about the Santa Gertrudis cattle here all day. We started off with a bang, that calf division. Just a beautiful, beautiful set of females in that division. Some really big, deep classes and cattle that really set the tone for the day, and just cattle that got some look, got some muscle and stoutness, and really sound structured. And we get into the older heifers. As good as them calves were, I thought, well, they'll be really tough to get around in this Supreme Drive or in our breed champion here. But, man, the older heifers followed suit right in behind them. The heifers that, again, just love the extra look that they have, the extra stoutness they have, yet they're still feminine and cowy and still got the show heifer look. We get into this pair here, and really looks like a really neat show heifer turned into a really good cow. And that bull calf on the side of her, I don't know much about how you need them to look, but he's certainly got some really cool pieces and parts there. And I certainly think that one, if you want to make some Gert show heifers, that might be one to look into someday, because he's got the build, he's got the presence, he's got the look right now anyway. So great lineup of females. Sounds like the association, the breeders kind of stepped up with the buckles and some incentives here. So make sure you go find them people, thank them, shake their hand, thank all the folks that helped put this show on as well. And behind the scenes, thank you goes a long way, and they don't get very many of them, I'll guarantee you. So let's put your hands together. We're going to get two awesome heifers to represent this breed.
Your Grand Champion heifer for this 2024 Rodeo Austin Santa Gertrudis Heifer Show is Rihanna Villanueva from out of Class 13 from Brazonia County 4-H. Our reserve Grand Champion Santa Gertrudis heifer is Sierra Wanick from Grimes County 4-H. Congratulations to our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Santa Gertrudis heifers. Please remember to thank those buckle sponsors. It's very appreciative for what they've done for you. This is our 30-minute warning. 30-minute warning for our Supreme Heifer Drive for the Americans. Our 30-minute warning for our Supreme Heifer Drive for the Americans. We will start at 3:40 for our American Supreme Champion.